Me.
Well, I guess I played the wrong shit. Supposed to have some music right here. Anyway, what's good, y'all? It's been a minute. Uh, yeah. Yeah. Drama, niggas. Drama. 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 I just jumped off that Manosphere list stream. Okay, so for those that don't know, and this is why my stream was delayed, because I was listening and I was watching that, right? Right now, currently, I suggest you don't go over there. There's a conversation right now because somebody thought it was a good idea to make a list of everyone in the Black Manosphere, also add people to the list that ain't in the Manosphere. Right? Don't worry, this ain't the topic tonight. This just happened, right? Shout out to everybody in the chat. All right. I think I'm remonetized now. All right. All right. So shout out to Bay. Shout out to Marvel. My man Rob. Rob, check your DM. I shot you the link. Oh my God, it's a mess over there. It's a mess over there. It's just a bunch of dudes yelling at each other, trying like measuring dicks. Right? I jump in the stream because my name's on the list. Somebody put my name on the list. So I figure I might jump in and because I'm listening to conversation and I'm trying to understand what's going on. So I'm like, well, let me jump in here so I can ask some questions. Right? What's up, Marvel? Yeah, back in the game again. Right? So I just wanted to understand it, right? Because I see all these terms thrown around, SBE and shame, blame, and explain, and all of these different, like, I don't know, names that people make up, like this is gang, nigga. Gang, nigga. And I say all the time, I'm like 50 Cent. I say, I am not gang. I do not gang bang. Right? Now, what's up, Ferg? Now my name is on this list. Okay. I cannot confirm or deny without the secretary's approval what affiliations that I may or may not have. How you doing, Toya? I see you. Right? My thing is, okay, my question was, why? That's some like knock list shit. Like, I just wanted to know what was the purpose of making a list. Like, I'm not over here like, I ain't part of the Manosphere. Now, does the Manosphere have his issues? I've said as much here. The motherfuckers ask me, hey, look, would you say that the Manosphere is 98 to 99% of complaining about bitches? And it's a painful question to be asked, man. It's a painful question to be asked because, and I've said this, not only is that sometimes the perception of people outside looking in, but I don't think that there's enough, done to repair that perception. It's not enough done to repair that perception. And somebody was like, get this nigga out of here. He's one of BGS's sons. They call me BGS's son. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, whatever. Like, okay, a minute ago I was nobody. Now I'm BGS's son. So then you know who I am, motherfucker. Because, 8,000 subs. You ain't nobody. We 100 deep over here. Hey, look, I don't give a fuck. Y'all see me, I'm doing other shit. Okay? Yeah, I'm doing other shit. So I ain't mad at nobody that's on here. I told niggas before, I'm here for the conversation. Again, this ain't what I came here to talk about, what I came here to discuss. I just think that it's interesting that is a bunch of niggas online posturing to see who's part of the coolest group of niggas on YouTube. Who's part of the coolest? Hey, Marty, they called you a passport bro on there. So you need to shoot back on that, since you don't claim to be a passport bro, but just understand that they're calling you that because you're doing the thing associated with those people. Even though you're saying, I'm not doing what they're doing like they're doing it, the grand assumption is that I know you haven't. I'm just saying, that's, just understand that you don't have to claim something to be thrown in a box, right? You don't have to claim something to be put in a box. Just understand that's how it works. I've said it before to different people. I say, you know what? I'm not, or at least I don't believe that I'm a misogynist, but I talk like one. So the general perception from people who don't know me would be, this nigga's a misogynist, right? So I'm gonna argue, I'm gonna fight no, I'm not a misogynist. You gotta believe me. Like, it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't make a difference. Right? So they're gonna call you that. And again, it's almost like motherfuckers are fighting or going back and forth to be in the cool group. It doesn't, like, say what you say on here, right? Say what you say on here, whatever your point of view is, this, that, and the third, but just understand that their point of view is that the manosphere, or the black manosphere, I should say, has been taken over by motherfuckers who don't get pussy. That is the general perception of motherfuckers who are speaking on red pill black men on YouTube. That is the perception from the outside looking in, like, y'all some corny niggas, y'all ain't getting no pussy, and y'all bitch about this shit more than y'all talk about getting money, self-improvement, and these other things. Now, numerous times, and you could go check the backlog of videos that I have on here, and I want to encourage not only that you like and subscribe shit, so we can kick this algorithm back the way I had it at one point, but also watch my old shit. There's a lot of shit that been up here before a lot of y'all discovered who I was on here that you might want to check out. It might be interesting to throw that shit on. Like, if I ain't live, if I take a break, if I go do something, take advantage of the old material that I have on here, right? Because I want y'all to check the resume. Understand that what I've said, I'm saying now what I've been saying, right? Is that, even me, like, I've been very vocal about my issues with the space. It'd be nice for this shit to be what it was meant to be. You got motherfuckers saying they don't want to be a part of this shit because, for the most part, it's taking a turn. And the thing is, nobody wants to call out the guys who have affected that, because everybody thinks that, we need more numbers. In other words, like, to avoid any conflict or whatever, motherfuckers got channels, they can do what they want and make whatever content they want, but you support motherfuckers in silence. And a lot of people come at me if I call someone out, right? Motherfuckers, who They in and out of the Manosphere, right? We support with views, and I debated that with somebody. View is not support. Yes, it is. On YouTube, motherfuckers get paid by how many motherfuckers watch they fucking shit, right? So a view is support. A view is support. So thank you for everybody that's here. If you haven't clicked the like button, do it now. That's support also. But you know, at the end of the day, this is the perception. This is the perception of the gentlemen who make videos and the guys who view these videos that address these points. You're only speaking up for men because women don't like you. And this is Disagreement Day. Rob, I shot you the link. I don't know if you're coming up, but this is Disagreement Day. I just want to say that, right? There's a couple of things I want to address, but this is Disagreement Day because a lot of guys are telling me, you know, that, well, not a lot, a few guys telling me that, you know, I'm afraid of pushback. I've often invited motherfuckers to come on here and tell me what I've said, what points that I made. What's good, Big Pontiac? What I've said on this platform or any other that you disagree with, and you can jump on here and have a conversation, right? And Marty, I see you. But you know, that's what this is about. Whoever's not here ain't here. So if you missed today, you know, blame yourself. Mr. O with the info, shout out to you. What's good, bro? But yeah, man, you know, I don't, you know, and I just understand another thing is for the past few weeks, right? For the past few weeks, the space's conversation and focus has been about JPT, right? I got you, Rob. I see you. Yeah, I don't want to talk about that shit no more. I mean, I still got points that I didn't make, and I'd rather make them on other people's channels. You know, like motherfuckers say all the time, you know, like, you know, the conversation I just left is like content strategy. There are a lot of content strategists in the space. Sometimes I question who's genuine and who's not, right? I'm not a content strategist, but shit. If motherfuckers don't want to hear me tell the truth, y'all want to start hearing me tell you shit you want to hear? I just want to know. This is the Keep It 100 channel. I started off figuring, hey, man, what's up, Prime? I started off here figuring I could come on the internet and tell motherfuckers the real shit, or at least be honest, right? If you disagree with me, you could jump on here or jump on the community tab and disagree. I'm open to the discussion, right? But you know what I'm seeing this turning into is, and I've never experienced this before. What's up, Maul? I see you. Is becoming a thing where a lot of the guys, right, that I'm encountering is like encountering some of the women where they just want to be told what they want to hear, what'll make them feel better about whatever they're going through. Now, Ramil and Fantastic guys over there are debating SBE, shame, blame, and explain. Pretty much where, you know, as explained to me, y'all guys might be familiar with the term shame, blame, and explain, but you know, they're talking about guys who get on the internet and try to shame women back into the kitchen, back into traditional roles, right? None of that shit takes place here. And y'all know well it don't. Rob, I'm more of a villain than you think I am, right? So Rob said, I'm reading comments tonight. Rob says, you may as well join Team Villainy. I've been Team Villainy. Trying to be for the brothers. Trying very hard to be for the brothers, right? But I'm all people who know me in real life know I am a fucking villain. I am not a righteous person. I am not a righteous person. Bay knows this. Bay knows this more than anybody. Bay knows that I'm not a righteous person. I don't believe in righteousness. I really don't. Shout out to Ball. Thank you, bro. Yeah, they put me back in the game, nigga. Right? But now the world's at shit. No, I'm not deluded. I'm not deluded. And Bay will tell you, I'm not deluded about any of this shit. Just understand that I put the word out there for the guys who, you know, are open to hear it. Free zone, what's good? What's good, bro? But my point is this, right? If we're gonna have these conversations, right? I say, and I've said it before, to the key players. I said the key players, and I think I said this on Gigi's channel. I'm saying names. I said this in Gigi. These are my guys. I said this on Gigi's channel, and I said this on BGS channel. The key players that are immediately associated with this space have to denounce certain behavior. If word comes from, because they say, hey, anybody can make a YouTube channel, anybody can say what they want. This is true. But there are certain names who are respected here. I could talk shit about motherfuckers all day. Niggas don't give a fuck about what Marcus got. You only got 8,000 subs. You don't matter, right? Don't give a fuck, right? The 800 to 1,000 people, sometimes 1.5 people that watch my videos. That's all I give a fuck about. And if you're a hate watcher, keep hate watching. A lot of my haters are subs. A lot of my haters are subscribed. They don't know if I'm going on, and they can't comment in the chat unless they are sub. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is the key players involved in this shit, the message of the space will be tied for the most part to what they say. Some days ago, BGS and Ron called out the female content creators. Then BGS called out a female content creator. I'm not going to say her name. Yeah. If y'all watch enough shit, y'all know. If y'all don't know, go to BGS's channel and see what he's talking about. But he called out a female content creator. Now, I've said on my channel, everybody gets a side eye, right? Everybody gets side eye. That means niggas too. That means too. All right. People want to look at either the women or the white girl like sideways, but nobody's looking at niggas like they might be guilty of the shit that the people you looking at is doing. You got guys who are associated with the Manosphere and attack the Manosphere, and nobody calls this shit out. I feel like it's easy to go at obvious targets. As far as women in the Manosphere is concerned, these women run their own channels. They are not under the guidance of any men within the space. And they get more views and subs than we do. Their channels grow quicker, which means, sad to say, men in the Manosphere would rather hear this message come from women. For a red pill space, that looks crazy. Aaron, shout out to Aaron. I appreciate you. See, my guys are joining back up. Yeah, I'm back. So for a place that calls itself the Manosphere and is, talking points that's supposed to be, for the benefits of men, or the progression of black men, right? Manosphere men, black manosphere, black men. The female content creator is king. And the thing is, that kind of goes right back into the thing that we were trying to move away from in the first place. The matriarchy, the gynocracy. So I posted in my community tab that picture of old girl from America's Next Top Model, Eve, or whatever her name is, surrounded by these oiled down, muscular motherfuckers, right? And I said, don't let the manosphere go in this direction. Well, Janadian says the manosphere is now coming into a woman. It's the mammosphere. And last year, I wanted to do a video called the mammosphere, MAAM, mosphere, right? This ain't me dissing the manosphere. This ain't me dissing the content creators in the black manosphere. This ain't me dissing nobody. But these things got to be addressed. Again, I'm Lil Low, Keep It 100. Now, my name might be on this knock list that they created, but it's at the very bottom. The people that are the key players in pushing this message have to address these things. It's like if Islam is looked at crazy because terrorists, then somebody in Islam has to address the extremists. You have to address it, or you can't complain about being lumped in with the fuck shit. I've said this again and again and again. You can't complain about being lumped in with the fuck shit if you don't condemn the fuck shit. If you don't denounce the fuck shit. When they asked Trump, do you denounce the KKK? And that motherfucker, it would appear that he was resisting denouncing the group because he was getting their support. It makes sense. Even if he doesn't agree with them, they're the people that's going to put him in the White House. So he can't outwardly shoot them down, but it would appear to anyone listening, oh, you don't want to, disrespect your base. You don't want to offend your base. Now, I've made videos that offended a lot of people. That's why Rob said, embrace villainy. Nigga, I'm already the villain. These niggas don't like me. They don't like me. I'm cool with it. I'm used to haters. Listen, hate, I prefer it. Hate is more honest than love. I posted this on my community tab today. I didn't get this from anybody. This is my own. Hate is more honest than love. I prefer hate over love. Because love can be a spy. Love can be a lie. But hate is always honest. Nobody's pretending to hate you. If they don't like you, if they hate you, oh, the hate is real. And I prefer honesty. I'm keeping 100, right? I prefer honesty and hate is honest. I know how to deal with haters. You don't never know how to deal with someone who loves you because you don't know if the love is real. You don't know if the love is real. You always have to question love. You don't ever have to question hate. I'm hated. My brother told me, my blood brother told me, you like the hate. That's what he told me. He said, you love the hate. I don't know if I love it more than I embrace it. I live being hated. Somebody's going to laugh and throw rice and pop streamers when I leave the planet. I don't give a fuck about that. I'll be too dead to care. Clip this, put it on every social media platform when I'm gone. What I'm saying to you gentlemen is this, right? If you care about the perception of the space, like I said, the key players have to denounce certain shit, especially if you want the space to be effective. If we're just here talking shit, then it doesn't matter. And you want to embrace being hated like I've embraced being hated, then who gives a fuck what they say? But I'm hearing people saying, you know what, we're trying to have these conversations so that things can happen, things can change, things can be affected, and needles can be moved. I don't think so. I've been from jump SYSBM. That has not changed. I said it early in the game. Nobody's coming to save you. Not black women, not white men, not white women, 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 not white women. Nobody's coming to save you, man. The Republicans, the Democrats, nobody's coming to save you. Shout out to Beretta 9. What's good? Hey, man, I was at the same party you was at. Shout out to Kobe, man. Kobe, I'll be seeing all your shit, bro. Don't think I won't be seeing your shit. Okay? Nobody's coming to save you. All this arguing, going back and forth, and I ain't going to go into details, but nobody is coming to save you. I tell that to the lovers, the haters, friends, and foes. Nobody's coming to save you. This boat has a hole in it. Not only the community, but damn, bro, you see what's going on with the money? There's bigger fish to fry than who's not getting pussy and what percentage of niggas is not getting access to bitches. There's bigger fishes to fry. And Beretta, you see me on that panel, these niggas is like, so Marcus, what percentage of the pie would you say a niggas complaining about bitches? And what I'm gonna tell them? It's only 10%. I'll be fucking lying if I said that. I'll be lying if I said that. You know, I could bring only but so much awareness. I mean, again, we know female nature. We got passport bros and all this other shit. We have already created solutions to our problem. The problem is dudes are at odds with exercising these solutions. Hey, Shane. Oh, I need to shoot Shane the link. Because I don't want to be a talking head tonight. I just want, you know, people to understand that we've created solutions already. Anything that sounds like a negotiation Good luck, right? Good luck. But we have created solutions already. When I say I'm traveling, motherfuckers like, you running. Word? These are guys that follow me and watch some of this shit and watch my community tab posts. I thought we were like, fuck this shit. That's what I thought. I'm lost. I'm lost. I'm posting the link, right? I'm lost. Somewhere we took a left fucking turn, man. Somewhere we took a left turn where a bunch of motherfuckers are jumping shit. And to a degree, you can't really get mad at them. Now, okay, you might say, you know, some of these guys would be like, yeah, I ain't part of the Manosphere. And then they on the next day talking about Manosphere related topics. Just understand, if you speak Manosphere related topics, it don't matter how many times you say you're not part of the Manosphere, they're going to lump you in because of your subject matter. It doesn't matter what you claim yourself to be or what your channel is called, and none of that shit. It doesn't matter. I can say right now, you know, I said it on there. I said, I'm part of the Manosphere. Manosphere, what's that shit, nigga? Who you? But at the end of the day, bro, it sounds like, understand, it does come across weak if the only thing anyone is willing to talk about is who's fucking who. It comes across that way. Shane, my brother, my man, my mellow. What's going on, Playboy?
Shoot, I'm just getting in the house. You know how I do. I'm making moves all the time.
This motherfucker look like a pimp in this shit. Hey, what's going on, man? So talk to me. We haven't done this in a long time, and it's crazy because for those that don't know, when I started doing lives, you know, we was tag teaming it, right?
Right, yeah.
Right. So like, this is one of my original co-hosts for Keep It 100. And he's, you know, he's out doing shit. So he's too busy for this shit, right? Right. So I want you to, like, in the time that, you know, we've been doing this, at this point, it's like, okay, has this shit changed for you? Like, you know what I mean? Like, as far as the direction and this and that. And I mean, what you probably ain't been on this shit for a minute, like different people's channels and different videos, but what is different to you? Like, what has took a turn for you?
For me, it just seems like the more truth that's put out there is counteracted by the level of willful ignorance as well. So it's like you got the simps are getting worse. The city girls is getting worse. It's like the entitlement is getting worse, but at the same time, I mean, what we've been saying is nothing new. You know what I mean? I know for some of the people that align themselves with the manosphere, so to speak, it's getting exhausting for them to be saying the same stuff over and over again, and either people are not getting it or they don't care. So that's why you got passport bros. People are just checking out.
Right. Passport bros, SYSBM, kind of like birds of, you know, two sides of the same coin, birds of a feather, whatever. So okay, Cortez says who the brothers on the panel. So this is Shane. If y'all ain't familiar with him, he's in a lot of my like original old videos, and of course, that's a bit of Truth Show Bay at the bottom. Bay, I want you to speak on. I mean, I don't know if where. Oh no, of course you were in the chat because you gave me the link, right? Yeah. That would be a stupid question to ask, but I'm just, I'm just saying, right? You saw me on the panel.
Yeah, that sloppy mess of a panel.
Right, and everybody was like, "Get him out of here! Shut him up! Drop him! You know, get rid of whoever this guy is. Get him out of here."
I would rather listen to Mr. Fantastic yell and scream about Ty City trying to get laid 3 years ago from Jessica X. I mean, we know she's a woman. We just don't know if that's her in the photo. I mean, clearly she sounds like a white chick, but it is what it is. I'm not, we're not here to discuss her, but I mean, it was 20, 30 minutes of arguing and yelling like a female over one guy trying to get laid by a chick. And for some reason, that was supposed to discredit him from being Manosphere or something. I'm like, what the
like,
hell?
we caught you trying to get pussy, nigga.
Yeah, you're not Manosphere. You're a simp because you tried to get your dick wet.
But these are the guys who will label you an incel, right? So if but you're trying to cure your involuntary celibacy by hollering at a bitch. If it can't be both, it can't be, nigga, you're an incel, but what are you doing flirting with bitches? Like, nigga, what are we, MGTOW, like on some like monk shit? Like that ain't what I subscribe to. Go ahead, Shane.
What gets me is the overuse of these terms that people don't know where they came from. And I get tired of hearing incel thrown around when the original meaning was pretty much to categorize those people that actually have like serious deformities and stuff like that. And that is what keeps them from finding a mate, not because of some social stratosphere or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, I thought an incel was
deficiency, right?
Yeah, turn your mic up, babe. I can't really hear you.
If you're a mongoloid or something, that puts you in the incel category, you know what I mean? Or you know, you're a war vet that got seriously injured and disfigured or something like that. That puts you in the incel category. You're an incel if you're categorized as like one of the last people on the planet anybody would pick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. I thought incel was motherfuckers who couldn't get pussy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what he's saying. You know, most guys that he knows, as far as he's concerned. I mean, why am I speaking for you? You're right there. But from what I'm hearing, what he's saying is, you know, dudes are like, if you walking around here, you got 2 eyes, 2 legs, 2 arms, you know, without a limp. There's no excuse for you to not be able to get laid without paying for it. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. Like, say the average guy that is unattractive and no social skills, he still has the ability to get pussy if he works on himself. An incel has no hope of getting pussy.
Right. Like, incel means involuntary.
Yeah, it's like if you're walking around looking like Quasimodo, I don't care how much charisma you have, nobody's going to find one eye hanging lower than the other sexy. You know what I mean?
So let me address cool man. He said Mark, is not every MGTOW is a monk. If they are, so what? It's a solution. I agree with that. I don't listen. I you know, because I don't want to be taken wrong, because sometimes I'll be clowning and shit. But if you a monk, then that's a voluntary celibacy. That ain't incel, nigga. That's cell. That's vol cell, nigga. That's voluntary celibacy, right? That's a choice. I ain't mad at anybody for making a choice, right? Because when I say SYSBM, you know, I understand there are tenets of SYSBM, but when I say SYSBM, I mean save yourself. And that's a general term meaning whatever you got to do to save yourself from the bullshit, even if it includes the monastery. I don't give a fuck. Shout out to Gender War Law. Right? So whatever you got to do to dodge the bitch bullet, I don't care what it is, right? I don't care. You fly out, you swirl out, you cash out, or you monk out. I'm not here to judge nobody for whatever choices. I would prefer that it not be, you know, this surrendering to the bullshit shit that, you know, they trying to get us on that type of timing. But just understand that, and you guys see me do battle with these dudes on Facebook. You know, what Ramil is saying is that he pushes this self-improvement narrative, and you guys heard me do this on this channel. I'll tell dudes, you know what, because when we say SYSB and we say swirl out, we say travel, or whatever solution we offer, sometimes I get pushback saying, well, why should I do this if I'm gonna get a burnt out, used up pussy girl with 6 kids and all this other shit, as if that is the only reason to work on yourself, like, or that those are the only options. If you're talking about swirling or traveling or anything like that, you're gonna need to get your shit together, because the other women have criteria also. They might not give you the bullshit that you get from your own women. And if your issue is Western women, then you're gonna need plain fare, motherfucker. So my thing is, when you tell these guys, that's why I kind of found it hard to really argue with those guys on the panel, because they're saying, these guys, they don't want to hear self-improvement. They don't want to hear this sort of thing. They want to complain and convince the women to revert back to the 50s, which I've said it a million times. This shit ain't happening. It ain't happening. The shit ain't happening. So rather than do that, and I don't bring women on this channel to negotiate with them.
Don't negotiate with terrorists.
You said what?
I said.
You said what?
I said don't negotiate with terrorists.
Yeah, right. I heard you. What did?
We both said it at the same time.
Right. So I don't negotiate with them. So I tell guys, like, so what do you want to do? If you're complaining about these women, you can't want them. If you're saying this is what they're doing, I tell these guys, yo, you don't have the power or the influence or the denial of resources and access to certain things to put these women in a position where they have to acquiesce to your leadership, right? That's what they say. We conquered, we ain't leaders, we don't build shit. So why would anybody either want these same women you're complaining about, whether you exist as the person you are today, or if you improve yourself to be better than you are? Why does it revert back to that? And the answer that I come up with is, these are the women you want. These are the women you want, right? So if that's what you want to do, then I tell you, well, we know what they like. Put yourself in that box, oh, I gotta be like Pookie and this and that. Okay, so if that's what you don't want to do, then you got to change your target. Babe, what's up?
Dude, when I was doing those videos, I always talked about the men first. Like, you can't sit up here wearing a hoodie and tennis shoes with some radio jeans and a baseball cap, thinking that you're gonna get the type of chick that you want as a serious girlfriend with wifey potential. You have to be the bait. You have to be the bait. You have to be what those type of women want. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas don't know how to thirst trap.
No, they do not.
Now, babe, I know you're gonna clown me. But I want you to tell these niggas my history on Facebook. I'm talking about go way back. Go back.
Okay, give me a segment, because you do a lot.
Okay, on Facebook, on my page.
Mm-hmm.
You clown me a lot.
Oh, you mean shirtless pics? But you ain't did that in a while, though.
It's been a while.
Yeah,
it's been a while.
You had the man titties out or something?
This is what I'm saying. Niggas don't know how to thirst trap. Now, babe,
there with the little, he have his phone up, taking a little selfie with his shirt on.
Hey, it is what it is.
Chesticles. Like, man, what is up with you and these shirtless pics? But I mean, I knew what he was doing, but when you got a mixed page like that, you can expect to get Derek Jackson.
Right. So, like, Bay, between you and Shane, y'all kind of represent different stages of my Facebook page because you from way back, right? And then Shane kind of came in when I started roasting the females because back then with the shirtless era, that was when I, the models and all of this other shit, right? And all these girls was coming into, making all these comments and shit like that. And you would talk your shit, but you remember the comment section on these pictures.
Yeah, they were
right. So
they were They were salivating.
Right. So niggas don't know how to thirst trap. If I tell dudes, hey, this is how you do it. First of all, niggas look at me like, he ain't the guy to be telling us this and that. That nigga look like he gets pussy. So I don't, right. So I don't qualify to advocate for black men. But that makes it sound like niggas is making an incel argument.
Well, you see what it turned. You see what happened.
It's like, who's the right person to give the message? You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
I'm gonna tell you,
like you can't do it, and a guy like Kevin Samuels can't do it. Then who can do it?
A white woman, a stringy-haired, 6-month pregnant looking white woman with Down syndrome.
Because I'm pretty sure
who can do it.
I'm pretty sure people be trying to disqualify Melanie King.
No, let me explain to you how this works. Shout out to my man Hassani. Shout out to my guys that we have these chats, right?
Melanie King be looking delicious. I'm sorry.
So absolutely.
You should see her real picture, her before picture.
So I'm gonna throw some logic out there, right? Because when I started this channel, I wasn't clowning around as much as I do now. Because it didn't got to the point where I done said so much, but I'm gonna drop a jewel, right? And Shane, you might have been in the conversation when I said this, but I'm gonna say it here. Okay. Some time ago, some years back, right? I knew this woman, and she's bad chick, real attractive, like banging bad chick, right? And she said, at someday she's gonna have a talk show and she's gonna be as successful as Oprah, right? And I didn't want to burst her bubble, but I told her, I said, you can't be Oprah, right? So she thought I was hating. I said, no, it's not that I don't think that you're talented or that you communicate well or anything. But what I said was, you're too attractive. And your look does not resonate with the soccer moms of America. Right? So they're not going to look at you as one of them. They're going to look at you as somebody their husband want to fuck. You're going to get a bunch of men watching your show. You're going to get a bunch of men watching your show.
And
just to look at you. It don't even matter what you're talking about. Just to look at you. They just want to look at you, move around, and your boobs jiggle every time you make a quick turn and shit. Mm-hmm. Bay likes them jokes. He likes this type of humor. So yeah. So I figured, I get a little reaction out of Bay. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to even these types of platforms, these guys want a guy that they can relate to. They want a guy that looks like them. Think about this. I'm gonna say this, right? If it's a member of the opposite sex advocating for you, they must be attractive. But if it's a member of the same sex, they cannot be attractive. Let me give you some examples. Derek Jackson, a member of the opposite sex advocating for women. We know what Derek Jackson looks like. We just mentioned Melanie King. Melanie King, right? Attractive black woman advocating for men. It works, right? Who else advocates for the opposite gender? You got other men, right? Who are not as popular, but they get views and this and that. Now, when you're a member of the same sex, right? You're Tanya TKOs, some of the guys in our space, right? And you have, if you're advocating for your same gender in the space of what you're going through, you can't appear to be more successful than them at the thing that they're claiming to be unsuccessful in. Does that make sense? Because they'll hate you. They'll hate you. What's up, bae?
It all boils down to competition. When Melanie King came on the scene, all right, you had a lot of black chicks complaining about her. And I would say, because, I'm looking at all these videos and I'm like, because of the algorithm. And I would always say in these girls in their comment section, compete. Put some makeup on, do your hair, gussy up, wear a better outfit, put some effort into your looks.
Well, they don't want to do that because they're lazy.
Well, you see who at the top of the black female, who's trying to be at the top, they're jockeying for position. They form Voltron with each other. All right, the two sisters. But you can clearly see that they compete. Old girls, they both put on their makeup. They both put on their nice little outfits. They got the candles in the back and the music going. And I mean, they talk, but they compete. You got Six the Goddess, got old dude stalking her Instagram, just verbally masturbating while talking to her. Oh, you put a spell on me. I'm like, what? Like, dude, you sound like a damn stalker. I mean, compete. compete. So, I mean, it's all a grift with them anyway.
So let me read this. Keep it 100. I do remember that the space was full of male improvement. The issue, I believe, that happened was that the men finally improved, but those same women they wanted gave them their ass to kiss. I don't protest that opinion. So take your improvement elsewhere. See, the thing is, we know, because we complain about it all the time, what type of black men that our women like. It's not that just that you're successful. They want a certain type of guy, success or not, right? If you're not that, then you have to change your target. It just is what it is, right? So Soul Life, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Hey, look, I got a new pack. Hey, look, hold on. Wait, I got my shits here. Yeah, I'm looking for a book for my shits. You know what I'm saying? I can't find my shit right now. I don't be digging for my passport. But at the end of the day, I agree with that. But again, self-improvement is required for any woman if you want a certain quality or level of female of any race. And when I said this last summer, shout out to my man Dominique Huff. He remembers this. Yo, I got so many daggers thrown at me by niggas. So then there has to be some sort of, because then they're looking at me like I'm looking down on them. And no matter how many pictures I post of myself as a young dude who wasn't that nigga.
When you had the bow tie.
But I'm just saying, like, no matter how many times they looking at you today, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, nigga, you can't relate to us, right? So he said, you have to not only sell reliability, but feasibility also. What they sell has to be believable. I'm trying to understand what this is in respect to.
I mean,
Rob, let me know.
Like this. Just like you got the females that don't want to compete because they lazy. You got the guys too that's on the same bullshit.
Right.
Because I actually made a post about the benefits of having a good quality suit. Because I was talking about there's a big difference between having a $50 suit versus a $1,500 suit. The quality, the craftsmanship, the fabric, everything about it. When you look good, you feel good. You know what I mean?
And the right woman will notice it.
Well, not just women, but people will resonate with you very, very differently when you're on your shit.
Yeah.
Like I'm not saying you got to wear a suit all day, every day. But what I am saying is you can move a room totally differently when you walk in with that kind of confidence. I mean, the days that I used to wear a suit, especially when I was a younger man, I could walk into any restaurant and get my food like I was ordering fast food. Doors would get held open for me, and it's like nobody really didn't know me. It's just that I put on a certain presence about myself,
Right.
and that's what made all the difference.
So I think that there's a good deal of guys that are in the sphere and follow Manosphere content who subscribe to a greater message of male advocacy and black male progression.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of our voices are being drowned out by, you know, fuck these niggas, they getting all the pussy. Right? And that's a thing, right? So I'm gonna bring Big Kev up in here. Big Kev, before you jump in, I want to address Maul's comment here. He says, so Pearl will be the white red pill Oprah.
What does that mean?
I get where he's coming from. The thing is, right, you already know that there's already this impression that, white women who are rejected by white men default to black men, right? So, and even us, like, as black men and even black women, like, you got your bottom shelf Brass, bottom shelf Becky. So in essence, even though Pearl is a bottom shelf Becky, she's still high, like she's still, I guess, attractive to black men in order for her to constitute as the opposite sex attractive person advocating. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess if you find that attractive.
Well, bro,
what gets me? I mean, she's a little easy on the eyes, but once she exposed herself to be as undercover racist as she was, it to me the logic doesn't even let me even go there. You know what I mean? I can't get past the stuff that she said, the stuff that she allowed, and the stuff that she even continues to say, because she was recently on a podcast with two white dudes, and they was checking her about the stuff that she was saying.
Right.
And she doubled down.
And she lied. She doubled down what she was saying, and she lied.
You talking about the stuff she said on the cast with Dude?
Right. They waited till the end of the interview, and then they hit her with the Nick Fuentes stuff, and they called her in several lies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she
doubled down on the racist points too.
Right, because people don't know. I'll keep saying this, but I guess I don't have subscriber supremacy, thanks to Ty City, for coining the phrase. I always give him props for that. She really exposed herself. It is, she signed a contract with the Daily Wire. That's why that Candace Owens manager, that she signed the contract with the Daily Wire. Suddenly they got in new equipment. Then the party happened, and this when Sarah Garvey was done with her. He showed up to the party. It turned into a sex game party. The guy was in the corner with a camera filming black women giving blowjobs to bananas. That's when Sarah Garvey said he left. All right, when Auntie Jenny was talking about him and his bottle, and that I left my bottle, I came back. Yeah, when a man, look, tell me if I'm lying. If you show up to a party with a bottle and you dip out early and take your bottle with you, that means that you wish you never showed up. Am I lying? And they don't deserve your liquor. Am I lying?
I got you. So Ty says, I think I see your point. You can't seem to be above the downtrodden you appeal to. The funny thing is, I remember people, the poor white folks used to hate Trump, and now he's their hero because he sold himself as their savior, right? Yeah. I don't know. I guess he had to use other people to do that, but and this ain't a commentary on Trump himself, but I remember that being a different thing because they used to look at him as, oh, you're a rich guy, you don't,
Plus,
you don't relate to us, right? So but yeah, so like even in this, like I said, even in this space, right, you got guys who, you know, they don't accept certain guys depending on, you know, different things or whatever, right? You know, game coaches and they shit. But the way I feel is like, you know, because Bay, you've seen guys say this on Facebook, or Shane, even you've seen them say it on Facebook. They'll come at me for being the guy who doesn't appear to be dealing with their issue. Yeah, so they said, I don't understand why guys listen to females, let alone single mothers. I don't care how they look, but you got to understand our culture. Like even the guys who say that they're red pill, I was listening to a video where someone said, I think it was on, it might have been on Bernard's channel, where one of the guys, I don't know his name, but he says, a lot of you guys think you're red pill, but you're not. And I agree with him. I've been saying this for a long time. There's a lot of guys who they follow red pill content. They do the talking points and all of that shit, but their life and their movements is anything but, right? Gender war law says there are expectations to be, what is it, to TBF? What is TBF? To be frank?
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's true. It triggers motherfuckers' inferiority complex. Facts. Those dudes, the height chick, are the real problems amongst men. Those males are the ones who think by money, them think they'll get chosen or singled out. I had a debate on Facebook today about, you know, I guess with a black pill dude, black pill meaning only looks matter, right? And I was like, that ain't the case.
Black pill. Black pill is like straight up nihilism.
Nihilism. That's how I define it.
Nah,
But you got a lot of people who think black pill is all about aesthetic looks, aesthetic appearance.
No, I think
black. You take the black pill, it's like I don't care no more. I watch the world burn. Right.
So let Kev jump in for a second. I want him to, because he sounded like he was going to explain what he thinks or what he perceives or defines black pill to be.
No, what I think Harker T was talking about this because
can you turn your mic up or get closer to it or something?
Hold up. Yeah, can you guys hear me now?
I guess that'll do. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Okay, can you guys hear me better now?
This is about the same.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why you have such poor audio quality, but General T was talking about how the guy who goes by the username Top Dollar Black Pill Gangster, he what you would call the original quote unquote black pill, and all it means is just you accept the truth straight up with like no chaser, like so there's no like red pill rage or anything like that. It's just straight up acceptance of any inconvenient truths about society. So I don't know why they keep trying to turn this into this like incelian argument. That's literally not what the point is. But going back to what a lot of people have to criticize about the space, listen, I think Edward Harrison talked about this, is niggas have a Highlander complex, okay? They have to feel like they're the one, if you don't listen to them, specifically, that you're not, quote unquote, really down for the cause, okay? Green Gorilla said it best. This space works like a public. And so because of that, you're going to have a variety of perspectives. People are going to argue, people are going to fight, but overall, pretty much the message is this, is like what we're going through, especially as brothers in America, is a lot of unnecessary bullshit, okay? The problem, again, with the self-improvement account, is not the self-improvement itself that's the problem. It's not. It's people using it, and I think Bernard Riley pointed it out on his show the other day, it's people using it as self-improvement as a smokescreen to be a servant of the gynocracy. That's the problem, okay? Like, there's literally nothing wrong. Like, listen, I have a lot of stuff I need to improve about myself. I'll be the first one to you know, say, hey, I need to self-improve. That's why I don't waste time trying to hate on dudes like Marcus, you know what I mean, who's like in a better position in life than me, because I'm like, all right, cool. Like, that's great. Like, I want to see brothers doing better. Again, the problem is not the argument itself. The problem is the smokescreen behind the argument, you know, because people.
Go ahead. I want you to finish, because I got to read some of these comments too. K. Dot, I got something on the screen from him, but go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah. So the problem is not the self-improvement. The problem is, again, is people using it as a self-improvement, as a smokescreen to deflect criticism away from the fuckery that goes on. Because
understood.
Yeah. So because you listen to anyone for any specific period of time, we'd be the first ones to tell you, like, yeah, you should self-improve, but you should do it for your own mental sanity and well-being and
Um,
to increase your quality of life. So I mean,
Kev,
I don't
I'm gonna
understand
tell
how
you, I'm
you
gonna
could be against that.
Kev, I'm gonna keep it funky with you, and I got posts and screenshots I could send you. I say to guys exactly what you're saying, and they fire back at me like I'm telling them to improve for these chicks, right?
I'm
Like,
about to subscribe.
right? Like they tell me, they talk to me like I'm saying, improve yourself so you can get, some leftover pussy or some shit like that. I'll tell them explicitly that, right? And the thing is, first of all, what is your goal? Is your goal to be in a relationship or to get pussy? Because if you try and get pussy, that's the easy part. I'm not. If you talking about a relationship, I tell you leave the country. I said it on many videos. I tell you leave the country. Bay knows I'm very consistent with this. We talk about this shit on and off the internet. I say if you want a relationship, leave the country. It ain't no amount of money you can make or no six pack or chesticles you can get that's going to get these chicks in this country, in this environment, to acquiesce to your leadership. We see the dudes at the top dealing with this shit, right? So I'm not telling you to look smacks or any of this other shit for that purpose. I'm trying to solve your incel problem, not your relationship issue, right? So let me. I just want to read real quick this K dot, because K dot put two comments up that I want to read real quick, and I want to then let you rock, Bay. He said, "There's no rebuilding the black community. It's over with. Black men have to make some money and leave these self-hating demon black women alone." Then he goes on to say, "The black love stuff ain't working no more. It's not meant to be, and it's not meant to be. And they only date you because the men who they really want don't want them." Well, that's not just white men, because he said white men. That's not white men, but that's also the type of black men that they really want, because there's a type. We know what the type is, right? But I just want to say to K Dot, right? I ain't mad at your comment. I want you to understand that has never been the message here to go save shit, right? You go back to my videos. I ain't no flip-flopping motherfucker like some of these guys that's on this internet. My message has been consistent from the very beginning. From the very beginning. Nobody's coming to save you, save yourself. I've been said this. This shit ain't changing. I'm not shame, blame, and explain. I ain't trying to tell nobody to pick up the pots and pans and go burn nothing up. Either you're born that way or you're not. I'm not here to convince. I'm not here to negotiate. Shout out to Dre. What's good, bro? I'm not here to convince. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm not here for none of that. I'm not here to, put out content to make the women feel so bad about what the niggas is going through that they change their. I don't give a fuck who changes and who doesn't. I want people to understand. So when Shane says black pill is nihilism, nigga, I'm blackity black in black pill, not B1, but blackity black pill, nigga. This shit is done. I've been saying that from day fucking one. I didn't come in here to tell you about these bitches is like this and these bitches is like that. And what they need to do, no, nigga. I'm telling you, yeah, they are like that. We know this. What now? What do you want to do? How do you want to move? Right? So, Bay, I ain't make you forget your point, did I?
No, you didn't. I mean,
Okay.
I'm agreeing with what you're saying. My whole thing is, look,
Oh, BGS is in the building. I
you
just don't see that.
yeah,
Okay.
you're dealing with a gynocratic ran a black male situation when these girls make more money on YouTube than they would make if they had an OnlyFans. They make it rain on these chicks. They don't even ask for money. They just, that, like right now, let's say Look, just go check out one of these chicks live videos and just watch how the super chats come in. It's a digital
Right.
strip club, and I ain't hating. I mean, hell, compete, baby, make your money. Ain't nobody mad at that. My problem is with the
Niggas
dude.
making it rain on them bitches.
Right, y'all the one that's listening to women feed you your granddaddy's talk, Kevin Samuels talking points, okay, in a nice little outfit with their makeup done, gussied up. I mean, the white girl don't even have, she ain't brush her hair in forever. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
No
wow.
makeup, didn't brush her hair.
Probably does look kind of
Just
greasy.
put on a skimpy dress and just sat there and just repeated other people's talking points. And I mean, you know, she got million subs. I mean, do understand though, the majority of her subs, although they don't watch, they are not black men. All right. The majority of her subs are not black men. But the point is, they make it rain. They make it rain. And I have to ask, like, why are you listening to a chick in the first place?
Hey, look, Cortez says some sucker sent abroad $1,500 in one stream.
I rest my case.
We have this guy in the building. This guy. So before he begins talking, how you doing, sir?
You ain't shit, Marcus.
There it is. So,
but hello, I'm doing good.
how you doing, man?
But if
So,
you ain't shit, that means you all right.
right. So, talk to us, man. Come, I'm not even gonna prompt you. Just.
Okay, man. You know,
Let it go.
the thing is, man, I am so sick of this, man. And damn on Wally and O'Shea for starting this shit, because this shit didn't start till they plucked her out of the mire and threw her on us. And it's the white she devil will not die because they put a battery in this myth of white she devil. You know, Walter Tomasi says the majority of her subs are white. Okay, he just said that on his show.
Right.
Because he had her on, you know, he was going back and forth with her on his show. She called him. She told him to clear this shit up. And the other majority, the other parts is not even in this country. Okay, the Black Manosphere has nothing to do with her. And you see the play because they're transitioning her from where she is to a white audience, right? Because of who she's connected to. Look who she's connected to. Don't look at us. Look who her manager is, who they're connected to.
Right, but would you say that was the play from the beginning? Like, can an argument be made? And then I want to ask you a different question. Can the argument be made that, and we've seen it before, that she pretty much came off the back of the red pill talking points to then segue into that?
If you go back and look at her story, right, that's not where she started. She actually started. She had a pretty decent. Was a TikTok career, you know, on social media, not on YouTube. And the reason that she even got wind of Kevin Samuels, because she didn't like him at first. And if you listen to what she says, right, so as she was on his show, is because she was dating a black guy. She dates black guys, and they were having problems. She was dating a black guy. That's why she went on the show in the first place. And see shit, and the shit that he told her worked, and that's how come she became a advocate of Kevin Samuels. And then, like any other smart business person, she sees the need. But things, how come she couldn't get traction here? She couldn't get traction here. Why she have to go halfway across? I think she only had 20,000 subs at best when she was here. How come she had to go across the water and all of a sudden blow up? That should tell you something.
I mean, that could be said for most content creators here. I've made the argument, right, that because I think Kev is the only content creator that could be tied to the Manosphere to crack 1 million, unless somebody gonna correct me, right?
No, he is, because Tommy never got that high, and it took a special circumstance for Kevin to be able to crack 1 million. You know,
right. So
a lot of things had to happen.
So with him being the anomaly, right? You know, we already know on his face that the idea that you know, she was a product of the manosphere's nonsense, right? Because,
Yeah.
but this is the thing, right?
Of the black manosphere. Yeah.
Of the black manosphere.
Yeah.
To me, it again, you've heard. I don't know at what point you stepped in here and heard me talking, you know, and I made a comment or point of view about women leading a male space, right? And when I say leading, meaning not leading like you know, they have all the credibility, but you know, them having more subs, more views, and all this other stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And I think Bernard was also talking about the optics of it looks that way, right?
That's been that way forever in this space, okay? Because why do you think I invented the winter soldier chip in black men's minds?
No, I understand
Yeah.
why this is
Yeah.
happening. I spoke on it earlier. I said, you
Mhm.
know, that's black culture in a nutshell. That kind of like this space that's supposed to be the men's space is actually forming the gynocracy. You know, the gynocracy is present in a black male space. Like,
Yeah,
right.
It has to be because remember, you know what the thing about, remember what I think was it The Walking Dead? What they say about the virus? It's in everybody. The virus is in
Understood.
everybody, waiting to be activated, right? The gynocracy chip, because that's the culture that you raised in, is in everyone, is in every black man, waiting to go off. Okay, always waiting to go off. But the thing is, what is the black manosphere trying to do? It's trying to deactivate that chip, and it's a struggle. I've been here for over 8 years, man, trying to deactivate that chip, one little step at a time, one little step at a time. And the content creators, O'Shea, okay, have it, okay, and sometimes it goes off.
For some reason, because Maul made did a super chat, or he made a comment that I'm not seeing for me to highlight, but I just have to read it off the other screen. It's he says 2 months ago, Rollo's own subscribers went at him for critiquing her, right? I mean, you know, these guys that are in the general manosphere, from what I'm hearing, a lot of them don't rock with her, or they don't believe her, or they don't subscribe to her being.
Some do, some don't.
Right.
But
I want to ask you,
but a lot do.
I want to ask you another question. So there was a stream, and I don't know if it's still going on right now. Where there's someone created a list of people in the black manosphere. Are you aware?
There's been it was the habitual line steppers, Kev, Roger, and there's a couple others, right? They're the ones that created the list. Okay, and they asked me and other content creators would we distribute a list because that's what they saw. So, but basically, it's reasonable enough to actually pass the list around, okay? Because nobody's ever created a list before. But that's where the list comes from. It's not. And even then, we have questions about who's on the list and who's not who's on the list. So, some people don't need to be on the list because they don't claim or want to be part of the black manosphere. So the list is tenuous, but that's where the list comes from.
So they ran it by you?
Yeah, they ran it by me, and Edward was just going back and forth with Kev and Roger. I think a couple days ago about some people need to come off the list, but the thing is their list. So that's the closest thing we have to a list. So basically, do we go by it or not go by it? It depends on, and a lot of that depends on which group you ask, who's in and who's out.
Right, because I mean earlier, this is what I was saying, right? You know, what was being discussed on that live, and this live was started late because I was on that one.
The Manosphere rejects, is that what you're talking about?
The Manosphere rejects, right?
Yeah,
so
parts of that.
Right. So basically, they were making the argument that most of the commentary made by black Manosphere content creators is, you know, incel arguments, pretty much, you know, guys complaining that these guys over here getting all the pussy, we ain't getting no pussy, and you know, this, that, and the other, this type of that type of thing, right?
There are some people that do that. Some people,
right? And so I come into the conversation. I made, you know, after a bunch of yelling and screaming, Bay knows what to talk about. A bunch of yelling and screaming and just me making faces at these guys arguing with each other like they're in the school cafeteria.
Yeah.
I say,
some sex. We're trying to get laid. How dare you? You're not Manosphere because you tried to have sex.
Right.
Nobody says that, but it's okay.
Well, no, but that's that was the conversation in there.
For 30 minutes.
That's what the dude. Yeah, the
I'm like,
dude was basically
motherfuckers-
coming at the other dude.
The manosphere
Right.
originally started because you're having problems with the women that you have. Incels. You know how long it took the 2/4 loneliness and incels become quote unquote part of the manosphere, which they're still for the most part considered not. Okay,
I understand that, but
okay,
again,
okay,
again, this is why I bring the list up and
okay.
perceptions. Right.
All right.
It is the general perception of people
Mm-hmm.
outside of the manosphere, whether they're being honest about the shit or not,
Mm-hmm.
is that the black manosphere is an incel movement, right?
Yeah, yeah. Where'd that come from? I can tell you where it came from.
No,
It's called
continue because I was going to say something.
the black women put that on you.
Well, look
No,
at the behavior. I mean,
No, the black. I'm telling you where it came. I've seen the incel movement grow from infancy. It didn't used to be called that. I know when they started calling people incels. Okay, came from the women first.
Exactly. Thank you.
No, I
Thank you
understand,
for clarifying that, BTS. Thank you.
But does it that even if let's say I was going to say even if that's true, and I don't want to sound like I'm doubting it, but what I'm saying is, if that's the case,
Mm-hmm.
if you got guys who are contributing to that optic,
Okay.
right?
Uh-huh.
And I've said this, I don't know if I said it on your stream or Gigi stream. I said certain things that are, I guess, counter to either the objective or the image of what we're trying to do here should be called out. Now, not too long ago, you and Ron did a video. I think you did a video together and separately, calling out certain things. I ain't gonna go into what those things are, but you called out certain things to certain people. Certain things to certain people, right?
Okay.
And I commented on, because sometimes I'm gonna be honest, sometimes I feel like not enough names are called out.
Okay.
Right. And understand that when these things are not spoken on, and I'm talking about by the people in the space that matter, it would appear that they're in tandem with it, right? They're in agreement with those ideas.
Okay, make a point. I know there's a point in here somewhere. So I'm trying to follow you.
What I'm saying is,
okay,
I've said it before that I feel like some things should be addressed by the people in the space who matter. I can talk shit all day, but I'm, although my name is on that little list, I'm not somebody who is immediately, whose name immediately comes up when they say Black Manosphere.
Okay, I mean, some things you can call out. Some things are not worth calling out because, and some things have been called out and been trudged over, like years and years and years, and people are like, fuck it, forget it. I don't even want to go over that no more because it's already been done. It's already been called out. Okay, as far as the guys that were so-called wasn't getting any pussy or wasn't swag enough, stuff like that. What do you think Kevin Samuels was actually brought in for? Look at before he started talking to women. Look at his first 4 years of talking to these people.
No,
right?
I get it. I mean, you I have videos where I'm telling guys certain things, and I'm getting my pushback.
You got Rom, you got Cousin Tito, you got a whole bunch of other people that work on that. Okay,
but are they Black Manosphere, or do they just do general?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that I've again in my time on YouTube, I've done videos, and then even made posts on Facebook where I'm telling guys these same things, and I get a lot of pushback from these guys who think that none of that shit is worth doing because these bitches ain't worth it, right?
Okay.
And then I say, well, it ain't right now. That's fine. And I say it's not for them; it's for these women. But these guys are stuck in the mode that anything they do to change or improve themselves, or to like pretty much be a fucking self-sustaining adult, is the straight up link to just this set of women. And that's the mindset that they have, even though all day we screaming SYSBM and passport bro and all this other shit, right?
And you're gonna get it. No matter what you do in this space, you're gonna get attacked for it. Okay.
No,
Okay,
I
what
again.
the biggest the people that get the
Mhm.
most heat in this sector are SYSBM.
Now
And sometimes
understand,
rightfully so, because they do a lot to antagonize black women, so they get a lot of heat.
right? BGS, understand that
Uh-huh.
I'm sure you know, I don't care about being attacked. But when I'm
I
when
understand that. What I'm telling,
no,
not just you, but I'm
go
talking
ahead.
about anybody in this space, man. I've been attacked multiple times, man, for nothing, for basically nothing. Okay,
No, I
multiple
no,
times.
I get it. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to make the point. The point
Okay.
is, if I'm telling guys this and they're attacking me, you or whoever,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
Is less about the attack for me and more about if you're attacking me, then that means what I'm saying is a problem. That means the solution that I'm selling is not what you want.
Yeah.
Right? It's something else that you want to happen. And it goes back to what these guys are saying on the stream. They're saying you guys want to shame, blame, and explain women back into the 50s or into the kitchen or into the laundry room or whatever the fuck, right?
Is that the content creators? Or is they talking about the content creators?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah.
Anybody gets attacked for whatever they say is because you hit a nerve. You spoke on some truth. That's really what it boils down to, because if it wasn't true, nobody would care.
Okay, let me ask you this, man, because you guys keep thinking this is, because everybody keeps looking at the black manosphere as a monolith, right, instead of a bunch of stray cats. Okay.
No, we've done this before.
Okay.
No, go ahead. I want you to.
Well, he
I
brought
want you
it
to
up.
make the point.
Okay.
No, you make the point. Make the point.
He brought it up. He brought it up. We're actually going to answer it, right? Okay. There's no one sector in the black manosphere. Like when I brought Kevin in, I introduced Kevin, not for the rank and file guy, for the higher class guy that make $100,000 or more, got a bachelor's or master's, and can't socially connect with women the way they would like. Okay, that's why they brought him in. And he said the same thing. Get in the gym, get your clothes up, get your image up, get all this stuff up, work 60 hours a week, all that kind of stuff, right? Half the people in the space attacked him. Okay,
I understand that. So again, earlier you said that the point. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And what I'm saying is, I'm trying to. You're making a point, right? And you're talking about how the outside world sees the manosphere, right? Okay, that cannot be stopped because there's some people in the manosphere that are like that. How are you going to boot them out? You can't.
There's no code.
No, you can't.
It's not a code.
I'm
open space.
So let me read this comment that's on the screen.
Everybody keeps trying to make this a nation of Islam. It's not that. It never has been. Even the white manosphere is not like that.
No, that's not.
All right.
That's not all right. What I'm saying is, anytime I watch a video where guys are going at the black manosphere, let me tell you whose names come up.
Okay.
Your name.
Okay. Yeah.
Gigi's name.
Yep.
And sometimes Dr. T's name, sometimes Dr. Neil's name. You know, there's names that are immediately associated with the black manosphere, at least, you know, this side of it. And I remember being on one of Jason Black's 7-hour lives, and a guy jumped in there and mentioned all you guys. And he basically told Jason Black, he's like, you know, the black manosphere is not all about complaining about women and this and that. You know, there are men, and he named all of you guys that are saying this and this and this and this, and we know what you talk about, right? But it's like my man Maul is saying here, JFR77, he is saying the leaders of the space should regulate it because the men respect y'all. No, you can't shut other people's YouTubes down. No, you can't regulate anything. But the same way you called out such and such, right? Because they come the same way I called out. You called out a female content creator. I called out a female content creator. Right? Now, we can't stop these people from making content, but I can call out whoever I want. I'm not BGSM more.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? And I think that you guys' names hold a lot of weight in the space to the point where, you might get attacked by people. I'm not saying that, you know, like you're like some mystical like motherfucker, but I'm just saying, like, you guys kind of set the tone more than you might think.
You have to pick your battles, okay? You have to pick your battles.
So understand that, and this is what I told Gigi. I said, I hear what you're saying, but when you let that rock, then the women who put that on us,
Okay,
then that perception lives.
good. Well, at this point, good. You know,
I hear you, but again,
okay, all right. I'm gonna let you. Okay. I'm trying. If we're having a dialogue, you gotta let me.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, no, go ahead and jump in.
Unless you don't want me to interject, I'll just listen.
Real quick,
I ain't blocking your speech like that.
All right, real quick. Okay, go ahead, man. Real quick. What do you want to say?
Real quick, I'm gonna drop out. It's been a pleasure, y'all. I'll be back on next time.
No doubt.
Good one, man.
Looking for jumping in.
Be safe out there.
Yep.
Right. Peace, man. No, I definitely want you to speak, man. Talk to me.
Okay. The thing is that we used to do this all the time, right? To we're bloody, and at some point, some people just gotta, like Kevin does. You gotta, okay, you're over there talking whatever you're gonna talk. Let them go. Okay. The Pearly thing is that. Really, the reason I interject with the Pearly thing, right, is because I know, because this is not the first time they tried this. They tried it like 6-7 months ago with the same shit. You know, the Pearly King is the woman king of the Black Manosphere, and everybody's like, "What the fuck? What the fuck you guys talking about?" And they kept, because they're riling up the women inside. They're tangential to the space, because Obsidian, God bless him, right? One of the things he wanted was a moment to try to actually mend this fence between black men and black women. Okay, he wanted black men and black women to come back to the table. Okay, and a lot of guys do. A lot of guys, I say 60% of the guys do. They want to try, if they can, to mend this gap. Okay, and COVID and Kevin actually created what we call a purple pill space, where men and women can come back together and mend this gap, right? At least have a conversation and see if something can be mended. I don't think it can, but that maybe it can be. Okay, and you throwing Pearl in the middle, like a hand grenade in the middle of all these black women. What are you gonna do with them, especially if she's white? The divestors can't do it, and the other folks, swirlers, can't do it. But you throw a 6 foot tall, red-haired, green-eyed, pale white woman in the middle of a hand grenade and say, "Look what what the Black Manosphere has brought up. This is their woman, and this is who they ride with." Even though it's a lie, doesn't matter. Throw the hand grenade. So if they want to maintain this purple pill space that the guys want to maintain, got to put that fire out. But guess what? We have said that from the very beginning. And that's been proven. Even now it's been proven, right? But guess who's not listening? Nobody believes this because nobody wants to believe it. No, y'all niggas promoted her. Y'all niggas pump her up. Y'all niggas let her into space. And everybody that's contrary said, no, we didn't. But nobody believes us.
That's not true.
But she's still not in this.
Oh, that's not true.
It is
true.
But
this the thing, right? Wait, what are y'all disagreeing on?
In other words, Donovan Sharp's not a Black Manosphere. Fresh and Fit's not Black Manosphere.
Right.
Black Manosphere. Okay.
If you all have the same talking points, you get lumped in together. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you call somebody, whether you feel that they're in it or not. If you all echo the same talking points, the outside world see you all as the same.
Well, then good. That's what they're gonna do then.
But
that's just fine. Good. That's fine. It is good. Fine. We're not gonna change our talking points. Okay.
I'm not. BGS, me and you have been on a couple panels where we discussed this before. This is, to be honest, like, I'm a speak on it because y'all brought it up. I didn't necessarily, because I don't know if you got. I mean, you again, me and you've been on the same panel, and I don't know if you could tell. Then I'm kind of exhausted with this this topic, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, we here and address it, and this is Disagreement Day. So what I'm saying is, I'm not opposed to anything you're saying, but the idea that we have all the same talking points. She makes Manosphere talking points. She does not make Black Manosphere talking points.
No.
Right. And never did.
Never did.
And shouldn't.
No.
Right. The thing is, because Bay said you guys make the same talking points. She doesn't. She does, you know, she doesn't speak about the things that. What you say, Bay?
She got her talking points from Kevin Samuels. She bought his package and the Poor Man's Podcast package. She was on his
Okay,
show, and they were
but
talking about it.
understand the difference.
Roller just said a lot of stuff that she talks about comes from him.
I'm just telling you what she confessed to.
She was just on with Rolo like
Listen
a week.
to me, man.
Oh, okay, man.
I
All right,
understand
man.
You
Okay.
on the Poor Man's
Okay.
Podcast before any of this came up.
Bay,
She
listen to
was on
this.
his show.
Listen to this, Bay. Listen to this, Bay. She makes General Manosphere talking points. She talks about General Red Pill. Okay, she talks.
Let me finish my evidential point.
Okay.
No doubt. Go ahead.
Because she bought his package. He brought up that she bought, like, yeah, because you bought the Kevin Samuels package. Like, she was like, yeah, and also you bought my package. You're like, yeah, this was back when I guess she was Fluffy Bunny getting started or whatnot before all this success when she was climbing. So she had already confessed that she did that. You know, this chick is a liar. She probably did turn around and buy Rollo Tomasi's talking points as well. She probably did that too.
Listen,
but at any point, she definitely did get his talking points. She bought his package.
Okay. But Bay, this is the thing. Can I respond to him?
Go ahead, man.
Bay,
go ahead, man. You're closer to him than I am. Go ahead, man.
Bay, understand this, man. Kevin Samuels spoke to black women about black men. His platform was built on black relationships.
I understand that.
Black relationships. She doesn't talk about that. Okay, so when we talk about she got whatever tutelage or whatever it is, this now from Kevin Samuels. Understand when Kevin got on, he spoke specifically to black women, specifically about black women and black men's relationships.
Mm-hmm.
His high value man shit was about black men. It wasn't about general men and women relationships in the West. It wasn't about that. That's not what she does. She doesn't get on there and she doesn't have, I'd say Kendra does what Kevin does, not Pearl. Okay. Kendra does what Kevin did, like to the letter. All right. So this idea that Pearl does what Kevin does is a fallacy.
I didn't say she did what he does.
No, I'm not saying that you said that. I just wanted, because everybody always links her to Kevin Samuels as if her platform is similar or that her talking points or anything. He specifically spoke to, he tried to repair in his own way black relationships.
I understand.
Right? Right. That's not what she's doing. That's not what she's attempting to do. I don't think that we need to. I'm not saying you're saying that now. What I'm saying right now is what I'm saying this to the public because there's this idea.
Okay, go ahead.
That Pearl in her existence or her talking points is going to do for black men what nobody else has been able to do. Right. Another thing is if this space is regarded as an incel space, then it won't be taken seriously. So how does anything real or anything tangible happen for us if we just a bunch of niggas complaining we ain't getting pussy? If that's how the world is seeing it, if we're not challenging that optic, right? If we're not challenging that to some degree, then you can't get mad if nothing gets moved and nothing gets done for some niggas complaining about not getting pussy. That sounds like a personal problem. That doesn't sound like a culture problem or a community problem or, you know, a legal or some other type of problem. Do you understand where I'm coming from, BGS?
It's actually a global problem because white men are complaining about the exact same thing. It's a global problem. Okay.
And how's it going for them?
Huh?
How's it going for them?
In other words, that's how come you have all this movement, like Reeves, like the Brookings Institute, like all these articles printed about men not having friends and not having sex, not having relationships. Right. Now it's starting to get movement, right? All these articles are not coming up, and all these, all this stuff's not coming up for nothing, right?
I mean, no, articles is articles, but let me
Okay, go ahead, man. Go ahead, man. What I'm saying. Okay, go
No,
ahead.
I don't want you to feel like I'm interrupting you. Continue. I was going to respond to what you said. I thought you paused it.
That's why I paused, because you're going to respond to it. I heard you getting ready to respond. Go ahead, because but the thing is that there's a reason that they put Andrew Tate in prison or in jail. Okay, to keep him from riling up all those guys that are frustrated, right? And it's not even just about sex. It's also about jobs. It's also about the money that's going to females, or about the educational thing that females have an advantage to. It's not just about sex. It's about other things. Okay, but go ahead.
We know that Andrew Tate is not Black Manosphere.
I understand that. That's
right. So,
and I was trying. What I was trying to say is, now that it's not just a black male problem anymore, right? You hear me? Can we make that connection?
No, I don't think that the incel thing has only been a black male problem. I don't think so.
It started out as a white boy's problem. It wasn't never a black man's problem. It was
That's
a white
why they
boy's
shoot
problem.
up schools. That's why they shoot up schools and churches.
They shoot up schools because they're on freaking ADHD drugs. But go ahead.
Understood, and I'm not lost on any of that. What I'm saying is, if first of all, we're black men, right?
Okay.
We don't have nowhere near the privilege attached to being white men, or even halfway taken as serious as white men in this country. And if they're looked at incels, if they're looked at as incels, then you talk about the Andrew Tates, that they want to stop. They understand that the backlash of an incel movement when it comes to white boys is all the things you just described, babe, like the school shootings and this and this and this and this.
They always not being able to get women.
It's more than that.
Every time it's more than that. Sex related.
What I'm saying. Listen, what I'm saying is, I'm not denying that the incel thing also relates to white men. What I'm saying is, there is a more important movement in the black manosphere as relates to things you talk about, Dr. T talks about, and the PhDs talks about, right? Yeah. Just understand that when white men are viewed as incels, that shit gets looked at seriously because of the violence associated. Niggas don't go doing wild shit because they ain't getting pussy. The only person they point a gun at is they fucking self.
Let me ask you this, man.
For the most part.
Because there's black MGTOWs, there's black Manosphere, there's all kind of black stuff. Where's the black incel group?
In the Manosphere.
No. There's an incel group. There's a sector in the Manosphere, so-called, that's called incel. Where are the black incel groups?
In the Manosphere.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
They don't.
I'm serious, and you're making a joke. Go ahead, man.
We're going to examine the evidence on this, because it's time that the Manosphere actually holds itself accountable for the shit that's been going on in it. Like, for example, there
was a point that I was trying to make. I'm just going to say this, but I didn't get to make it.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Look,
I want Beta to continue.
All right.
Fresh and fit. Y'all didn't listen. And what happened? They wound up attacking some white girl because she didn't want to sleep with Myron to be on that goofy ass show. They had to attack her. I understand that, but this goes back.
There's no we can do about it. We can't control these motherfuckers.
Listen,
we can't control
it. All goes back to Kevin Samuels' talking points, which, as you guys say, is generic. But Kevin, with height, weight, dress size.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't say Kevin's talking points were generic. I said they were specific.
But do understand that a lot of those shows.
Okay, so what are we supposed to do? Change our talking points?
Just listen.
Is that what you want us to do?
Not me. I'm not saying.
No, I'm asking him. Because he's saying the same thing. You want to change our talking points? Is that what you want?
Actually, yes. You do need to change your talking points.
It's not going to happen.
To what? To fucking what?
No.
What? Change it to what?
No.
Change it to what?
It's not going to happen.
I mean, I'm just saying, change it to fucking what?
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Okay, look. The women ain't coming back to you.
Well, good. Let them go.
So now what?
Let them go.
So now what?
Let them go.
So now what?
You adapt. Let them go.
Okay, so what's your next step?
In other words, you'll adapt. Let them
So
go.
what's your
You
next
go,
step?
passport bros, dating out, whatever you need to
You
do.
guys
Let them
don't
go.
even talk
Let
about
them
this
go.
shit.
Let them
I'm
go.
doing
Let them
like
go.
a
What a
series
fine.
on
Let them
this.
go.
What the hell?
Let
I'm the
them
one
go.
that's doing the
Let them
series.
go.
Y'all drop that passport
Well, let
shit
them
like this.
go. Let them go.
You know what I'm saying? Get on, then
Like
move
get-
on.
Edward
Move
Edward
on.
Anderson was
Okay.
right.
Well,
Niggas
yeah,
with this
you-
Highlander
Babe,
syndrome.
babe,
Move
you know,
on.
babe, you know why Kevin came up with those ideas? High value man, that kind of stuff. High what's your size?
Because of that chick.
No. It's
That
because
average best
are you
video
going?
to the phone for no
Do you want me to tell
platform
you?
to
Gonna
go
tell
on.
me? You gonna tell me? Go ahead, tell me, man. Why you think it is? Because I was on the inside. Tell me.
Go ahead.
In
Because
other,
that
go.
average
Okay. Go ahead. Tell me then. Tell me then.
for the high value man, $100,000 talking point.
Why
that
you think he?
average at best.
Why you think he came up with
it?
it? Okay. Why you think he came up with it way before her? Way before her. Way before her.
Okay. The tone, because it went viral.
It doesn't. It did. Okay.
But it just went viral.
BGS, let me ask you a question. So you don't think that some of this, the content creators, some are pushing an incel message?
No. Where? Who? No, who? Give me one. No, name names. Okay, I'll take it.
Because if I name names, motherfucker, hey, look.
I asked you to. In fact, I'll do a stream and I'll actually name the names myself. I'll take the heat. Go ahead, name the name.
No, we on my stream today, and I done got a shot at by motherfuckers coming on my shit because there's certain names in this motherfucker we can't say because they so fucking popular and motherfuckers love them. And when I say names and everybody coming at me like I'm kicking up dust in this shit.
Put it in the back chat, man. Type it in the back chat.
Come on, man. You know who I'm talking about, man.
No, I don't. I don't. Put it in the back chat. I don't.
Let me ask a question, man. You know, we're gonna keep it.
All right, man.
We're gonna keep it a million tonight.
Okay.
The counselor has made several videos tying the white girl to the black manosphere.
Yeah, I know why.
Okay,
I know why too.
Okay, he's done that, right?
Yeah, we know why he did it.
No. Hold on. Before we get into that, let me finish saying what I'm gonna say because I want to set up a question. Okay. If we can call out these girls because I've done it, you've done it. It's like it's cool to call some people out, but then others we gotta let rock because it ain't worth it, right? It ain't like we said. No, I'm saying it ain't worth it. Sometimes you gotta pick your battles, and I'm trying to understand the where that lives, right? What I'm saying is this.
Okay, go ahead.
If I can say sometimes we got to call out the bullshit, and then I watch a video of you calling out the bullshit, and then him calling out the bullshit, then Ed is calling out the bullshit. But in all of y'all are saying the same thing, where it's like, yo, well, you know, you got guys out, and I'm doing the Ed voice. You got guys out here trying to link Pearl to the space, right? Everybody says that these people exist, but one of the big ones, nobody says his name.
Land the plane, man. Land the plane.
No, I'm saying it. I'm saying it outright.
I'm gonna tell you,
nobody. Hold on. I want to say it. I want to say it
outright
outright because motherfuckers think I'm dancing.
We'll get to it, man. Come on.
But you're talking while I'm talking. Nobody calls out Dennis for saying that.
We did.
Nobody.
We did.
When I call a nigga name, I get all these motherfuckers in my community tab and in my all this other crazy shit, right?
What you call his name for?
But it's almost like it's cool to call out everybody, but the obvious motherfucker, right?
What is he guilty of?
Your new leader is Pearl, just Pearl. She's the new leader of the Black Manosphere and all this other shit.
We did call him out for that. We did. I was getting ready to
I
explain.
must have missed that shit.
I was getting ready to explain to you what we called him out for and why we know he's actually.
I just wanted to. Bro, there's people listening. There's people listening to us, BGS. So I want them to understand.
Do you want me to tell it or not? Okay.
Come on, man. Don't do that to me. Like what I'm saying.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, man. Finish what you're saying.
I am finished.
This is the Manosphere, right? This is a Manosphere leader.
You want me to tell you or not? Or do you know? Okay. Kevin's circle, right? Before he died, it was who? It was him. It was Melanie King. It was MTR. It was Dennis, right? Okay. Who was not on that trip to London when they did those shows? MTR and Melanie King. Who was left out? Dennis. Okay. When did Dennis start going off on Pearly?
Going off on Pearly or going off on the space?
On a space. Well, going off on Pearly, going off on a space. Okay, because he didn't do that before. When did he start doing that? When those two got on the plane and was invited on Pearly's show.
Let me ask you a question.
That's when it happened. That's when it happened. Go ahead and ask the question.
But are they Black Manosphere? So why is he going? Hold on. So why is he going off on Black Manosphere for two content creators going to London that are not Black Manosphere?
Because do understand this leads right into what I'm saying. Do you really think that if Kevin Samuels was alive, do you think they'd have been on that flight? Talking about some ghosts going to sit on that white girl's couch?
But that's beside the point. Okay, you're making a point that's not even tangential to what we're saying right now.
I'm asking a question.
The thing is that has nothing to do with what we're saying right now.
Well, look, it's all tied together.
No, that's not what we're saying right now. He's asking
why. Let me ask you a question. If
it's tangential to what we're saying, right? Why is Dennis going off? That's the question right now.
If Dennis was invited, do you think he would have went?
Yes.
Being Black man.
Yes.
But I don't.
Kevin Samuels' disciple.
That's not relevant to.
Those are flies.
Yes, I do. You asked me a question like 50
so why
times.
Didn't why didn't he make the flight? Because I doubt very highly if
he wasn't invited. He wasn't invited. He wasn't invited. Okay, man. He wasn't invited.
They wouldn't have been on that flight.
He wasn't invited.
Bay.
I understand that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, if Kevin was alive, they would have never been on that flight. Either told him, no, don't go over there doing that.
Kevin would have.
Kevin
Kevin would have been on the flight himself.
Okay,
I know the guy. Yeah, he would have been on that flight himself.
In the Black.
He's been on Fresh and Fit. Okay, he doesn't need to. He don't have that problem. Okay.
I said he didn't like white people.
Bay, fuck all that shit, Bay. Please. The point is this, right? And it goes back to what I'm talking about. Fuck whether Kevin would have been on a plane or not. I'm really not.
I'm telling you, he would have been on the plane. Okay.
I'm not concerned with that.
I know him. He would have. I know Kevin. Kevin would have been on that plane.
So why didn't Dennis get the invite?
So go ahead. What are you saying?
So what I'm saying is whether Dennis would have been on a flight is irrelevant, to be honest. My point is this.
Yeah.
My point is when Dennis made those videos, because I'm waiting on you to tell me what was said that I missed, because again, Dennis, he's in the Black Manosphere, then say goodbye to the bad guy, and then I'm leaving, and then now this person is your leader, and all this other.
He knew what he knew. Once he said that, he knew what the backlash would be, so he preempted and left. Okay.
No. Which time are you referring to? Because he's done it several times.
This particular time, he knew what was going to happen. It was going to be a backlash. Okay.
What kind of backlash? What do you mean?
In other words, you start stringing Pearly on the Black Manosphere. That means you're not in the Black Manosphere. You actually preempted that. Okay. And I know when we looked at it, I said, because we were shocked. I said, wait a minute, why is Dennis? Because Dennis, if he really wanted to do it, he could have done it the first time it happened. Okay. When Omar Wally and O'Shea actually started I forget his name, actually did it the first time. Okay. He would have jumped in. He didn't do it the first time. Why do it this time? That's what we're trying to ask. And we figured out, okay, the timing of MTR and Melanie King going to London. It's, oh shit. Okay, it's too obvious. Okay, he's pissed.
Why are we talking about? Just a question. Why are we talking about MTR and
because
and Melanie?
Because that is the reason he's going off on Pearlie. Okay. And trying to get to Pearlie through the black manosphere.
So why?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hold on, Bay. Hold on, Bay.
Okay.
Dennis, on several separate occasions, has said, "I'm out the manosphere." Right?
Yeah.
He did a video on my ass where he said, "Keep it 100 is your new leader. I'm say goodbye to the bad guy." Right?
Yeah.
Then he made he made a video after that where several because I feel like Dennis's content strategy like a motherfucker, right?
Oh, yeah.
He does these videos where he talks this shit about leaving. So motherfucker, oh Dennis, don't go, please, right? You get all these subs, all these super chats and all that shit. And if that works for him, fucking great. My thing is when niggas do fuck shit like that, right? It lives depending on who it is. Listen, I got another point I want to make.
Okay. O'Shea said the same thing again, over and over again. Okay.
No.
Angry Valdez, same thing. Okay, over and over again.
Fuck a flight. Fuck who got on the flight or who didn't get on the flight and who was invited.
Okay.
Dennis has done what all of you guys are challenging.
Okay.
He said that she is a creation of the black manosphere.
Okay.
The very talking point that you're challenging is what he's done several videos
more than several. Yeah.
Well, and he
put himself outside the black manosphere, and people have talked about it. Okay.
I think
I'm trying to get listen.
O'Shea and Jason Black have talked about it. Okay. The reason I did my video is because we have women that are adjacent, connected to the black manosphere.
Listen, but Dennis is more manosphere adjacent than Jason Black. See, again, what you're doing right now is you're naming a bunch of people who we don't listen to me now, because I listen to you.
All right.
You're naming a bunch of people who we already know are not black manosphere. Dennis is definitely manosphere adjacent, black manosphere adjacent. That's not even debatable. No matter how many times he'll get up in these videos and say he ain't, he is. Because he'll say I ain't black manosphere, then the next day he'll talk about black manosphere shit. Now, you've done several videos addressing that exact thing where guys do that, where I'm leaving the manosphere, and then the next day, bitches do this, and black men are going through this, and yada, yada, yada. You've done that, right? I'm talking about you, because I watch your shit. What I'm saying is, why is this not addressed, right? And my issue is, I think people pick and choose what they want to address and then say the other shit is, oh, it's not worth it based on I don't know what, right?
You pick your
but
battles.
You say what?
You pick your battles according to what you think is most important at the time.
I hear you, but
it's not you, because you have your own values and your own strategy, right? I'm not you.
I understand. You don't have to do what I'm doing. I'm just pointing.
I'm explaining to you why I did it, if that's what you want to know. I can't.
I'm not just talking about you.
Okay, you have to ask them.
Why didn't you make?
I'm having a general discussion. Okay. Ed is not here, so he can't speak for himself, right?
Okay.
If Ed sees this video, if I get with Ed, I'll have a conversation with Ed. But what I'm speaking to is a general thing. It ain't a direct shot towards you. Okay. Even though you might be part of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is,
ask me the direct question. Okay, why did I address the women?
But you said you did, so I'm waiting on you to tell me.
Well, ask me why I did. Okay.
I've been.
I can't answer two questions at one time. You guys got
a minute ago you said you did address it and you did call them out and you didn't go into detail about that. You started talking about who jumped on the flight.
We actually did address it and why he did it. Okay, and because he's pissed off, there's nothing you can do. He's gonna keep making them, right? We actually did address it. Okay, did we make a separate video about it? Say, oh, Dennis is just jealous of MTR and what's your name? No.
Oh, so I see where you're going now. Okay, so he's
We had
jealous. And he made several videos.
We had several live streams. Huh? We had several live streams. Okay.
Why didn't he get an invite?
I don't know.
Fuck that. No. Hold on. Babe, I don't give a fuck why he didn't get an invite. I want BGS to speak about what he, like, when you say you called him out, what did I miss? I want to know what I missed. I don't give a fuck about his invite.
I told you what you missed. Okay, it was on a live stream because it came up about Dennis Sperling, right? They kept coming up, so we actually addressed it. I said we looked at it, and basically he's pissed is because he wasn't invited to London like the other two, because they were all a group. They were all a group. They were all the inner. Before Kevin died, that was supposed to be his inner circle, right? And after he died, the inner circle came together to actually carry his message. Okay, him, MTR, Melanie King, and a couple of others. Okay. The thing is, when Pearly blew up off of what we think of the gap that Kevin filled, right? He didn't get invited. He wasn't part of the group. And so naturally, he's not up. He didn't get the same kind of press, the same kind of platform, same kind of notoriety. He's not happy about that. So that, in my opinion, that's why he did it. Okay.
I feel like he's one of them Highlander niggas we talk about.
He's got he's a South Central, South Central Negro. Of course he is.
It's a profile thing. You only really need two. You got MTR. He's young. He's tall. Ladies consider him handsome. Then you've got Melanie King. If you can get them two on the couch, you know what I'm saying, you can grab their audience. Your audience is not going to really necessarily gravitate to them. They might get a small percentage, but what's 20K subs, but they're not watching your content. They might watch a few videos and then tune you out. There's a reason why they're not sub to you in the first place. But other people will more so gravitate towards her. That helps build her platform. All right. So you have, of course, Dennis. She didn't feel that Dennis had any marketability. So maybe why would you invite him? It makes sense.
Okay.
It makes sense. Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to follow the logic train from a business standpoint as to why all of this happened. Okay. So I can understand why he got upset.
I don't give a fuck why he didn't get invited.
I'm just logic train.
Like, because you keep bringing the conversation back to that shit.
But ask me the real question. Okay, ask me the real question.
No, it's not. It's not another question. My viewpoint is,
in other words, what you're saying
don't get called out, and then
what you're saying is why I call them out versus her. Okay, I keep trying to clarify it. Like 50
no, but I was speaking to you. But so what you say? I couldn't hear you over me.
No.
I'm listening.
Okay. In other words, the question is, why did I call out them and not him? Right? Is that what you're saying?
It's part of what I'm saying.
Okay. So what's the other part?
No, the larger argument that I'm making is, if we're not going to call certain things out, and and let those things live, and listening to Dennis, he does make a lot of these these arguments that people would think are these rage arguments, right? And it works, like whatever. I don't give a fuck. I watch his shit here and there to see what he's talking about. But
why did I call them out? Is what you're asking versus him.
You asked me about that already. You asked me, well, what's the other point?
I'm asking. I'm asking, is that what you're trying to get to? Because that's what you sound like you're trying to.
No, you said you called them out, and I apparently missed the call out, right?
Okay.
So I thought we covered that.
Okay. So now where are we going now?
So you can't ask me where we going, and then I start talking, and then you bring me back where we were.
Because I'm trying, because you're talking. I'm trying to figure out.
No, but if I'm talking and you talking, you'll never understand.
What I'm saying is that okay? I'm a STEM guy, right? Okay, I'm a STEM guy, and you're not a STEM guy. You're an artsy guy, right? So you're gonna talk. I'm gonna lose you. So I'm trying to figure. I'm gonna lose you.
You're gonna listen to the playback. When I start talking, you start talking.
Okay, man. I'm gonna mute myself. Okay.
Okay, what I'm saying is the people who are at the top of this space, the names that are immediately associated and connected to this space, right? In the same manner that you would want a Trump to denounce a KKK or whatever, there has to be a clear message that is certain shit that this message is not associated with. Now, you say it's not worth it, even if you don't have to call a name. Now, if I missed a video or some shit, then link me to it and I'll shut the fuck up. I don't have a problem with being incorrect. You just told me that you did call out Dennis in the video. I missed the video. Okay. I ain't about to argue you down about, well, you should have sent me the link so I could have saw it and blah, 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 blah. And then, you had, you said that somebody in the chat said Charles mentioned the shit, right? But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, the point is what I just said. There has to be a clear distinction from the respected guys, and you're one of the respected guys in this space, that there's just certain things that this space is not about. It has to be said, even if it was put on us or other content creators attach this or that to us. These things have to be countered. Just like the narrative of black men that black women put out there, that's what we're doing. We're countering that. So then you can't pick and choose what's worth it to do and what's not based on allegiances or personalities or this and that and the other. At the end of the day, it has to be a clear-cut distinction set by these people. So you don't got your FD signifiers and all these other motherfuckers saying that, yo, the black manosphere is about this and about this and about this and about this. Now, I'm sure you've done this here and there, but that needs to be louder than the fuck shit. And that's why you got a lot of motherfuckers saying, yo, I don't want to be involved with this shit, because the fuck shit is louder than what the reason we're here.
It needs to have a code.
Okay. Now you said all that. Now I need bullet. Now I need bullet points, because you said a lot. Maybe about 4 or 5 points. Which one do you want me to address?
I'm not saying anything. This is your turn to speak.
What I'm saying is, okay, I'm trying to get an understanding of what you're asking, right? Okay, the reason I called out the women, okay, where I made that particular address, is because, okay, because a lot of guys in this space, the Dr. Neil included, want the women out, okay? Don't even talk to them. Don't go over there, banish them, because they keep causing these goddamn problems, right? I don't necessarily want that. I want, especially Shay Sade, I wanted to give women a chance. Okay, this is where we're coming from, and this is what the space is. In other words, you guys are actually overstepping your bounds. I want you to stay. I want you to be part of it. I want you to be connected to it. But you're overstepping your bounds. Okay, if you don't, guess what's going to happen? Okay, they're going to boot you. They're going to boot you. So that's why I did it for them. Okay, Dennis, we addressed him a different way because some people that are on a tangent like that, you start beef with them. It's going to start a beef, and you're going to give fuel to what's going on. Okay, you give fuel to it, really a lot of fuel to it. What Dennis is doing is not really the biggest thing that's going on, right? It's the women crying out and all this other kind of stuff that's causing the fuel. Dennis, people go off on, content creators go off on tangents all the time. Okay. And they go left. Okay, when a content creator goes left, you got two choices. If you either call it out, start a beef, that's going to go circulate for the next year or so, or close him off and let him rant. Okay, with Dennis, okay, you want to go left, we could call it out, start a beef, and it'll actually go on for the next 6 months, which it has sometimes a year and a half. Okay, or close him off and let him burn himself out. With Dennis, we let him burn himself out.
You know how you do that? You do that really with everybody that's not talking true manosphere talking points, how you all see it. You promote each other. You promote each other that's in the clique. You understand? Because you're going to have to tribal up. This is a tribalism situation. And you're going to have to tribe up, and you got to call out members of your tribe. Like special shout out to, whatever group Manosphere then then you call out the little YouTube names, and then you go on and you do your spiel. So that way people know, okay, these guys are separate from these guys. All right, they don't rock with these other people because they got their own little clique. You understand? So that way the message is it's the same, but it's progressively the same. If with just slight variations that doesn't cause all of these problems.
And these guys, and I'm telling you, because I've been one of the main content creators in this space, right? And these guys, just like Dennis, can be on one side today and another side tomorrow.
Thank you for saying that, but let me say this, right?
So clicking up and sharing videos, because we do this all the time. You constantly see the videos I share, Ed shares, and other people share. The BGS tax is there for a reason, right? So I normally smaller content creators, but the thing is, I do it all the time. Of people that whose messages I rock with, okay? Because you haven't seen me share Dennis's shit in what? How long? Okay.
I only use Dennis as an example. Because I've mentioned Dennis's name before, so I guess people are looking at it.
And he's not even the main one. Okay.
Right, but my point is, and I want to respond to what you said. You said you guys spoke to or you got at the females because you were worried that they would get booted out the space.
Yeah. They're pretty tenuous there about them getting booted out the space. Yeah.
But with guys such as a Dennis, right? You took a different approach because you didn't want to start a beef.
Why did I say I didn't want to start a beef?
No, you would have to tell me that. I can't.
Okay, I'll repeat it again, right? Okay, if you give energy to this, right, rather than letting it burn itself out, you start a beef. It's going to go on for a year and a half.
Yeah, but if your guy is basically putting a lie out, then the same way, again, you have the relationship. If I say something about Dennis, then it's a beef because me and him don't have the relationship. Me and you have disagreed.
Yeah.
Right? We didn't start shooting at each other. Right? Me and Bay disagrees. We didn't start shooting at each other.
Yeah.
You guys have a relationship with Dennis that I don't.
Yeah.
Right? So in the same way that, like, if I disagree with you or I disagree with Bay, it would be a brotherly disagreement, even though I'm calling it out. I call out Sister George. Me and Sister George are cool. Yeah. I call out people who I'm cool with, right? Yeah. What I'm saying is, why would you and Shay Sade be able to hash things out, but then somehow with the guy it'll be a beef when he's putting out? Hold on, let me finish.
All right.
If he's putting out the same lie that you're trying to combat, right? But you don't want no beef with him, so you don't challenge that, but you go to the girl and say, "Hey, watch your mouth because this is the space." Even though Dennis, by guys in the chat saying he ain't part of the space, and he'll say, "I'm in and I'm out," and you already said he's in and he's out and he's in and he's out, and if he's able to be in and out, then you have to, at some point, because again, he's Manosphere adjacent, right? Challenge the narrative that you're letting him, but you said that you did, but there's this other concern that there would be a beef and we got to pick our battles because.
Okay. The thing is, okay, go ahead, man. It's called experience, right? After doing this shit every 6 months for 8 years, man.
I got you.
You know when to actually know when to hold them, know when to fold them, right? Because you've been through this shit so many times. Okay. You see certain things can be salvaged, and certain things can't. He can't come back. After doing this with Pearly shit, he can't come back. He's out.
Okay. No, I hear what you're saying, but I don't believe it because I'm gonna tell you this. I would say no. Listen to what I'm saying. I mean, and come back in terms of what? Because I would say that a good portion of the guys who listen to us listen to Dennis. I even though he's not waving, or whether it's the day where he's not waving the Black Manosphere flag or it's the day that he does, there's guys in the chat who like Dennis and they rock with Dennis, even with his imperfections and inconsistencies and flip-flopping and simping.
We can't control
and even that in him shitting on the space, right?
We can't control what they do.
No, I'm not alleging that. I'm not alleging that we can, but what I'm saying is you can't pick this person for stepping out of bounds and then say, oh, I don't want to fuck with the other guy because I don't want no beef with him.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
I mean, you can do what you want, but then
I just explained why. You don't have to accept my explanation, but you asked me why.
This is also true.
And I gave it. You asked me for an explanation why you do it for some people and why you don't, right? I explained it. You don't accept it. You don't accept it. Okay? Right?
I mean, Shay Sade didn't attach Pearl to the space.
What did she say?
No, I know what she said that you went after her for, but you basically you went at her.
I didn't really go at her. Yeah, go ahead.
You went at her for the same reason I.
Because you did the same thing to me. Go ahead, man.
You talk first, man. Because you asked me a question, I began to answer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
No, you sir. You first, sir.
In other words, you know, I hadn't even finished my question. As a certain man from New York says, right? Because you asked me a question, I interject, so I haven't finished my question yet, right? Right?
Continue. Then, yeah, you can do that.
Okay. Basically, with Shay Sade, okay, with Shay Sade, the way it was posted, you know, you picking Karen over Keisha's, you know, basically, and it shocked me because I didn't expect that from her. Actually, when I went on, if you saw it, I said that I didn't expect that from you. You know, I thought so I wanted to make clear, you know, to the women especially, what the Manosphere was, because they didn't have any idea what it was, because they thought that the Manosphere was something different than it actually was. Okay, like women were actually included. No, you're not. Okay, and what you're going to do is get yourself kicked out. Okay, because I thought it could be salvaged. Okay, Dennis cannot be salvaged.
I thought you were asking me a question. I'm confused now.
All right, what's the question I asked you? Because I can't even remember.
I don't remember now. I can't remember your question. You said you weren't finished asking it, but what I'm gonna say is this: like you saying, he can't be salvaged, but he's shooting, right? So again, like I made the bad choice of thinking, hey, you know what? If I show black men that this motherfucker's an op, they'll believe he's an op. And I made a whole video of him talking op shit. And motherfuckers is like, fuck your proof, fuck your evidence, right? But I'm not BGS. Ibmore.
Okay.
Right. So this is the thing, right? And again, it didn't, I guess, you know, I'm thinking the chat wants us to move past this, right? My conclusion to this whole thing, because again, I don't want to, it's too much of Dennis's name flying around, but since you're talking about Dennis, what I'm saying, you know, we're into this conversation. My thing is, my opinion is all fuck shit. I don't care, at the risk of a disagreement, fight. Again, you're respected. Dennis ain't gonna shoot at you like he would shoot at me. I'm in the plane going to Japan, and motherfuckers is texting me, yo, man, Dennis is going crazy. Keep it 100, blah, blah, right?
Yeah.
He's not gonna do that to you. And people are talking like, yo, you know, Marcus,
how do you know he won't? Because a lot of people do. There's a lot of people that I'm not gonna call them, but there's I call
Dennis ain't those people.
How do you know?
So then why not worry about Shay Sade shooting at you?
I had okay.
It's a question. Why this fight, not that fight? Well, you understand what I'm saying?
Refer back to answer A. Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you thought that was worth it, why is it? So because again, Dennis isn't he bigger than Shay?
He is. Yeah.
Oh, he is, right. So and again, he's a guy who, even though he denounces the space every month, he's adjacent, right?
Yeah.
And you guys, again, you guys have a relationship with this guy that I do not.
Okay.
Right? He attacked me. He ain't going again. BGS, I think you're underplaying your status in this space, man.
What the thing is,
to a certain degree.
You know, I really do not want to play cleanup and hall monitor to this space. Okay, that's what I would have to do.
But you did that with Shay.
That was one instance. How often do I?
that's not your first time calling me name.
When's the other time? When's the other time actually? When's the other time actually when that shit?
And you're saying you want to avoid fights. I mean, shit. This shit is rock'em sock'em. You understand what I'm saying?
I'm trying to. Okay. I hear this stuff going on around in circles, right? Okay. I'm here because I'm trying to clear this shit up, man, so I can get back to work. Okay. I don't want to play hall monitor and clean up, man, to all this shit. Okay. I hear this stuff going on in certain, we're trying to kind of calm this shit down because what's going on right now is really not worth it. Okay. Really
so again, it's not about Dennis. What I'm saying, I keep saying this because but the reason Dennis's name keeps.
The reason who else are we talking about? A hall monitor appointed.
The reason Dennis's name keeps coming up is
we'll leave that to you. Go ahead.
The reason his name keeps coming up is because I'm trying to draw a parallel of who's worth it.
Give me another person, okay, instead of Dennis. Who's there? Who else?
As far as what
this is concerned,
shooting at the space. That's
yeah. Because he's an example. Who else?
I don't. Because I don't follow a lot of these guys. I think he's the biggest example. Like I don't know.
No, he's not.
I don't know who else.
No, he's not. Who's the biggest example? We all know who he is. O'Shea.
I watched Celebrity Jump. But isn't he B1 at this point?
But he's adjacent because guess what content he does.
No, I see the celebrity post. I don't see that much.
It's the second time he fired a pearly bullet at the Black Manosphere. Second time. Actually, him and Omar Wally were the original people to actually come up with the Black Manosphere woman king.
And understand, I'm addressing the guys in the chat. This isn't about BGS in particular, right? I said the people who are immediately associated with this space. BGS just happens to be in the room and we're talking to him. So I'm not like saddling BGS Idmore alone with this responsibility. I'm just responding to him because he's here. Not only that, I think that what's his name? O'Shea. I don't think that people would be opposed to calling O'Shea out. And I would assume that you have. Like I would assume that you've addressed O'Shea, Lincoln, Pearl to the space. No?
I have.
Right. And because I think somehow that's easier to do than the other guy, right? Again, I think that is really about, I guess, you guys, you saying you feel like he'll attack you. You think there'll be a fight or whatever. You think that if you say his name over the other, because O'Shea is not going to attack you.
One more time, okay? Some things you have to address, and some things you let them burn out, okay? Dennis will burn out because he's not drawing as much attention as O'Shea.
So why not let the female content creator comments burn out? I'm just asking.
Okay.
Whether it's her, whether it's Sister George, and any of these people, like, they say what they say. What's the difference between?
Second time, I will explain it once more. Right. I think that relationship can be salvaged. Okay. I'm trying to address them so they don't get booted out, because that's probably the next step that's going to happen. And we just happen to actually organize this space where men and women can actually come together and talk. But I don't think it's. Can I finish? Because you just asked me.
Strip club, sir.
Okay. I don't care whether it's a digital strip club. Business gets done in the strip club. You know that, right?
I'm listening, bro.
In other words, basically, you just got black men and women talking after Kevin, okay? And I don't think it should be destroyed because of a red-haired white chick that somebody decided to throw on us on purpose.
Okay. I mean, we discussed that before, but my thing is this.
The answer is the same.
With Dennis being the bigger content creator. Now you're saying let it burn out, as in let him burn out, right?
Yeah.
Dennis ain't burning out. Dennis is on fire, right? Not only that, but the things that he's hold on. Now I'm gonna respond to you. The things that he's saying to people, the people who listen to him ingest these things that don't burn out. Right. So what I'm saying is, look, again, you have the full autonomy and right to say, I ain't got no time for that shit. Right. Just like I, for the most part, opted out of this whole discussion. I ain't been in this motherfucker for a long. You asked me last time we spoke. You said, what you got coming up? And I said, I don't know. You remember that, right?
Yeah.
This was on your channel. What I'm saying is the premise or pretense. That, oh, if you just leave Dennis alone, the shit he's saying and the people he's saying it to, and that narrative will just go away. Is wishful thinking.
This is the way it works for me, right? This is the way it works for me. Okay. You got all these people, all your subs, all the folks that are attached to you, right? Okay. The stuff that's important to them, guess what they're gonna do? Because you're a content creator, right? They're gonna send you shit, right?
Right.
And the stuff that's important at the top of their list, that's what they send you. Okay. So that's what I respond to. They'll go at first. They sent Dennis's shit, right? Okay, we looked at it, we examined it, we talked about it. We talked about it. Ed talked about it. Basically, Charles talked about it. Okay, and after that, they stopped sending us Dennis's shit. Okay, in other words, to the people that we're involved with, he's not important. But Shay Sade, regardless of what you think about him, Sister George, it's Concrete Rose, those kind of people, basically because they're using the women to actually attack us. Okay, because Pearly upsets the women. Okay, and the women get on their rants and influence all the other, because it's all the women, all the female content creators coming together, right? They're adjacent to the space, all in this one accord, right? You're trying to stop this kind of shit because you know that's what's going to happen. That's what's happening right now. Okay, and now that's the shit that I'm getting. Okay, Six the Goddess, Danica, okay, Shay, and all these other kind of female content creators. Okay, that's what I'm getting right now. That's what I respond to. I haven't even seen a Dennis video pop up in at least 2-3 weeks.
I mean, but that's the algorithm. What I'm saying is, what you're saying suggests.
I'm talking about what people send me. Okay,
I got you. So that's fine. So what I'm saying is, it would seem to me in the Shay Sade example, you're worried about her or any other female content creators getting thrown out of the space, as opposed to the image and the optics of what the space is about being tossed to the left by people like this. I don't, because again, it's not about him, but people like him, right? Right, because it's not worth it. Because the two things are happening, right? What she's saying is, I guess, kind of not exactly what he's saying, but it's similar. But you rather rock with the white girl, so you saying, okay, let me talk to her. And you did a video about her, which she wasn't present. I watched the video,
and I did a video with her.
And you did a couple, right? No,
I did one.
Oh, one. Okay, I maybe she split it up. But my point is, your concern with addressing her is, let me talk to her before motherfuckers boot her out. Yeah. But the other thing is, people are looking at the Manosphere a certain way, and then this dude with this large following is adding to that narrative. But let's ignore him because somehow he's going to burn out, and his message, nobody's going to pay attention to it.
Just by size or just by his frequency? Which one are you rating it? Because Phil Scott, O'Shea, there's a bunch of others. Like Phil Scott got 1 million. Okay.
No, I understood. I'm just saying this is a Manosphere adjacent. But
some of the women have way more.
But are they saying what he's saying? I'm talking about Manosphere adjacent women.
Yeah, some of them are.
And we challenge them, huh? Because I've jumped into Sister George's stream where she was doing the same thing. I've jumped on her stream. Is in the video. Right, and I challenged them shits right in there. And you're defending just pearly things, and y'all.
We We addressed them when they did it the first time. This is the
Right.
first time they've done it.
And I didn't. So let me explain to you. I didn't address them because I thought they were going to get kicked out the sphere. You know, that I don't really. I mean, if motherfuckers don't fuck with them, it's not really my concern. My thing was,
I did.
No. I'm speaking for me now. I'm not saying that you need to think or operate as me. I'm just saying that when I did that, it wasn't necessarily for the reasons you did. I challenge them the same way I would challenge anybody else, and for the same reasons you're pushing a lie into the air, and I'm challenging that lie. I'm not worried about who dudes decide to throw in the trash, including just pearly things, right? I am challenging that you're lying on us, right? So I don't care who is lying on us. I'm going to challenge that lie. And I think it's worth it to do that, especially when people are listening. If Dennis had 2,000 subs, nobody would give a fuck. But people listen to Dennis. So if he's lying, the lie should be challenged in the same way it would be if any woman, or white or black, is saying it. And that's the point that I'm making. And I'm not saying it's your job alone to do that, or that you got to police the waters or anything like that. What I'm saying is, if a lie unchallenged becomes the truth, right? So then what happens is, motherfucker, y'all created this bitch, right? And then, you know, then we got to live with that, in that reality of people believing that bullshit. That's all I'm saying here. And it's like, well, it ain't worth it to say this or that. Okay, cool. But just understand that the results of that choice, you got to take the L.
Okay.
You got to live with that.
Okay, we'll live with it. We had before.
Okay, so we can move on.
Long
as you said it. Long as you said it, you know.
Hey, I speak out. Okay. I mean, I'm just a nobody, but I speak out.
Okay.
When big shit hit, I speak out.
Okay.
You cannot say I don't.
So Adrian Hicks says, to make my position clear, when I speak about the manosphere, I say we, because this space is too important for that type of separation. BGS is highly looked upon and respected in space. Use that. Understand this, right? Me and BGS is speaking right now. We agree most of the time. Once in a while, we don't agree. I don't got to shoot at this man. Him shooting at Uru that night, I'll light a cigar and let them go at it. Like, I can sit. What's up?
I want to ask you a question. Okay. When has the Black Manosphere ever had a good reputation outside the space?
Oh, I don't think that there will ever be a time, but I just think that at the end of the day, the people who represent, like, if I had a bigger channel and motherfuckers, Manosphere, keep it 100, then I would be saying the things that I'm saying need to be said. It wouldn't change. And I'm not saying that you have to do as I do. When I'm just pushing my point that somebody has to do this, even if you're saying, you're saying, well, they're gonna have a same opinion of us anyway. It has to be said because people are pushing propaganda in the opposite direction, so it has to be challenged.
I got PhDs to support. Okay,
that's all I'm saying.
I got classes I got to do for my Patreon. I got content I got to make for myself, keep my channel going.
So there's no time to address everything.
So basically, this is a nuisance. Okay, that will probably burn itself out within another, like it did the first time, within another month. She's gonna move on. She's gonna be part of the white manosphere. It'll be into that. Okay, and everybody.
We talking about Pearl?
Pearl, yes.
Well, I think it's gonna be worse than that. I think it's gonna be a whole lot
right, worse. But what I'm saying is, you know what's funny? You know what's funny about the things that people say, like, when you say, well, this, I think this is important to be addressed. They'll tell you, like what you did just now. You said, well, I got to do this and this and this and this and this. Mind you, how long has this Pearl thing been going on?
About 3 weeks.
How many videos I got on this YouTube where I address Pearl?
I don't know. I think one.
And her name ain't even in the title. I think the other video that I have with her name in the title is where I actually address Sister George about her comments about Pearl and us weaponizing Pearl against black women, which is a sisterhood argument. And especially when she herself is Manosphere adjacent, I felt that I needed to challenge it, not because, you know, I got to stop living my life or some, I got some kids here that's going to go hungry. They want some raviolis. And I'm like, yo, wait, I got to address Sister George before y'all motherfuckers eat. But because I challenge bullshit, keep it 100, right? So whether it's her, anybody else, I decided, okay, because I'm on this motherfucker, I'm going to speak on that. I spoke about that. Not, it wasn't Pearl centered. It was about Sister George. The only time I've addressed this controversy on my channel is Kappa Phi Kappa. That's it. That's it. And it's called Kappa Phi. Motherfucker, like, word, you talked about Pearl on that? Because I don't play the algorithm games where if I put Pearl's name in title, I'll get all these views. I understand how that works. I think that, you know, is the reason why a lot of guys are here. I'm not hating on nobody for using those strategies. Of course, if you're online, you don't want to be talking to two people. You want to talk to 200. But at the end of the day, I thought that is not a subject worth my time, whether I'm doing shit or doing nothing. Because I thought that shit was corny. And to be honest, I disagreed with a lot of people in this space on that shit. And I didn't think that it was worth the time to argue with y'all, but not because you guys were pushing the lie that I needed to challenge. It just was a difference of opinion. Now I've been on a couple of other people's streams with you, a couple even with you, where I've given my stance on it. But my stance, my opinion is not as important to the grand scheme of things than challenging bullshit narratives.
I mean,
you understand what I'm saying?
I've been doing this for 2 weeks, man. I've challenged it. I've put evidence up there. I've broken down video on it. I show what it is. I've talked about it, man. I've challenged this shit from a number of different people, not just.
I don't want you to think I'm attacking you or saying that you didn't do that. If you say that you did it, then I believe you.
Why this particular person though? I've done it for a number of people. Okay.
I believe you, not because I mean he's the person that I see that I'm not hearing dudes clap at. But again, if you say you clapped at him, I believe you don't have to. BGS, if you tell me you said it,
right back to that.
Right, I don't want to go. Yeah, if BGS, if you say you did it, I believe you.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, but
right. So I'm not still, you know, coming at you with the.
How come you haven't doing this? How come you haven't doing that?
No, I'm not talking about you, BGS. I'm saying this in general, this space. If not, it's not just about you. If the respected men formed Voltron out this motherfucker and said and made a statement. Right, it doesn't matter who we can't stop from building YouTube channels and this and that and the other. You guys are statesmen.
Who are the respected
in this space?
Who are the respected men? Who's the respected men? Name the respected men that need to come out and say something.
Name the circle. Name the circle.
I named them earlier. I said, hold on. I said you. I said the names I always see come up are you, Gigi. I know Dr. T. Hassan ain't. Because this is not his bag, right?
I told him to stay out of this.
He's not. I wouldn't encourage Dr. T to speak on it because that's not what he's here for.
I told him expressly, stay out of this bullshit because that's what it is. Bullshit. Don't get your shoes dirty. Say
right.
The same
because
this is bullshit.
He's a guy whose hands and shoes we need to stay clean. As you know, you said when you jumped on here, I ain't shit, right? I don't give a flying motherfucker, right?
Well,
right.
You can take a hit or two, okay?
Right. So I
can take a hit or two.
What I'm saying exactly. What I'm saying is I seen you in battle. I've never seen T. Hassan in battle, and frankly, that's not what he's here for. He's here to educate. He's here to educate. So I wouldn't hit up T. Hassan and be like, "Hey, T. Hassan, why you ain't saying this and that and challenging and that?" That's not what he's here for. What I'm saying is the point is this.
Okay.
You got a gun. I got a gun. Gigi got a gun. Ron got a gun. We all got guns.
Yeah,
We all got guns.
Ronald, I would told him to stay out of it, but he actually addressed it. He actually did a video on this stuff.
Who's that?
Ronald Neal.
Yeah, Ron don't give a fuck.
Akeisha Free Space. He actually did a
Ron is the PhD that don't give a fuck.
Exactly. So,
Gigi, my man, but I would argue that Ron give less of a fuck than Gigi do. And that's not to take anything away from G, because G shoot when he ready to shoot. Yeah. That motherfucker shoot for 3, 4, 5 hours at a motherfucker if he feel like it.
But who are the respected men in the space that need to address this stuff?
He said Adrian. I just named him. Adrian Hicks says BGS has a lightsaber.
Yeah, I do.
So cut the motherfuckers, man.
I did.
It's worth it.
Well, the thing is it works this way, man. It works.
I'm fucking with you at this point, man. I believe you.
It works this way, man. The thing is, the people that fuck with him, right? Okay, and they still gonna fuck with him, even if you cut them off, even if you disavow them, even if you push them to the side, people still gonna fuck with him. Okay, you can't stop that.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, he says he's not Manosphere. You are, and so it makes more. It coming from someone who is again tied to the space. It doesn't matter. The objective is not to get people to not fuck with Dennis. People, if they are entertained by Dennis, understand that everybody that watches Dennis doesn't necessarily believe Dennis, but a lot of them do. But it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Just to get and you said you did it already. I'm not telling you to do it if you said you did it or suggesting that you do what you already did. I gotta say that.
Okay, make your point clear, because I'm not getting it. Okay.
No, but I've been saying that. But
but it's not clear to me.
Going back to it.
Right. I've said it a dozen times.
Okay, I believe you. Then let it go. Then
let it go.
No, but you asked me.
Just say you addressed it and move on. Okay.
I said that too. I said
no, you didn't. You keep going back to it.
Bae, did I not say this? I said, yo, I believe you, and now the chat wants us to move on.
That's what I want.
But you asked me to name the guys, and I did. I said, yo, we got guns out this motherfucker, and I also
because you brought it up. I didn't bring them up.
No, I didn't. No, but you
did.
It's not about why you asked me the question. I was answering the question.
Okay, all right.
That's all I was doing. But then you're saying I'm taking it back there. I'm just
I'm getting confused now. Okay.
Hey.
Nah, we good.
Wait, listen.
Oh, here we go.
Listen,
all right.
You don't give a fuck. I'm not in this shit. I'm a free agent. I give no fucks. I don't care.
Okay.
I see the problems.
Yeah.
I see the problems, and I see the problems come back and bite y'all in the ass.
No, good. We're good. We get bit in the ass all the time.
And we'll move on. I just call out.
You know what? I'm gonna say this, man. When I got there, was nothing here, right? And all the fuck shit that goes on in this space, we moved from nothing to prominence to where we have a mic. Okay, against all odds, it will actually continue. This is nothing compared to what went on in 2016 and 2018. Okay, it's nothing.
Shout out to Joe. He said we have this space has bigger fish to fry. I agree with that.
Yeah.
You understand?
But after this, we'll move on. Okay.
There's a lot of cleaning up that needs to happen.
It's been messy from the beginning. It's never been clean. It's never gonna be.
Yeah,
clean.
I was about to say. Listen, this space operates like an online barbershop. And can I hop in and say something right quick? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. This is disagreement day, so we was disagreeing. But Big Kev.
Yeah.
We're listening.
Oh, okay, yeah. But anyways, the problem that I have with like the detractors of this space is it's one thing if the criticism was like somewhat like genuine, fair, like, all right, cool, we could do a little bit better over here. But the problem with most of the detractors is that them claiming that this space is quote unquote toxic or is pushing the incel argument, it's like listening to a Browns fan, like a diehard Cleveland Browns fan, trying to go into all these convoluted reasons and conspiracy theories and rabbit holes because they just cannot accept the fact that the reason why the team isn't doing good is because the coaching sucks. That is what I think when I hear a lot of these people that have come out and harshly criticize the space. when they make their talking points, I'm like, that's what I hear. It's similar to that. Like them saying that, oh, we're all just incels, or oh, we only talk about women and this space is toxic. And it's like listening to a Browns fan basically say that, oh, the reason why the Browns didn't win is because OBJ farted or Baker scratched his ass the wrong way, and that's why the Browns couldn't win. It's like, no, the reason why you guys don't win is because your coaching sucks. It's like, it's not that deep. Like, your coaching is trash, you know it's trash, and you're more so mad at the fact that people have the balls to call it out than the people that actually are bringing you harm. And I think that's the real reason why this space is so controversial, because we're just outright saying, listen, the reason why the so-called community is basically done for is because the leadership is trash, beginning in.
But I feel like BGS,
like the leadership is trash.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I mean, you know, he's making several sports references that Bay, you already know. I don't, no disrespect to you, Big Cat. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Right? Bay's like, yeah, right, yeah. And
leadership needs to take accountability. Y'all called out the leadership. You all have to be in unison. At the same time, you can take 2 minutes out of your day and make a goddamn YouTube short. Yeah,
we don't have to. We don't have to. We decide what's important to us. Okay.
But that's also true. But no, BGS,
that's your opinion.
The coaching sucks.
Well, then fine. But the team's still winning.
But I mean, he said that already. He already said that. You know, he'll take the L. He said he'll take the L.
The team is still winning. The team is still winning.
The team is not winning.
Yes, it is.
Coaching sucks.
The team is still winning.
On the outside looking in right now,
no, the team is still winning.
The problem is that you're fractured.
No, it's more like this. It's like just because the team is losing doesn't mean we don't have talent. It just means the leadership is trash.
No. In other words, the team is still winning. It actually accomplished its goals. Okay, it did.
Did it make the playoffs?
We actually won a championship.
Did the Browns make the playoffs last season?
I don't know. I'm
going to ask you.
I'm gonna use another sports analogy. It's like, babe, you complaining about this space, okay, quote unquote, not doing what you wanted to do. It's like complaining about a team. No.
That's what you wanted to do. You said it needs to.
It's like complaining about a team, okay, that quote unquote, oh, you guys didn't make a Super Bowl when you were only projected to go like 4-13. I'm sorry, like 4-13. And instead of going 4-13, you went 10-7 and made it to the divisional round and say, well, you know, y'all didn't make the Super Bowl, so y'all didn't try hard enough. I'm like, let's be honest here.
Now that analogy I do understand, but check this out.
Right. Nobody expects.
I do understand. I know what you're referencing, but that's not what happened. But go on.
So
nobody expected the space to get this far. And it has, and farther than that.
Well, the space is here, and we have raised awareness. Like there's a Red Pill movie that a white girl made, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a Red Pill movie that, you know, there's all these things that speak about these things, but the question is, if we're going to claim victory outside of raising awareness, which we raise awareness like a motherfucker as Black people about a lot of different things that's going on with us. People are woke as fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question would be, and this is I'm asking this not to be funny, but I want you to speak on it.
Okay.
What tangible yardage have we gained? Like what have we achieved?
Manosphere 2.0. Actually, Shay Shard actually cut it up into a clip. Okay, cut it up into a clip of me explaining this. Right, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Right, and the goals right of each. Okay, goal of 1.0 was clapback. Right, 2.0 was 3 things. Right, spread awareness to the broader people outside the little bubble. Okay. Supposedly bring the women back to the table to conversate, according to Obsidian, right? Okay. And the third thing was another one. Okay. But and the third thing is to basically basically bring knowledge of why and what and how we got into circumstance. Basically start changing slowly but surely, changing the worldview of the men inside of it, right? It achieved basically all three things. Okay, that's a win.
Okay, well, hold on. You
Especially in a short period of time. Go ahead.
no, let's
Those
let
are the
me
stated goals from 2015.
no, but let me speak to some of the things you said. You said that, you know, the first one was clapback, the second one was awareness, and the third one was Obsidian coming to bring women back to the table.
In other words, Obsidian's been saying it since he started, right? We need to find a environment where black men and women can basically come back and horse trade, right? Or come back to the table and have a discussion about their relationship, right? 2015, there was nothing. Okay, what we see now with men and women on the same panel, didn't exist for the first 3-4 years. Didn't exist.
No, women are on the panels, right? But I mean, what you saying, bringing women back to the table? What are women as a women as a collective? I mean, yeah, there's some women on these panels. You know, I don't think that the women that are on these panels or content creators or whatever make up the greater group. I mean, what I'm saying is in reference to when you say bringing women back to the table, I would think in the general sense, not the content creator panel sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these women that are in this space still talk that sisterhood bullshit.
But they're talking to you, okay? They weren't even talking to you then. They weren't even having a discussion.
I think men and women need to stay out of each other's spaces. Then
hold on. Go ahead.
All right, and have the leaders come together for a meeting of the minds. Like, this is what we talking about over here. Well, this is what we talking about over here. You know what I'm saying? There has to be a negotiation. If y'all trying to make this relationship thing work, stay out of each other's spaces, work on improving each other, and then come back and then meet in the middle, have a negotiation.
But that's not happening.
That
is your idea, but it's not the idea of the general space. Okay.
No, but listen to what I'm saying. Okay,
it doesn't matter what you think about it. That was not the goal. Okay.
So what's the idea?
No, the goal of the original space, because I was the listener of the original space, was not to come and negotiate with women.
Now, the original space, it was a clapback, right? To answer back the negative stuff that's going on about black men. That was 1.0, right?
That was one. Okay, so Obsidian came later, but what you said was the goal of the original space. You worded it that way, so that's what I was responding to.
Yeah, it was a clapback. Yeah.
No, you just said that was part of the goal of the original space just now. I mean, you said. Again, I go back. I don't want to get caught up into that. What I'm saying is right, because you did say
I thought it was clear.
Nah, I heard you say that attached to this conversation that is being had now. When that was, you said that was.
I talked to Ed, who was here, and basically behind the scenes in 1.0. Okay, Don Calypso, Dre, and a bunch of others. What were you guys trying to do in 1.0? Okay. Explain it to me, okay? I heard some of it, but what were you guys trying to do? And they explained to me the whole story from Gen X, how they got kicked off, what they're trying to do, the people involved. Okay, it was the clapback. They're trying to answer the negative stuff that black women had been spreading for the last 20 years. Which is what I've been saying, talking about addressing bullshit narratives, right? That was the purpose of us being here. So I'm still operating with that energy, right? Addressing bullshit narratives. What the question I was going to ask is, as far as this conversation, like you said, well, before they weren't even talking to you. I mean, girls ain't give a shit about coming on here and talking to us on YouTube. They were more so trying to get our shit flagged. Now that this conversation is a hot topic, now they are saying the shit we're saying because it's paying to do so. It might be. Yeah.
Okay, but back to this thing about you saying, well, the goal is to have to bring them back to the table to talk to us. Okay, we're talking, and now motherfuckers is ready to kick their asses out. So what did we accomplish?
So and that goes back to why I talked to Shay Sade and made that video, right? What did I say when I said that, right?
You said you were worried about niggas booting them out the space, but
because you work too hard to bring them to the table, right? That's what I said, right?
What I'm saying is, let me ask you this: how much of this content, right, that the girls are making, do you think is being consumed by the general black female audience?
Oh, quite a bit, because when Passport Bros popped up, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on about that in general content, and we hear about it. It's in the streets, okay? It's in the streets, in the high schools. It's in the grade schools, okay? Whole lot of them consuming this content.
No, well, you say girls, young girls in the grade schools, on some red pill shit, like, and what I'm saying is,
okay, go ahead. They might disagree with it, but they're consuming it. Just because they disagree doesn't mean they're not consuming it.
Let me tell you something. I've been having these sorts of discussions, and I told Dr. T this. I've been having these sorts of discussions since I'm in my teenage years. I'm talking about like early 90s, right? Talking this what would be considered red pill, conversation about women. And we would, you were telling them, we was telling them then they didn't want to hear it then, right? So you're saying, okay, they're consuming it. Every time I talk to women about this type of shit, right? They'll say who they hate if the name is famous enough, like a Kevin or somebody like that. But then I ask them, how many videos have you actually watched? They say they haven't watched any. That's most of the time. Bay, and this is a friend that we have in common. You know her name, right? I'm not saying women are not watching this stuff. I just want to know, to what degree do you think they're watching this stuff? And you're saying consuming it. I mean, consuming it to a point where it's like, whoa, this is making a lot of sense to me. What percentage would you estimate of the black? Let me ask the question, of the black female audience that watches this stuff does that make up? I don't fuck who watches and doesn't agree and goes back to Facebook or Twitter to talk about how weak we are, because they don't count.
I have an 18% female audience here in the United States.
But you don't necessarily carry an extreme red pill.
No, I don't. I play
right. So right. So what I'm saying is, when it comes to us content creators, I mean, I got girls who watch my shit,
right?
And girls who actually.
Say?
You say what?
What do your numbers say?
No, I'd have to look at them, but what I'm saying is, I see.
It'll tell you exactly what the percentage is.
I understand how the analytics work, babe. What I'm saying is, I look in the chat room and I see girls in the chat room and they speak, and then I go on other people's channels and people say, "Hey, Marcus," so I know that they know who I am. So even if they're not watching my live, they probably watch the playback. Right. What I'm saying is, this part that we're discussing right now is, where the achievements of the Black Manosphere, which I'm not questioning, I'm asking because BGS would be the person to ask. So what I'm saying is, if we're going to say, well, the objective of, what was it, 2.0, right? Or 3.0?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, BGS.
Okay.
We talk about
yeah. I mean, you guys are not listening to me, so I might as well eat. You're not listening to me, I might as well eat.
I ain't mad at that. I eat on camera. Motherfuckers have seen it. When we talk about, fuck what the number is, but when we talk about Obsidian trying to bring women back to the table to have these discussions,
make a space.
Girls jump on these.
Make a space for women to come back and start the discussion.
Okay. Right, but now what we've done
now you want 100% saturation. Is that what you want?
No, come on, man. You don't make the extreme arguments. I'm asking you, to what degree do you think these women are in the conversation negotiating, as opposed to saying, fuck these corny ass, weak ass niggas, y'all hate your mama and all of this other shit? Because we've been had that in 1.0 and 2.0, and before the internet, we've had motherfuckers, women talking like that. They'll engage us to say, you hate your mama and you need to do this and this and this, or choose better and all of that shit. So no, there was a conversation, but it ain't productive. So what I'm saying is, to what degree do you think that our content is consumed by women who not only agree with what we're saying, but are here to say, okay, well, let's make something happen? Because from where I see it on the ground, I don't really see that. I see individuals, but I don't really see any like type of female movement outside. That's
let me know when you finish your question.
So okay. So
you don't see it in person,
because it's gonna be a 5-minute question.
Nah, because I asked the percentage, and you saying, well, you wanted 100% exaggeration. I think that's a bit of a reach. So
okay. Basically,
right.
I don't know, but basically, it wasn't about a percentage. It's about a space. It's about a beginning of the discussion. Okay, I would say about maybe 20-25%. They don't even agree. They don't have to agree. It's not necessary for them to actually agree. Have the conversation.
But they've been disagreeing in the conversation. That's not new. That's not something women disagreeing with us about. These things is not something that the space created. They've been not feeling us on this shit.
They created a space where they can actually come on to in public, on these social media tubes, and have a face-to-face conversation. That's what you created.
So Joe says sometimes people consume stuff they hate, and I agree with that. But what I'm saying is, yeah, people consume stuff they hate, but that's not productive to the progress of the realities. It's just people listening to, oh, I hate this motherfucker, and then they go right back to doing shit the way they've been doing it. That's not productive. It's just content consumption. That's all it is.
It's a process
of the conversation.
In other words, this all was a content in online. It's starting to move beyond that. It's a process.
So okay, so I hear you.
Okay,
and you say you're what is it? The practical pragmatist or something?
Do you understand me? But you hear me? Do you understand me? What I'm saying?
No, I understand the theory.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think that coming into, like, I could debate you all night tonight, and when we get off, you can still feel how you feel, and I can still feel how I feel. But what I'm saying is, if the process is not to just get people talking, but to get them to see things the way that you would like them to, because that's progress. Talking is talking, right?
Where does this start, though?
I mean, the same way the civil rights era started, and we're still here in the conversation. So, but what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to understand is, okay, from the point where we started at up to now, and again, I'm here. Like, I'm here in this space. My name's on the list. I don't denounce shit. But what I'm saying is, if it's going to be said that the purpose of a particular reiteration of the Manosphere was to bring women to the table, which
it's one of the goals.
I'm not really
one of the goals.
No, I got you. One of the goals, but you know, I don't subscribe to that. Yeah,
well,
I know.
That's
right.
But
I'm not saying that you have to feel as I do, but I'm just throwing that in there. What I'm saying is, if that's the objective, and that was what 2015. We talking about almost.
We disagreed then, but the thing is, that's but a lot of guys wanted what's happening now with what we call the purposeful space. A lot of guys, that's what they wanted in this space. Okay, damn what the outside people wanted, right? Has nothing to do with them. People inside the space wanted this.
No, I understand that, but bringing the women to the table for them to say why you're wrong about saying the things you're saying.
That's fine.
Is what I'm saying is, it's fine for content, but it's not. It does it.
Okay, go ahead, finish, man. Because I'm trying to explain it to you, but the thing is, you keep.
No, but you got to let me say full sentences.
I know, but the thing is, you do the same thing, but it's okay. Go ahead, man.
I'm not cutting you off. What did I cut off?
All right, man. I'll next time you do it, I'll ask you bring it up. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
My point is, having conversations with people for them to stonewall. You can't call it progress just because you got them in the room. I mean, you go back to these talk shows with Sally Jesse, or like even what's her name, Shahrazad Ali, when she went on the show with her book. And she was talking the same shit that we're talking back then. That preceded the internet, right? They were aware then, right? We've been having this conversation before the Manosphere, but because of YouTube, we're able to do it this way. This conversation is not new, and you are somebody who, again, you've even said it yourself, like, this sort of thing isn't new in us. We look at all these old films where these guys are talking to black women about the relationship between black men and black women. This conversation is old as a motherfucker, but yet from late 60s, all through the 70s, all through the 80s, all through the 90s, and even into the 2000s, here we are talking to each other on the internet saying that the conversation is progress. We've been having this conversation and they've been saying, motherfucker, we ain't hearing you. That's not bringing them to the table to disagree, not to negotiate. Because a negotiation is, okay, so what do you want to do? What do you have to offer us? And what do you want in return? That's a negotiation. All right. The conversation is not a conversation. It's them hearing what we have to say if they choose to hear it and saying no, 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 no. That's not a negotiation. Right. So I would argue in that respect, right, that objective for that part of the time of the reiteration 2.0, 2015, 3.0, whatever, that objective has not succeeded to this point. We have not gotten women on the ground to negotiate any real terms with us to the point where motherfuckers talking about leaving. That failed. That's why I'm SYSBM. These bitches do not want to negotiate shit. They'll have a conversation to you to tell you go fuck yourself. There's no negotiation happening here. They, you know what I'm saying? I'm listening. You got the floor.
I'm waiting for you to finish.
No, that's why I said you got the floor. You ain't got to wait no more.
That's what they wanted. They're not going to believe you until the women come back to the table and tell them that. They weren't going to believe you. Okay, this is what they wanted.
Who's they?
The men in the space. Okay, the men in the Black Manosphere. They wanted this.
No. Say what you're saying, because you were saying you use a pronoun. So it's like say.
Okay, the men in the Black Manosphere, the vast majority wanted women to actually come back to the table and actually negotiate and actually tell them exactly how they felt, right? Okay, because they would not believe it that these women are not fucking with them until they actually said it.
Okay, so they came and they let us know. So
now
that's not
now you accomplished your mission. Now niggas, do you believe us now?
But that's not, again, you say come back to the table and negotiate. You use the word negotiate. And I would say that I understand what you're saying, bring the girls back to the table. Okay. I mean, I don't think I don't think that we needed the Manosphere for that. I think that the girls get on enough social media and create enough memes about us to call us all types of names. You would think
that. You would think
no,
that, but
I understand. I mean, you've heard me say that women could say the most disrespectful shit and post the most disrespectful memes. The guys who, like you say, Winter Soldier, simp chip, them motherfuckers. Look, I said it myself. If the divorce rate was 100%, motherfuckers would still get married, right? They'll still get married. Black women doing this, black women doing that, black women doing this, doing that, doing this. Okay, now how do we get these bitches to fuck with us?
SYSBM, the Wall of Silence, Big Tall, Itmore, all the options we gave them. No, we still want to talk to them.
Right. So
we still want to talk. We don't believe you because we still there's a chance. We just talk to them, get them to the table and talk to them. They'll change their minds. Okay. They're at the table. What are they saying? What are you going to say?
Right.
Okay. Are you happy now? They came back to the table for 3 years. They came back to the table. They're telling the same shit. Now, do you believe us?
So now you're saying the objective was to get them to come to the table to say
Yes.
go fuck yourself, so the guys could hear them
Or
say
not.
go fuck
Or
yourself,
not.
so the guys,
Yeah.
because I would
Or
Okay,
not.
so what's the next
You can't
step?
anticipate. Huh?
What's the next step?
Okay. The next step is basically, and this is the stuff that we're working on, right? Okay. That's why you're going beyond. Now, that's why I'm saying they don't matter. Okay. I keep telling guys, the black women don't matter. You want to talk, but they don't matter anymore. Okay.
Okay.
The environment that they're in matters more than they do.
Okay.
COVID mattered more than you trying to talk to them. They came back to the table because they needed to understand you, because they're in a bind. Okay.
Can I respond? He said you weren't here for it, man.
Bro,
PK, no disrespect.
I'm
sorry.
You just
I'm
did
sorry.
it, Marcus. You just did it, Marcus. Okay,
it.
well, go ahead. I just
Well,
want to point it
I'm
out.
not interrupting you.
No. I just wanted to point it out that you just did.
So
Okay,
that's
ahead.
fine. I just, he talking about I wasn't here for it. You don't know what I was here for. But
to advance it. All right. So we're no longer dealing with the women. So now, what's the next step?
In other words, go ahead.
I want you to continue where I interrupted.
Go ahead.
I'm asking him.
I know, but the thing is, when I do it, you guys get upset.
No, bro, I'm telling you, I'm not interrupting you to talk.
I'm talking about Bay. I'm talking about Bay. You guys keep saying that. Okay, I'm interrupting you. I'm not letting you finish. And okay, all right.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just waiting on the answer.
Okay. Oh gosh. Okay. What's the question, man? Okay.
No,
I'm trying to answer one. I'm trying to answer.
You forgot your other thing.
Okay.
Yeah, because now it's kind of.
All right. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah. Go ahead, man.
Okay. Take the women out of it.
Yes.
Now, what's the next step?
Okay. The next step is changing the environment, which is the laws, which is change society, the way society looks at men, not just black men, but all men, right? And there's a wave coming, right? And you can see it with the grass eaters started. You got men in China talk about let it rot. Okay, you got the Great Resignation. You got boys, men, white men. All men not dating, not socialized because it says it's too hard. COVID was the catalyst to that. Okay, now the people, the powers that be, okay, whatever you want to call them, all over the world have to solve this goddamn problem, right? So now you have a moment to interject whatever you want to interject, because because the tide is flowing your way, and that's the next step. Because women, I told them in 2019, right? Women will change when the environment changes. They're actually tied to the environment. They'll change when it changes. When COVID happened, all of a sudden them bitches lined up night after night to actually ask, how can I get a high value man? How can I get a date? What do men want? Okay, what are we trying to? Even the soft girl shit. You niggas want us to cooperate. Okay, this is how we actually gonna do. We don't want that shit. Now the passport bros, we're leaving. Okay, you niggas can't leave. Okay, now they're invested because the environment's changing. So the next step is actually start trying to change the environment, the social, political, and legal environment. That's the next step. That's what we're on now. So the women don't count.
So all right, let me. Okay. Are you done? I don't want to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt you.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, are you saying
one at a time, y'all? One at a time.
And I want you and the chat to understand that some of these questions that I'm asking is for devil's advocate, because y'all know my positions on shit. Okay, but I want to ask BGS because he mentioned about girls saying guys can't leave or they this and that and the other. Do you think that the women who are against passport bros want the passport bros, that they don't want to leave? You think that these are the guys they want relationships with? Because well, let me ask you that first. Do you? Because I don't want to start talking after the question.
Okay.
Do you think that they have a genuine intention or desire for the men?
Yes, they do.
I'm gonna have to disagree with that.
Okay. If we look, just go by blackdemographics.com, right? Okay. There's only like 15 to 17% of single black men that earn over $50,000 a year. Okay. Who are the guys that can actually travel?
But
the guys that are like $10,000 a year, or who? So the guys that are $50,000 a year or more, those are the most likely guys that actually be passport bros, right?
I understand what you're saying. My thing is, why are these guys leaving in the first place?
Because Well, because women, even the ones they want, are insufferable. Okay.
Right. So
What
well,
else? What else?
not just
What
that.
else?
Go ahead, Bay. Not
Yeah,
just
you're
that.
right.
But go
Not
ahead.
just that. What else?
What else was
Because
our
I
what?
watch these guys' channels. I know
Right.
why they leave.
A
It's
lot of
not women is not the number one thing on their list. Not the ones I listen to.
I mean,
When we talked about women and why the women are actually don't want these guys to leave. All right, that's what we talked about. We're not talking about all the other
I
stuff.
mean,
like
can we agree that a lot of black women carry this thing where they don't want you, but they don't want no one else to have you?
The options, yeah.
I mean, they'll say you can't date a white woman and you can't date a non-black woman, even while they are not interested in you. They dick police black men that they have no interest in.
Yeah, and
it's not an indicator.
I would like to finish the thought.
Now you cut me off.
No, what I'm saying is you didn't. Okay, all right, man. All right, okay. All right, I'll mute. Go ahead.
I didn't. I was speaking. I didn't ask a question, but I'll make it short. What I'm saying is not an indicator of interest when they do that. So when they dick police or shame black men for exercising options, it's not always an indicator of interest. I mean, because there's a lot of black men who meet the financial requirement for these women, but they don't meet other qualifications. They're not interested in them. You can respond.
Thank you.
Knock it off, man.
Knock it off. Man. Okay. Jesus Christ, man, it happens, baby. I just had to this last night, man. This happens. Okay. Anyway, what I'm saying is the financial thing is part of it, right? But the thing is, if single black men that earn $50,000 a year or more, right? Okay, you take them out of the equation. What are they actually left with? Okay, the guys that can't marry, can't take care of a family. Okay,
the long dick, dirty dick Harold, who they like.
Well, then fine, and then they don't have to worry about us, right?
What? So no, but they don't.
So why are black women at the post office actually not turning in their applications for passports?
What I'm saying is you're speaking as if the shit they do makes sense. What I'm saying is you got guys who and they speak up against passport brothers too. You got guys who they like that can't do none of this shit that they're fucking and they actually like, and they're trying to make them into the guys that they are not attracted to. They got the shit that they need. There's wants and needs, right? Yeah, so okay. the guy that they want, Dirty Dick Harold from the block, that's the guy they want, okay. Right? They can't get him right? They see the other guys leaving. They don't want that motherfucker. They ain't attracted to him for shit. They'll keep fucking Dirty Dick Harold, but they'll shame the passport, bro, even though they have no interest in this motherfucker. It's not an indicator of interest. It's black women always shame black men who exercise an option that's not them, regardless of if they have an interest in that particular man or not. That's facts, right? I used to tell these women on Facebook, I post a picture of a dude with a white woman, like, you want to date him, and then I'll post this, for lack of a better way of me saying it, it'll be a goofy looking dude with a white woman or whatever. Sometimes the white woman is attractive, sometimes she's not. But it'll be a good, it'll be a pardon me, what's good, Chaos? It'll be another one of them situations where, again, they don't want you to step out, but they not fucking with you. These guys are going these other places because they're not the choice, right? In some cases, and in other cases, they don't want to deal with whatever bullshit, right? But in a lot of the cases is because they're not the choice. You have the floor. That's what you're waiting for me to say.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you. In other words, basically, they're afraid that this is actually a wave. It's not just one guy that can't get any pussy. Because most of those guys actually can't get pussy and have been married, have kids, divorced. Okay, most of the passport bros actually 40 years old and older, have kids, been divorced, with a second family. Most of them. Okay, so they have gotten pussy. They have been with women. Okay, the thing is,
That's not what I'm saying though. But go ahead. Continue.
And so the guys that you see online mostly were those guys, okay? The average workaday guys, okay? They weren't the Pookies and Ray Rays. The average workaday guys that were actually that the community is actually built on, okay? These are those guys. And they're leaving.
Factory brothers.
Yeah, they're leaving. Yeah.
Yeah,
and they can't. And the community can't afford to lose those guys. What happened to the community? Carry. Okay, they know
that. I do agree with, but the argument that these women are genuinely interested in these men,
no,
I don't agree with, because I don't agree with that, because again, like over 20 years of conversation with I already see how these chicks move. They've been on the shit where they don't want you.
Okay.
But they don't want you to go elsewhere, right?
What happens when you put them under financial stress?
So that is something that we want to do. You want to
I'm not saying they're already under financial stress. What I'm saying, that's why they're reacting to it.
Right, I understand that, but again, who wants to fuck with somebody under duress? That's not genuine interest.
They accuse you of.
They do it all the time.
To put somebody in financial slavery.
But it's not genuine. I would argue that the men who,
I was about to say, listen, it doesn't fucking matter what you do as a brother. Everything you do is going to be considered problematic. It's always going to be some agent provocateur working on behalf of the deep state or some elitist organization, some nosy bitch or some dick policeman simp trying to tell you about why you dealing with insert X group of women here is quote unquote problematic. Again, it's because you're quote unquote black.
Right.
That's literally the reason why they're bitching about it. Okay, beginning in. Like, we got to stop with this, you can't get, no. The fact that you as a brother are exercising your personal freedom and autonomy is quote unquote problematic.
Right. It's not.
That's the reason why they're complaining.
That's
the real reason why they have a problem with it. Beginning in.
What's your name?
Kev,
all this other shit they're talking about is a smokescreen.
Kev, let me ask you. I agree with what you just said. Are you subscribed to the idea that they're complaining because they're interested in the men leaving?
No, they're complaining because they like to dick police you. They don't believe that that brothers here in America deserve freedom because, again, in their minds, the fact, in their minds, right, and this is how the gynocracy operates, in their minds, the fact that they're a woman and or not straight automatically means that everything they're doing is righteous and correct, even when it's not. They believe that they deserve respect and admiration and to be put on a pedestal no matter what they do, no matter how fucked up their character is, no matter what type of heinous shit they done. They believe that they cannot truly be held accountable for that. So
like,
that's the reason why they have a problem with that.
BGS,
solution to that.
You want me to talk now?
I want to address you.
Let me ask you a question.
Why when it's our turn to talk, we not letting you talk? We having a dialogue, right?
I know, but
no, I'm talking to him. I'm talking to the master teacher.
What I'm saying is, I
want to get
right in the middle. See, right. Go ahead, man.
He said, "Hey, they either you can have a choice, either stay or go. What would you suggest a brother do? Should he stay or go?"
Who, me?
I'm asking Big Ed.
Oh, Big Kev. Okay.
Big Kev. Yeah, I'm asking Big Kev.
Whichever option works best for him. Again, it's not my place to tell him what the fuck to do.
Okay, so what would you do?
Whatever works. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I'm asking you personally. What would you do if you had the choice to go or stay?
It doesn't matter. Whichever one I felt like, listen, if there was a genuinely cooperative chick here, I would stay. But if there's genuinely cooperative chick overseas, I would go.
Okay, so it's really
it doesn't matter.
Whatever the way the wind blows for you.
No, I'm saying is that listen.
Oh, you're fine. No,
exactly.
I got you. Okay. All right.
Like again, if you ever read the 33 Strategies of War or the 48 Laws of Power, what's the one thing that they drill into your fucking head? Avoid the snares of groupthink. Stop promoting groupthink.
Yeah.
So therefore, because I'm not promoting groupthink, it ain't my fucking place to tell him what the fuck to do.
That's why I respect
like whichever option works best for you, bro. Like fucking do you.
That's why I respect your decision. I just wanted you to explain.
Yeah.
It.
I don't go
All right,
by.
so y'all go ahead, y'all.
I really when I actually do an analysis, I don't go by what they say. I go by facts on the ground, right? You're already too many men short as far as male to female. Okay, only a certain amount of men can make families financially. Okay, start draining those men, it's going to have an effect. Okay, start draining those men, it's going to have an effect. Pookie and Ray Ray cannot support families. Okay, at some point they're going to need the men that are leaving. Okay, that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of not having those options. Okay. It's going to have it's having an effect. That's why passport bros have been around since 2018. Why now?
I'm in a bind, Nate.
Because it's become an internet thing. Just because they've been doing no. So let me respond to you. You said something. Let me respond to it. I ain't going long talk. They're responding to passport bros because now it's an internet movement. Motherfuckers been going to these places, right? But more recently it's become a hashtag, right? To where now, motherfuckers are doing videos about it. Yo, we out here with these girls and this and that and the other. But yeah, as far as you saying they want those guys, no, they're not. We know. Me and you've had this discussion before as far as it relates to Future and and Russell. And I don't want the conversation to become about that. I'm just using that as an example where let's not pretend that women often put their desires ahead of those things that you're talking about. You're talking about, the financial abilities of men in the six-figure range. You got women that are overlooked, their non-attraction to a guy, but usually they do that later in life. They don't do that early when it matters, right? So that the options
are getting paid.
Who are the women that are complaining? What do they look like?
No, they're black.
Yeah. What age are they?
The younger ones are not going to complain because the younger ones are getting chose or they're choosing. They have the options. The older women are the ones that
those are the ones that get affected by it, right?
Right. Understand it.
And those are the guys that they want.
But
they are.
They don't want the younger guys. The younger guys come after them.
No. What I'm saying is most of the passport bros are not in their 20s. They're in their 40s.
Right.
They're late 30s, 40s. Okay.
So, Coach Lamont, I see you, Coach Lamont. I just I just want to respond to that. It is my belief that a lot of these guys, with all their resources and etc., right? These are not they're not the guys that, even the women that we're talking about, a lot of them are still holding out for the guy that we know that they do like, right? Yeah. The way they interact with these guys, even with their resources, there's no respect. It doesn't change their demeanor and this and that. This is why even Kev, when Kev was doing this conversation, he was talking about the guys that are in this bracket don't want you, not just because of poor aesthetics of your kids, but you women are quote unquote not submissive, right? They don't act like wives, right? They don't behave the way that a man who is in that bracket would want them to behave, and that's why they go to another culture where that does happen. But that is indicative of non-desire, because we always talk about in this space that when the girls get wet over Pookie, what you see is that alpha widow genuine desire, right? You see that. And the way that these women operate with these guys, they don't want them. They might need them. Hey, you know what? If you're gonna fuck with me, I need you to pay all these bills. I need you to do this. I need to do that. I understand that. But what I'm saying is they don't want these guys. They're not even in that respect their first choice. Right? And Cool Man, I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying, but when I talk to women in this age group, they still want the fly guy. They still want motherfucker that is in shape, tall, and this and that and the other. Da, 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 da. When you act, they want you to make money, but they still want to be turned on by you.
Hey Marcus, come to Jamaica.
I'm just saying.
You know, come to Jamaica.
I'm just saying they still like all that other shit doesn't. I think the older women get the shorter that list gets, but a lot of these women are still talking about my future husband gonna look like this. How many times you heard the term my future husband? And they start naming off these select characteristics like these bitches is still 20. What you're saying makes perfect sense, bro. Because we're men here and we're thinking like men in the female sense. But when you look at what's happening, you got these chicks still making these highbrow demands like they the new car off the lot. I'm telling, bro. You say that you're around these women, and I'm not going to debate my experience around females, not just in relationships and fucking them, but like in these sorts of conversations and me watching how they move and what they say they want at all stages of their lives. And I think that a lot of them are delusional in the space where they should be looking at it the way you're describing.
They do not all come looking like Tracy Ellis Ross.
I want BGS and then I want Big Kev to speak.
Okay, the guys that they want, the guys that are fly and all that kind of stuff, what percentage do they make up?
Fly guys are always going to make up the smaller percentage. Not just that, but men that women are actually attracted to are the minority.
Okay. The thing is that even at that, we'll give it 20%, right? Okay.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Okay, we'll give it 20. We just as a
rule.
It's a throw out figure, right? Okay. Most of the 20% of guys that are like that don't make the requisite amount to actually take care of a family. What are they going to do? That's either the state or those guys. So if those guys start leaving, they start draining the money out of the system.
Wait, okay? Which guys you talking about? Because you said the guys that look good,
the guys that are earning $50,000 a year and over. If they start leaving.
You talking about the attractive guys or the guys?
The guys that make the money, whether they're attractive or not. Okay, you start taking these guys out of the system, it's gonna have a big effect on the system. It is, and on the community, it is. Okay, you can't get around that.
I understand that logic. Continue, because you said it before, but I understand that logic.
This is exactly why them bras lined up. Kevin Samuels asking for high value men, no matter what he looked like. Okay, because the economy says that they needed to. Okay,
do you
go ahead?
No, I'm sorry.
In other words, the United States is not going to be able to afford to actually allow them these kind of choices anymore. They're going to need these guys.
I hear that.
They're already feeling it. That's why they're mad, because these guys, you can't leave because we need you.
I think that in the sense of these women wanting luxury shit, when they talk about high value, they usually want guys who like supersede, like, in that top percentage, right? They don't just want a guy to come take care of them. They want a guy to come and like you said, soft girl life. It's not like you're saying, like, they want a guy to come pay all the bills. A blue collar motherfucker could do that. And Kev is basically making the argument in a lot of those things. These girls are calling for high value men, and they're looking for the guys in the upper echelon. That doesn't, and you're saying regardless of looks, no,
they have to settle. They got to settle.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm listening to what you're saying. Just like when you did it to me, they have to settle. You cut me off too. So what?
Okay. No, I didn't win.
All right.
Not just now. I was talking, but cool. What I'm saying is, I think two things are happening here. I think it's being played down how much these women are looking for a certain aesthetic in the dude, even because again, until the economy breaks down to the point where the government can't feed these chicks or house them or get them these degrees and these jobs where they can be boss bitches, right?
That's
What they're looking for is if they make 50, they need a guy to make double to triple what they're doing.
Okay.
So it's not just about, because if a woman makes 50 or 80 and you make 80, right? Then if she's living off your salary, her life doesn't really change because she's living off the money that she would be making herself, as opposed to if you come with this 6 or 7 figure income, now she's a rich man's wife.
So she
and a lot of
okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If she makes 80, does she want a guy that's Pookie and Ray Ray and makes 15 or 20?
That's why
a lot of them deal with that. That happens a lot.
That
happens very often. That's a great question. It happens more often than you think. I've said it before. A lot of these women are paying for dick.
Okay.
They're paying for dick, right? If they could even attract that sort of guy.
Travis Kelce's girlfriend.
So if they want to, so according to them, if they want a partner, okay, as they put it, is that they want the guy that has the dick as a partner?
You say what now?
If they want a partner that makes as much or more than they do, right? According to them.
That's what they say.
Okay.
What do we see? We got guys in this space complaining that Pookie ain't got to do all this shit that I got to do. Pookie ain't got to make as much money as I make. Pookie ain't got to do this. Pookie ain't got to do that. So we gonna throw that away and say, well, now these chicks want this, and they are actually moving like that. A lot of these women, if they could have the, how can I say, the all-star in terms of aesthetics, they might forgive a little bit of that other shit in order to maintain this guy. We see this shit all the time. I'm not saying to what percentage that it happens most of the time or less of the time, but it does happen. It ain't no fringe. But what I'm also saying is, again, on the other end of it, when it comes to, again, these guys, where like Big Kev said, I think that the bigger part of them complaining about whether it be passport bros or been dating out and shit like that is more about motherfuckers having or exercising other options other than them, because even the guy who makes that 6 or 7 figure income, these women are not going to turn into Susie Homemaker for them. No. They're going to be the same boss bitch under the motherfucker that's making 6 figures, that because they don't respect him. The guy who they actually like, they'll play up to that guy, even though he makes less money, but they have a genuine desire for that.
They don't respect him either.
Some guys priced out of the market.
They don't respect him either, though.
Depends. They might argue with him because, oh, you don't make the money I make. I run this motherfucker, this and that and the other. You might get that. But how many people that's like that they done been together 20, 30 years?
Okay. So
I'm just saying.
What I'm saying, the effect is just starting, okay? And there's already a pain point. It's not going to stop. Okay. If you look at the facts on the ground, it's going to have a bigger effect than what they desire. Okay.
Go ahead. No, I want him to finish.
Money talks. Money does talk.
So,
money. Okay, go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Right. So money talks.
It's your show. Go ahead.
No. Shout out to Gigi.
You keep saying I do it to you. You don't do it to me. Go ahead.
I didn't stop you from talking, brother. I thought you paused. So go ahead and continue, sir.
You pause all the time.
Now we going. Hold on. We going back about me interrupting you when you could be using this valuable time to make your point, sir.
Okay. Okay.
I called you, sir. I'm not being.
In other words. Just like I predicted that Kevin was going to blow up during COVID, right? I told him that before that actually happened, because the facts on the ground, they have to come back. They got to come back.
How many of those women calling into Kevin's show you think were calling for a real solution versus clout or to debate him or to be the one that like bested Kevin in a debate or some shit like that?
I would say 80% wanted the magic, the Willy Wonka's magic ticket. Okay, because I see what's happening with COVID. I'm scared because this economy may or not recover. I need to find a man, a good man, a man that's at the top that can give me the lifestyle that I want. Okay,
I'm not a believer.
You might.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to be a believer. It actually happened. Okay, that's why it happened.
No, I'm saying they called in. I'm not saying they called in for that purpose.
That's what they called in for. I knew that's what they called in for.
You seen some of the women that were calling in. Some of them called with rags on their head.
They with rags on their head because they're delusional. Okay, but things they were calling in, and those weren't the women that actually paying for sessions with him. How do I attract these guys? What do I need to do to fix myself up? It spawned a whole new industry. Okay,
you just said that they were delusional. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah,
that's a point that I've been making. But then you're exercising this man-like logic in terms of what their objective is and how they want to carry that out. It's not that clear cut. What I'm saying to you is, as far as women that called into Kevin, a lot of them called because they just wanted to be on. I would say they wanted to be on the show and they wanted rate me, Kev, and you know, for that shit. Like a lot of these chicks, you know, I look at them and yeah, some of them I would lend to being delusional, but a lot of them weren't really callers who wanted necessarily the genuine service. As far as the ones that called into the show, right? I'm not going to say to what percentage I think. That's why I asked you, but listen to what I'm saying. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Two things. Number one, I do not advocate for men to fuck with women who have been put in a position where they're fucking with you out of necessity, right? Because this economy crumbles or some shit like that. And number two, I think that these women will sell pussy before they go into genuine relationships with black men. I think it was either you or T.S.N. Johnson, Doc T.S.N. Johnson, who put something on his stream about women offering to pretty much, you know, play the Jada Pinkett role and set it all fucking with her landlord. I think that the shit will go there before it goes into this thing where they're about to fall to their knees and submit to niggas because, you know, they need them because of the economy. I am very strongly subscribed to the idea that there are a lot of places women will go before they submit to niggas, whether it be OnlyFans or pussy sales or whatever a motherfucker got to do before she becomes all that hey big head shit. I think that they will go left and right and around the roller coaster before they submit to any sort of patriarchal agreement with us. I don't think so.
There's not enough men to go around to agree with that.
But they reduce their own options with their choices. So aside from the fact that there's a small amount of, and BGS is he probably muted right now. I just want to make this concise. There's a small, Kev, you there? There's a small amount of black men to go around already. Right. There's a small amount of black men to go around already.
Right.
And then with their bullshit, they reduce that even further. And they, again, if that was the case, if they could become Susie Homemaker, get in shape, and become everything that they wanted, that black men wanted them to be, they could similarly do this for non-black men.
So
they could be right.
So basically, if really what you're saying is that as black men, we just need to leave these women alone because you never know.
Collectively, I've been saying that shit since I've been on this motherfucker, and you know that.
Right. Okay.
My position has not. My shit is consistent. My shit has not changed. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm not here to placate. I'm not here, none of that shit. I'm not, again, my position
is solid.
has been consistent from jump. And Bay, you know my position before I ever made a video on this motherfucker.
Yeah.
That it's been that.
I've known your position for a long time.
Right. I want, and I don't want to, BGS, please don't ask me any questions because I want you to respond, and then I want Kev to respond. I want, because Kev hasn't spoken, so I'm gonna listen to you, and then I want to hear Kev.
Environment will always dictate women's behavior. Period. Always will. It's predictable. It's what I go by.
I agree.
Economic, social environment will actually dictate women's behavior. Yeah. Over time, their desires. Okay. It's just going to take. It's not going to happen within a year, 6 months, maybe not even 5. It's a process. You guys want things to happen immediately. Like, oh, all of a sudden it's going to come down and start sucking your dicks and bringing you sandwiches. Doesn't happen that way. Okay, it's a process. But I know as the environment changes, the women will change. I've been telling guys that for years. But if you want them, but the guys in this space want these women. They actually don't want to give up on them.
I agree.
Okay? That's the problem.
I agree.
No matter what you tell them, they still want this.
I agree. I deal with that. I agree.
I've had a couple of living girlfriends, and there was always rules, and there wasn't a lot, just kitchen, bathroom. I already knew that they cook and that they clean, but and electric, utilities, kitchen, bathroom, utilities. I already knew she was gonna cook. I already knew she was gonna clean because her place, that's what she did. But the violations, was really based on attitudes. You know what I'm saying? There was an attitude switch. Anytime something didn't go smoothly, all right, there was a whole shift in attitude to where, I'm playing the cool, but they wanted to ramp it up because they wanted to get a reaction out of me because they felt that, well, you're now showing me that you care. And I'm like, bro, I don't do this, emotional or even try to do physical abuse. You crazy. You know what I'm saying? So you're crazy. You got to go. I don't do that. I need harmony.
So let me I'm gonna pose this question to Big Kev, right? I am in agreement with BGS that the environment changes female behavior. Where we differ is in our opinions of the resulting behavior. This shit about to get lit. This shit about to get lit, right? Let me drop the comment. Okay, my man. Hey, brother, do your best to be on your best behavior in this motherfucker. Okay. This is what's good though. This is Ray S, right? But this question is right. This question is for Big Kev, right? The place where me and BGS differ is not that environment changes behavior, but the resulting behavior. And I think Black women are unique. I think that other women, you know what I'm saying, will do what BGS describes, but I think that we're dealing with a unique beast when it comes to Black women in reference to how they will respond to an environment. So basically, if this shit goes third world, right, which is what it sounds like he's saying, I don't want to reach, right? But it's like, okay, if shit gets so fucking bad, what will girls do? What will women do? Will they go back to Susie Homemaker? I think they go to Susie Ho Ho. Now, Big Kev, what do you think that a United States reality where the system or the economy breaks down looks like as far as Black women's behavior in reference to us?
Like something like out of like The Last of Us, if you know like the video game and now the TV series like The Last of Us, it'd be something like that, you know. It'd just be like,
You have
hey,
to
it's just
describe it. I
fucked
never
up.
seen that.
Yeah, like The Last of Us is like a post-apocalyptic, you know what I mean, world where you have like a massive zombie outbreak, you know what I mean. Basically, people basically scraping together, struggling to survive and stuff like that. It would just be like, say, it would just be like a dystopian nightmare, basically. That's what I mean.
I
For those
don't
of you
I don't
guys,
mean that. I don't mean that fucked up. I don't mean Mad Max. I mean like if you ever been to another country where it functions, it ain't dystopian, it's just not what this is. Like if you go to Colombia, if you go to the DR and you go to these different places, their reality is not necessarily dystopian. It's just underdeveloped in comparison, right? People make less money, things like that. What I'm asking you is, how do you think that, which I think even having this conversation is a bit crazy because I don't believe in taking the women back because they're starving or they're on their knuckles. But do you think that the women will come back to fuck with black men because, or to be these wives if the
well,
economy breaks down?
well, I don't think it was gonna happen immediately because you have to understand. How can I put it like this, right? A lot of their sense of moral supremacy over us is based off of this deeply misandrous environment and misandrous bent and mindset. Basically, their mindset is that anything fucked up that they do is in reaction to us, in reaction to what we did or didn't do to them or for them. You know what I mean? So that's basically their whole argument. Okay, what? How can I put it? How about it you another way? Just like how white people use us as an excuse for why they're racist, a lot of the gynocracy uses us as an excuse for why they are so dysfunctional. Oh, it's because we don't do this or we don't do
Yeah,
that.
because we ain't make
The,
their life soft enough.
exactly. The problem is this. Okay, what they're wrestling with is this, and what the blow to their ego is this, right? We've been hearing it for decades, if not centuries, about how the root cause of all their problems is because of us brothers, okay? And if we would just go away, all their problems would go away. The problem that they're running into is that not only when we do step back, when we do say, all right, fuck it, you know what, it's hopeless. When we do step back and then we do, stop messing with them, what the nightmare reality that they run into is that all the problems that they thought um, would go away by getting rid of us, they actually get more intense. Like the poverty, the mental illness, the negative exploitation, the apathy, all the things that they say that we were the root cause of got worse as soon as we stepped away. Okay, and what's happening is that they're not going to cooperate because it would be too much of a blow to their fragile egos. Their ego is too invested in using us as a scapegoat for all of their problems. So that's why I think like no, no. The only way that they're ever gonna come around is if you have to have like the great grandchildren of today's women basically seeing what those women were going through and actually, how can I put it this, accepting, knowing the history and accepting the truth and just accepting the fact that what, we fucked up, we failed, it's our fault, and basically they're gonna have to really hope that we're in a good mood to be able to really mess with them. But again, right now, no. Again, their egos are too invested in being quote unquote right. Like what Kevin Samuels and BGS said, sign language, shame, insult, guilt, and the need to be right. So that's what's gonna happen more so. Okay. Again, they fundamentally feel, keyword feel, like they're morally superior to us and that nothing they ever do is wrong or fucked up or, out of bounds. Like there's no such thing as them going too far or taking shit too far. Everything they do can be morally justified by either us being inadequate in some way, shape, or form, or
Right.
because of the legacy of slavery. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's not gonna happen the way that BGS thinks it's gonna happen, where these women are just gonna suddenly cooperate, but rather, again, what's gonna happen is that it's gonna take a fundamental think what Crimson Cure calls it a biocultural event. I would say several of those, in order for people to really return to some semblance of functionality.
I'll throw something else in here, another variable, and first Ray S, and then I want BGS. What's stopping women from shacking up with each other? We already have, I think, the highest lesbian count of any demographic, right? Is that am I wrong about that? Am I off base?
You're actually right.
No,
It's about 30% now. Yeah.
Right. So we have the highest
Mm-hmm.
lesbian
Mm-hmm.
count of any demographic in America. So what's to stop them from shacking up with each other, right? To avoid bowing down to men who they see as beneath them. I think that in the same way that, look, I remember I knew white guys who wouldn't keep a job if their boss was black.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that's every white person. I'm just saying I've seen it, right? They're like, fuck this. I'm not working for no niggas, right? I think that black women's pride is so that, and I'm not speaking for the majority or the greater minority. I'm just making a statement.
Yeah.
That they will exercise every available option to not do the thing that you're saying, right? And of course, I mean, I think that the women who are open to it probably have always been open to it, but I think that there's a huge contingency of women who are extremely opposed to submitting to a man in any way, shape, or form. Reyes, you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. I'd like to piggyback that sentiment. Yes, a lot of them are shacking up together. I grew up in that culture. You're from New York. I'm from New York.
Right.
I have cousins who I don't know for sure, but
you be confusing the shit out of me with your origin story. But go ahead. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
Excuse me for the origin story. I'll stop.
No, I'm fucking with you, bro. Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay. But yeah, I have cousins who don't have kids, but they got a bunch of girlfriends. They've been that way for years. There's nothing, written in stone, but only an idiot can't figure it out. So that's something they've always opted for. But I would like to say one thing. I think one of the main solutions is to get our economics together. If we give our women an alternative, they will come back, whether they like it or not, And I'm not fighting to save the community. I'm just saying a solution. I'm solution oriented. So what's keeping brothers from opening a bowling alley or a restaurant or even an H&R Block? Like, if you give them an alternative, they will come back, especially in their younger years, in their 20s, when they're trying to figure out life. So
when they're younger, would you agree that that's not their priority? It's more about either a bunch of guys spending money on them or the niggas they like, and they kind of, I think black women kind of sow their oats in their younger years with niggas.
Yeah, but
in a way that kind of men do, and then they get older and then ready to settle down. Like they're very much like men nowadays, where it used to be the woman wanted to get married now, and the men was like, hold up, let me get my life off first. But now the women are like that, where they want to sow their oats first before they fuck with niggas.
That's very true, but that's I will admit that's becoming the norm, but I'm not going to give you an origin story. But I grew up with these women who took that route. Okay, hardly any of them ended up happy. So eventually they'll realize that way of life doesn't work for women. It works for men because men have I'm not going to get into that. But bottom line is, I would like to say in response to that is, yes, they will want to sow their royal oats, if you will. But at the same time, if you control their paycheck, if you control their means of income, they will obey that. Just like they obey massa or the white man right now, they'll obey you. They'll have no choice but to. And this is not to set up some power dynamic, but I am giving a solution that did work a long time ago. Not to give you another origin story, but I've seen that in my real life. Like with some black men will never be involved in this space with you guys. They actually find it laughable because they've had ways to keep these women in check for years and decades. And now these guys I'm talking about, like they're in their 70s and 80s, and they still won't relate to you guys because they've worked this solution that I'm offering.
So you're saying that guys with like exorbitant incomes, they have all achieve or greater numbers achieve the submission? Because I mean, again, Kevin Samuels, proved that. I mean, he even spoke on the guys in that income bracket don't even want these chicks because they don't act like you're describing.
Okay, I'm not talking about
It's true. You're talking about a different generation of women.
I'm not talking about ultra rich men. Yeah, this is you do have to factor in the generational thing because we can't deliver newspapers anymore. Okay, like I knew somebody who had a newspaper thing going, and he employed a lot of people. So yes, you have to factor in the generational thing. But to get back to your point, I'm not necessarily talking about ultra rich black men or high value black men. Some of these black men I'm talking about, shoot, they just had a meat business. Back in the days, men used to sell meat. Like come to people's homes. Like there was a guy who would come to my mother's house and sell us meat.
So what income level are you talking about?
The income level.
Give me a range.
I can't tell you the exact.
Nah, man.
number.
Give me Yeah, you got to, bro.
You need an exact number. So
because you said ultra rich, I didn't say ultra.
No,
rich.
we got to give an income bracket.
You said
so you talking about selling meat? How much the guys are selling meat make?
That was one of the. You're funny.
I like Ray S, man. I like fucking I wish you came here more often because I have my best moments. I have my best moments with Ray S. But go ahead.
Because I hear this argument.
I like you too, Marcus.
Right, no doubt.
What's that, BGS? I'm sorry.
I said I hear this all the time. The thing is, if you look at the numbers, the math ain't mathing. We say this all the time, but the math ain't mathing.
Oh yes, I know the numbers. I know it's dismal. I got you.
Yeah, nobody has a plan on how to get move these guys from where they are to where you want them to be. Nobody has a plan.
I mean, nobody has a plan because you can't discuss this plan online because somebody will watch it. I mean, I'm not into the open, air discussions on, especially related to black people, because I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but COINTELPRO is a documented program. I'm not going to go there, but to give you a number, to give you a range from what I've seen, from what I've seen growing up, these guys make like 300, 500 a year. Like they've done this consistently.
Yeah.
Throughout years. And some of these men aren't even like educated.
Okay.
These are just hustlers. These are guys who figure out little loopholes. Mm-hmm. So like 300 to 500, you could get like a little business. And when I brought up the meat guy, I remember specifically, that was one of his side hustles. Okay. He was a funny guy. His name was, I'm not going to give his name. Yeah, he's probably dead, but this guy named Melvin. But yeah. So for him, he had like different things going on. Like he actually supplied the meat for this place called Everett and Jones in Oakland. You know what I'm saying? So he even though he's I'm making light of his enterprise by saying he was selling meat, but he had other legitimate means like actual outlets that paid him a good amount of money. So a good 300, 500. You could start a little bar, a little sports club, or what do they call it? A sports club. Watch games.
What percentage of guys you think can actually do this?
What percentage?
Yes.
I don't know. I haven't really,
you got it. That matters.
Can you help me? I mean, you need to help me because
in other words,
Samuel's
only 17% of black men, single black men, earn over $50,000 a year. 17%.
So why can't these men pool their money to be more industrious.
Well, let's say they did that. Let's say we lived in a perfect world and that happens. We lived in a perfect black
egalitarian, equalized,
right.
everything across the board was fine. Yeah.
Right. Well, so let me ask a question. Right. How many of those 17? What is it? You said 17% make that money?
Yeah, 17% of single black men make over $50,000 a year.
50,000. Well,
Yeah.
he's talking about. You said 500K.
500,000. Yeah.
Now, and when I said that, I
17
mean their earnings, like from what I remember and what I know, pretty much their earnings. I'm not talking about guys who you're talking about with salary jobs.
So you're saying, because you said these guys, some of these guys make 300 to 500K. No, he said that.
Yeah, he said that.
He said that. So Reyes, are you telling me that in order for us to get our women to cooperate with us, we gotta make $250,000 to $500,000?
No, I'm not saying that. But to get
but
let me answer your question.
It would be
in full. You
go ahead.
Full. Okay, now what I'm talking about are these guys I'm talking about are guys who had it up and running. Now you went to the real Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS stats, which are factual. Now, if you're talking about the salary guys, for these guys, they could pool their resources together and start a little hustle. It's just that black men at this point are so distrusting of each other, and we're all trying to have the seat at the table. And that problem started with the baby boomers. Okay, don't want to talk ill of them necessarily, but it started with them.
So the boomers, always the boomers,
right.
Always the boomers.
Hold on, let me finish, and I'm done here. So if they pool their resources, they don't. It's not like they're gonna make 300, 500 the first year, but they could just start out slow and build up. That's what they can do to get to answer your question.
Right. Okay. So this is a good point for what black men need to do as a collective, but it's a very bad point on how to earn black women's submission. I mean, personally, I don't think a bitch submission is worth $250,000 to $500,000. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like $250,000 to $500,000 just to get you to shut the fuck up. Like,
okay, you're saying
understand.
Like as an individual. I'm talking about the group.
No, I'm talking about the group too.
When black men as a whole, as a group earn that kind of money. So you basically need the majority of men to make $300,000 to $500,000 in their salary for the collective of black women to get off the bullshit.
No, I'm not saying
that's what it sounds like to me, because you're saying what we need to do is we need to come together and collectivize.
Let me clarify something.
Okay.
These men I'm talking about were the top dogs, of course. These guys weren't like the majority of black men that I saw, or
Well, you need to speak to the majority, though. Speak to the majority, though.
That's what I'm getting to. So
we're getting into it. Okay.
Still not the majority.
Okay. God bless you. God bless you, BGS. You LA brothers, I love you. Here we go.
You guys go on and on and on, man. I got a story, man.
You're feeding into it.
Where my cigar at, man?
LA shit. You're feeding into it.
No.
It's a love tap. It's a love tap. I love you, brother. I love you, brother. Let's continue. Let's go. Let's go. Bottom line is this. So that big dog helped the younger, the people on the lower level feed their families and keep their families in check or sustainable. You get what I'm saying? So no one's saying all black men need to make $250,000 to get the black women in line. I'm talking about these big dogs out here could, like, let's go to hip hop. Some of these rappers could have started something a long time ago to keep their small circle employed. And some of them did. Like the Lions is a perfect example. I can't give them credit for that. They've employed like the lower level niggas in their crew, like with Styles P with the juice bar. And then I think they got a car wash. You get what I'm saying? So no one's saying like you have to make $250,000, but if you build an ecosystem that includes a majority of the men, yes, the woman will fall in line.
Let me tell you something. Let's put all bullshit aside. I'm taking gloves off now. All right.
Do it, baby. Do it.
It's black Americans, women culturally do not respect their men. I don't give a fuck how much fucking money you have. Okay, there is no other group of men in this country that are required to do any of this wild extra shit. Okay, these are Amiri arguments, bro. Right to the point. Yeah, I'm saying names to the point where it's like, yo, like, what kind of fucking kings and dignitaries do niggas need to become for basic shit? This is basic shit. This is the argument of the white people tell you, well, if you speak well and you're educated and you wear a suit and you tilt your hat like this, then we won't shoot you. Everybody's telling niggas what they need to do to be respected, right?
Okay,
but then, hold on. I just want to finish. I want to finish this point. I'm gonna keep it short. The Asian man ain't held to that standard. The Latino man ain't held to that standard. Like, I think, if I'm correct, BGS is you stat man in here right now. I would say that black men on average make more than Latino men.
They do, yeah.
Right. So you don't see them chicks talking about, papi, you're not making enough money. I can't respect you. Right? That shit ain't happening in the Latino community. The motherfuckers.
Can I interject?
There's no what you calling this ecosystem of serious finances happening to where the bitches just fall in line so they can live their soft life and just lay up while you out there doing big dog shit so that you can come home and eat a fat steak and all this extra shit. Look, we not even on the bottom of the totem pole financially in this country, but we have to do the fucking most just for the bitch to smile at a nigga.
Okay,
to
man,
quote Kev.
You're kind of dragging this out. Come on, man. I get your point.
Nah, man,
and I love you, Marcus. I want to put that out. My people. I'm not saying
if you say it 3 times, you gotta say no homo.
Huh? Hey, I'm not with that East Coast weird closet shit. But here we go, man.
I said if you say it 3 times, you gotta say no homo. But continue, brother.
I'll say it 100 times, and I will never say no homo. But here we go, homie. Yo, I get where you're coming from. I got you, man. I these bitches ain't shit. Okay, I got you. Okay, I excuse my language. I got you, but at the same time,
no, we talk like that here. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't want to, sully your broadcast. I know, baby, like your cigar. But here we go, baby. I get where you're coming from. It's a headache. It's arduous. It's something that's really very unnecessary. I got you, but I have to push back on your point where you say other men don't have to do that. That's not true. I saw this place called Fremont, California, go from like pretty much like a white area, some blacks here and there, Hispanics, to a pretty much little India, little Arab area. And that is what they did in this little area. They did like open up little furniture stores because they like a lot of bright shit. So now they got a bunch of furniture stores. So who do you think works at that furniture store? One of the girls or female in their community works at that furniture store.
I understand where you're spinning with this.
Back to Hispanics too. I went to the Bronx just to pick up something, and I went in this furniture store. And who's working in the furniture store for these Hispanic, whatever they are? They're like oddball looking Hispanics, but it was a young girl. So no, men in other communities do that. They have to do that to keep their woman in love.
Let him finish. Go ahead.
And the Asians do it too. If you go, like, if in my local area in New York, if I go to a liquor store, there's an Asian woman there. So other men have done it, and they do it. And hey, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know whether you want to, live a happy life or not, because you can't live a happy life without pussy.
Happy life, happy wife.
Nobody's saying that, and I don't like the Amiri comparison. I'm nothing like that fucker. He's a shit. Actually, you put me on to him. I was on this broadcast 4 years ago, and this nigga popped back up. I'm like, I thought this nigga was dead. Fuck that nigga. Nothing like him.
I'm never dead.
Huh?
They're never dead.
Yeah, he never died. I got on this broadcast with Cynthia G like a long time ago, and I blew it up, and them niggas kicked me off because them heifers which is talking down on me. And I'm telling them the truth because they are treacherous. A lot of our women are treacherous. But I'm saying, if you want to get this snake to fucking act right, you may have to bust out that whistle, that flute, you know, and charm that.
Why do we have to go
I
through
know
this
it's shit
stuff?
unnecessary.
Why do we have to go through that? That's what he's trying to say. Nobody has to go through this stuff.
But it's not just that, BGS, but also I just don't understand why niggas still think that money is going to get these bitches to act right.
It's not about money necessarily.
No, I'm saying income.
I'm talking about the economy.
If you build it, the bitches to act right.
Yeah, if you build it, they will come.
The break didn't happen during the boomers. The break happened with the silent generation, with welfare. That's when the break started. It didn't start with us.
Oh, okay, BGS. I don't want to knock the boomers, okay? But what I do know is, but I do. Yes, I do know because I was raised by the silent generation.
I was
raised by them. I was raised by them. My grandparents helped raise me. I know that generation.
I'm a boomer. I'm a boomer, man. I saw it.
I know.
I was a kid. I saw it. You're not a boomer.
The only thing I could say about the silent generation, what they did is the fact, like, to give a comparison or analogy, they did with the Negro League. They did it in every area. Like, they sold off a lot of their shit because their kids, they use those funds to send their kids to school or to, you know, start other businesses outside of the community. So they did do stuff that was harmful, but it's just that you baby boomers followed behind it.
You know what the silent generation, you know what the goddamn silent generation women told their girls?
What?
Don't be like me.
Yeah, they did.
Right.
They did. And should they want their daughter to take a left hook?
I know how I know. My mother did that. My aunts did that shit. That's how I know.
But were they wrong?
Absolutely.
Were they wrong?
That's why you don't have wives, sir.
But at the same time, let's factor in the reality. I will admit, Mr. was a gross exaggeration. He was a fictional character, but there were certain. Let me finish the thought.
But it comes from something.
It comes from the silent generation. That's what he was essentially, or before it. What I am saying is this: for those silent generation mothers, I could kind of understand because they don't want their daughter to take a left hook over too much salt.
It wasn't even a left hook.
No, it was an uppercut.
I'm not
with the color purple.
I'm gonna tell you what they told them because they told it to my sisters. Okay,
I know. I heard them. They told it.
They don't want you to clean Miss Ann's house. Okay, they want you to go to school. And school don't depend on a man. Okay, because we're not dependable. Okay, and get your education and get your own. They started that shit. Okay, silent generation. It wasn't the boomers that said that shit. Okay.
You niggas need to let go of this color purple bullshit, bro. That you're trying to go off of a narrative that was basically formed by a fictional story based off of a woman
by a lesbian
who abused and neglected her own daughter. Like,
did I not?
Is fucking goofy shit.
But didn't I just say it was a gross exaggeration? It was a fictional character. So I prefaced my point with that. I already know this, homie. I grew up on that movie. I've had hours debates with groups of black females on that goddamn movie. I hate the movie. But can we say that none of the men in the silent generation hit their woman? None of them? That's what I thought.
The exception doesn't make the rule.
In other words, I'm telling you,
no one's making the rule. I didn't make that a rule.
I'm telling you what happened and why it happened. Okay,
tell me what happened. You were there.
Y'all, niggas, Gen X was still hitting their bitches when y'all came about. Y'all still
nah.
Yeah, you still were. Yes, you were. Stop. Yes, you were.
And for the guys who did that shit, we shunned them. I don't know.
Well, you might have shunned them, but thing is, it was happening. It's still happening. Okay.
Nah, it didn't happen in my generation like that.
Well, the only thing that stopped it was O.J. Simpson. Actually stopped most of that shit. Okay.
Did you bring up O.J.?
Yes, I did.
So tell me, you still didn't answer my question, BGS. Did the silent generation men have loose hands?
They have loose hands? Not any more than the others, no.
So, but it did exist, right?
What about before that? Before the silent generation?
Of course, yes, of course, yes. We could document the evolution of domestic violence laws or policies. We could. It's on paper.
So the
always existed.
White men have loose hands too. So
they have super loose hands.
How come the white women didn't do the same thing?
What same thing?
Separate from the men and talk the same shit. They
did do that shit. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
No, they didn't.
These white women are the reason our women went haywire.
It's not.
And these white women are growing old, and I could show you these white women. I dated their biracial daughters. Okay, they went haywire too.
The defects when black people go all the way back to slavery has been there. It's been there.
Did you take it back to slavery? Okay, I don't want to go back that far.
Well, you don't have to go back.
Let's stick to your
no, we don't have to stick. No, I don't have to stick. I don't have to stick. I don't have to stick to nothing. I don't have to stick to nothing.
Here we go to aggression. Let the LA go.
No, you trying to blame the boomers. It started before that.
No, you boomers put it on steroids. No, we didn't. That's my point.
No, we did not. No, we did not. No, we did not.
The narrative is fucking goofy. It's fucking goofy. Listen. Like I said before on Bernard's Riley stream, if you are a student of history, there is no way in Satan's fucking left nipple you as an American brother should be still believing in this whole we need to reform or tone down our misogyny bullshit. Nobody's gone out of their group of men have gone out of their way to be more accommodating towards women than us. Like niggas need to stop that shit. And what it is fucking ego. It's that, like I said, like what Anderson said, it's that fucking Highlander syndrome. I'm that special Negro that's untouchable. Oh, I can walk through fire and not get burnt. Like, fucking stop it, bro. Did
I ever mention misogyny? The only thing I offered was economics. That's the only thing I offered. No one's talking about misogyny. It's just got BGS feeling kind of slighted by me mentioning the boomers. Then he brought up the silent generation, and then I brought up the color purple to show as an example, like that was a gross exaggeration.
So before that, how much money were we actually making back then?
Excuse me?
How much money were we actually making back then as a black community?
Enlighten me. I don't know.
No. You. This is your theory.
No, this is your theory. You're the elder. I defer.
No, this is your theory. You say money will actually bring them back, right? That's what you said, right?
I didn't say money, man. God.
Okay, yes, you did.
I said economics. Economics don't always mean money. You can have a barter system. You can have a barter system that's part of the economy. It's not always money. What's up with you, man? I thought you were OG. You're supposed to be smart.
No. Now you're moving the
I'm not moving the goalposts. Economics.
If you see,
economics is
money.
Educated. Did you not take economics in college?
Economics is money.
It's not always
economics
money.
Is money.
It's
economics money. Trade is money, sir.
Trade isn't always money. You can trade resources. That's not money.
And this country is money. And this country is money.
Okay. You didn't take economics 101, or you didn't have to take that to get your degree.
Economics is money.
Okay, my bad. You don't know about economics. Okay,
I do know about economics. You tell me.
You obviously don't, because you don't know that trade doesn't have.
Tell me about the gold system. You said you know more than me.
No, I don't know shit. That's why I'm deferring to you. I'm deferring to you. I'm deferring to you. You ain't saying shit. All you want to do is bicker, and that's what I have a problem with your face.
All you want to do is bicker. How are you going to drag 80%? How are you going to drag 80% of the people that actually make what you want to make? Explain it to me.
Here we go. You just want to bicker, nigga.
You
want to keep those cash apps coming. You want to keep the donations coming. You just want to. You're an old nigga that likes to bicker.
I don't. No motherfucker.
That's what you
explain it to me.
That's what you
explain it to me.
And it's only worse than by the fact
you haven't explained shit.
You're from LA. I did explain.
No motherfucker, explain it
because I explained it to you. Just like on your live broadcast, I explained it and you play dumb.
I don't have.
You want to do this shit. This is what you like. Just get your blood pressure going. That keeps you alive. I got you, man. You're running your mouth. That's what you're doing right now. Here we go. Explain what? I already explained everything. I have no time to spell out shit for slowness. Okay? I love you, brother. I'm going to silent myself. I'm going to mute myself.
All this secret shit. I can't explain. I don't want it out on the air. Well, it doesn't mean anything. Don't mean nothing. Because your theory doesn't mean anything if you can't explain it.
Well, I missed a few things I dropped out.
Are you still talking, man? Are you done?
Yeah, motherfucker.
I explain myself as well as I can to somebody
well, then it's inadequate. Then,
simple
sir.
points. It's inadequate to
then.
your level of
Well,
intelligence,
it's inadequate.
obviously, because you're a dumb old nigga, and I love you because you like the
you're ignorant old
I love you.
young
I love
motherfucker.
you. I love you. I love you.
That's what
I
you
love
are.
you, brother.
That's
I love you.
You know you
Can I get a hug? Can I get a hug?
No. You don't love me. Stop.
Okay, I'm done. Actually, I'm gonna drop out. Thank you.
Oh,
hold on.
Man.
Chill out, homie. Chill out.
Nah, come on, man.
Oh, Marcus, I love you, man. I'm not gonna drop out, but I'm not gonna sit here and bicker with this nigga.
Well, then don't bicker.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Like I joined in on this discussion like an hour into this, right? And every time you make a point and bit of truth, try to get like solution oriented, this motherfucker just bickers and plays dumb. Marcus solution oriented, and he's trying to make progress. Bit of truth trying to make progress, and this motherfucker right here just want to bicker and play dumb all day. Because your old motherfucking ass might go mama, grandma house, and this little
your shit ain't working.
Hey, let me jump in here. Are we still on the get money and these bitches to submit topic? Because I had dropped out.
I was done with that. I'm going to him and how he keeps his shit going. Being a bickering old nigga. Yeah. That's what he likes.
I bring more solutions to this motherfucker than anybody.
What did you say?
I bring more solutions to the space.
No. What you did, you radicalized Kevin Samuels.
No, I didn't radicalize nobody. I didn't radicalize nobody.
Concentrated version of what's going on. You know what that means. You lived in the era and the area where what's going on between black men and black females is highly tense, and you radicalized Kevin Samuels, and he's
how?
I heard that interview with you and Kevin Samuels. I heard that interview. Kevin wasn't ready for that knowledge.
How did I
radicalize that?
How did I radicalize him?
Because he didn't know.
What is radicalized?
Okay. Do you remember the interview? Do you remember the interview? Do you remember the interview with you and Kevin?
How did I radicalize?
Answer my question. Do you remember the interview?
How did I radicalize him?
You're not going to answer my question. You're going to do the whole play dumb shit. This is how game in LA, folks.
What is this?
This mentality, how he's acting. This is why it's continuing. This shit right here.
How did I?
Look what he's doing.
Ray. You said he radicalized Kevin Samuels. He's asking you how, and
I'm getting to that if he follows along because he doesn't want to follow. I said, do you remember your interview with Kevin? Do you remember your interview with Kevin?
No, you got to tell us. We listen.
No, he remembers it.
I don't. But you in
Marcus. I'm not talking.
No, but there's an audience here. You gotta flesh that out, bro. You gotta. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'll flesh it out for you. Okay. Thank you. Here we go. So you had an interview with Kevin Samuels, correct?
I had a bunch. Which one?
Okay.
You set yourself up.
Yeah, you can't pin this nigga down.
No,
can't pin him down.
But come on, man, bro. Let's get there. I mentioned you got me invested, motherfucker. Like,
okay, I got you invested, so I'm gonna cut it short. Here we go. So he had an interview with Kevin. Was like, man, I was with my nieces and nephews and at my house, and I said, he said something to his mama or something. Look at all the women, beautiful.
Oh, you talk about that one.
Okay. So you remember it. So let me continue. Let me finish it. Can I finish a thought? Can I finish a thought? You remember the part, so follow along, okay? So you don't play dumb when I'm done.
All right, motherfucker.
So you sat here and he was on that interview like surprised. He was sitting up in this interview like flabbergasted and like felt so enlightened by your material, but he doesn't know you come from an area where this material is old and outdated. It's old and outdated. It's old, like for example, your video with what's his name, the Darth Vader voice guy, man. What's his name, man? I can't. You're big man. No, I'm talking about the dude who's the voice of Darth Vader, man.
Yeah.
James Earl Jones. Here we go.
James
Earl Jones. It came to me. Excuse me. So you did a video with James Earl Jones, which is from a long time ago, and I remember seeing that. And you took it and you spinned it to make it more toxic than necessary. And this motherfucker Kevin took it as like the gospel and ran with it. Okay, well, you don't even have a grasp on this topic.
How was it toxic?
I'm more knowledgeable on this topic than you. I'm more knowledgeable on this topic than you. And all you do is ramble. Nigga.
How was it toxic?
You got to substantiate some of this shit you're saying, bro.
Okay, honestly, I would need to write this out because I don't have time to bicker with you.
No, you said you talking about which videos he talking about? BGS, the James Earl Jones with the white woman
interview, myth of white womanhood, right? Okay,
right,
what
right.
is for? Okay, actually demonstrate the myth of white womanhood, right? There's a series, all right. James Earl Jones has interviewed in 1968 about why white women was so uptight about black men, right?
Right.
That's what it's about. Had
I'm
nothing to do
familiar with it.
Yeah, remember that one? Okay.
Mm.
I was just reporting about this amongst other things. I actually put a whole series together, right? About why black women act the way they act, right? Which is still being proven correct, okay? Even to this day. How's that toxic?
Can I respond?
Yes. How's it toxic?
I didn't watch the whole series. Okay. I peek in and out of this sector because it's just bickering. But let me get to the point. Look here. How is it toxic? Is because your analysis isn't thorough and up to date. It's like out of date. Even his comments in that video from 1960 something is out of date. You're not knowledgeable enough on this topic to even offer commentary that's worthwhile or beneficial to everyone.
How is it toxic?
I just told you your analysis is out of date. It's toxic because it's out of date. What part of that don't you understand?
Why is it out of date and still happening? Why is it out of date and still happening?
It's, man, what's still happening? What particular?
They want to be. Sergeant Willie Pete just did a video.
That nigga's a dumb nigga. Don't use him as a reference point.
All right, man.
That nigga caused the death
every nigga's a dumb nigga.
Asian
Every
McGowan.
nigga's a dumb nigga.
Yeah, he's a dumb nigga.
Ray.
He caused the death of Asian McGowan, and now he popped back up and he's rambling.
Everybody's toxic.
Never a dull moment.
Yeah,
Ray ass.
That nigga's a dumb nigga, just like you're a dumb nigga.
Ray. So, okay, so you're saying that James Earl Jones was toxic or that BGS was toxic? Just so I'm clear.
Okay, what I'm saying is BGS's analysis was toxic because it's outdated. BGS is from LA, where I first. Okay,
let's not talk about his geographical location. What I want to understand is what did he say that you're defining as toxic? Obviously, it's something that he said that had this great of an impact that we're discussing it today. So I'm curious. I've seen the video of James Earl Jones speaking. I think, did he have a white woman sitting next to him?
His wife is white. Yeah,
his wife is white, sitting right there. And what I've seen that video before. So what I'm trying to understand is what was toxic about the analysis, because I've seen that video before. It's old. A lot of us have seen that video, right? 5 years old, yeah. Right. So what is it that what was his commentary on that video that you disagree with?
Okay. I don't
fuck how old he is and where he from and he gangbanging. Put all that shit aside.
I'll set all of that aside. I'm sorry, man. Okay.
Yeah, put all that shit aside, and
all of that aside. I'll say I don't remember the exact verbiage.
Paraphrase.
To loosely paraphrase, he pretty much said this is what we're dealing with today has always existed, and it's always been a problem, and this is a problem, and this is a problem. It was nothing solution oriented. It was just him rambling about how, see, this isn't new, this is old. Our woman ain't been shit forever. That's what it felt like. I can't remember exact wording, what I'm saying is toxic is that analysis is out of date.
How would it be out of date if it's history? That's like saying George Washington being the first president is out of date. If it's historically true, then it's historically true. History doesn't change. So what did he say that he shouldn't have said? He shouldn't have said that this has been a problem. I said earlier in the podcast that this shit has been a thing. Like this stuff that we're talking about now has been spoken about. The relationship between black men and women has been a problem pre-internet, pre-red pill, pre-Manosphere, pre all of this shit, right? And I made that argument to where I was kind of, me and the BGS was debating about how much progress we've made, which I would say not really. We're just talking on the internet as opposed to on film. But what you're saying is that he shouldn't have made that analysis based on history, because it's toxic. What makes it toxic? Did he lie?
Okay, let me use your own analogy to show how it's out of date. So we were taught that George Washington had wooden teeth, when in all actuality, he had dentures from slaves where he pulled the teeth.
So that means it was a lie. So what I'm asking you,
so
what did BGS say that was a lie? Out of date and a lie are not the same thing.
Our understanding of George Washington's dentures growing up is out of date if we don't know he pulled teeth from slaves. You get the analogy, how I followed along with your own analogy?
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, let me get to the next point.
Okay. I'm gonna try to work with you. I'm listening.
Okay. You're working with me, baby. I love you, baby. Here we go.
I'm listening.
You my nigga. Here we go. So that's out of date. So for with BGS, his analysis is out of date because it's out of touch. He's like trying to live out his last. He's trying to go out with a bang. He finally gets a voice, and the only thing that's, and I'll admit that. Hold on, I'm going off the course. I know, man. I love the guy, but he's an asshole. But here we go. I'm sorry. Here we go. So I will.
Man,
that knife in my back says you love me. Okay.
I'll pull it out and put a bandage on the shit. Here we go. I love to hate you, brother. Here we go. I'm messing with you, man. Don't take it personal, man. Chill out, man.
Sorry.
So,
bro,
you're taking me off track. You're taking me off course. I'm answering it right here. So the problem has always existed. It's just that these women have a platform, and then you got these little young bitches think like cheering them on. Like there's a video of an old black lady talking about what I need a man for if he can't take care of me 100% and all this other shit. Now that lady is a representation of what always existed, right? But she didn't have Instagram or TikTok to sit up here with her Fifth of Boone's Farm or Fifth of Vodka just talking and shit. Because back in the days, that's where she was reconciled to. She was reconciled to her little fucking apartment with her cats, sitting up watching fucking Saturday Night Live with her alcohol.
Hey, bro, I have not come any closer to understanding.
Okay, you're not.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish this.
My point is you don't understand.
You keep telling me that you're about to make the point, and then you don't.
Only thing that's changed the fact that they have a platform to really get out there and put out the poison. And feeding into that poison by you guys bickering back and forth doesn't help anything.
No, bro. Listen. Hold on. Pointing out factual shit is never toxic, right? This is the Keep It 100 channel where we point out toxic shit as frequently as available. What I'm saying to you is, he said something about the video that was historically true. You said it's outdated. So what new information do we have to make that information no longer relevant to reality? I'll please answer that shit directly.
The new information, if I recall the interview correctly, is yes, our women are uptight, but at the same time, we got to ignore these bitches. I can remember us getting into arguments with girls, and as a group of kids, we would say, "Fuck these bitches. Let's go play basketball." That's the up to date version. Like, fuck them. Let's go do something productive. Okay, that's the solution.
So
you hinted to that, Marcus, with your whole exercise, taking care of yourself. I applaud that, and
I understand
that too.
I understand, but okay. And I understand. You still got to know your history. What I was talking to BGS about earlier before you jumped in here is I said, I think black people are like Sun Tzu when it comes to raising awareness. We are kung fu masters at raising awareness. Mm-hmm. It's like Jay-Z saying we're past kneeling, right? We're the Zen masters of the protest, the raising awareness, the putting it in your face, holding up signs. Hey, look, we're dealing with this. But then when we get the awareness, we freeze, right? We don't know where to go next. And just understand what you're saying is, and I don't have a problem with awareness. I'm on YouTube. for that reason, right? I tell motherfuckers what it is, and then again, I'm here for the conversation. I don't think that it's toxic. I'm trying to understand, if you're gonna call something toxic, that means it is damaging a thing, it is destroying something, it is dangerous to a thing. So his commentary on that video, what is the harm being done, him putting that information or him expressing that opinion?
Let me flesh this out a little bit,
Okay,
Marcus,
can I hold on? He's talking to me. That was a question to me, brother.
All right,
It's
all right.
toxic because
I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify what was said on the video, right? How it matters. Okay, can I do that?
I already know how it matters, man.
Okay.
I don't need your
all right,
analysis.
Okay.
I don't need.
No, we do need
that.
I'm
sorry, my brother. I apologize. That's very short-minded of me.
Go ahead. I asked Marcus, can I do it?
Fucking man. BGS, please. Because I don't even know at this point what was actually said.
Okay. Really what was said, I was trying to point out, is that Black women are not willing to give up the lead or the control of the Black community, right?
Right.
The rolling pin was about that, right? The
Right.
willing rolling pin don't want to give it up. It was the basis of it. Joy Reid said like maybe a few months ago, last year, about Black men getting behind their women, giving with the Kevin Samuels talking points, and get behind us and do what we say. Okay, that has been there for a very long time. I was actually pointing that out about the myth of white womanhood and the gynocracy. Right, Black women actually lead this community. Okay, they have for a very long time. It's been demonstrated over and over again. That has not gone away. It's still here. I was trying to point that out. Actually, you look at the whole series, I will actually bring it up to date, where women that are millennials or Gen Z saying the exact same thing. I actually brought it up to date. It's not in the past. Okay?
I agree with you, BGS, because
what
you're saying support. I just want to say this real short. What you're saying right now, BGS, supports the arguments that I was making earlier. Yeah. But Ray, what harm does what he said cause, and to what is this harm caused to?
Okay, first I would like to respond to BGS.
Come on, please respond to me, because when you respond to him, shit go off the rails. I'm asking you the question.
Okay.
I'm trying. He said it. So it's the same question. It's about the toxicity. So I want to understand.
I'll tail end my response to my answer to your question. Can I do that?
I mean, respond to me, brother.
That's what I'm the one. I'll tail end. That means I'll say that at the end. I'm responding to you first, brother. I love you. Here we go. What made it toxic, or the way he presented it, I said he radicalized Kevin Samuels. And we all know the impact of Kevin Samuels' height or his popularity.
Radicalize him how?
I mentioned the interview he had with him, which he acknowledged the existence of the interview. Kevin sounded like he was like dumbfounded by the video. Like this is something new to him, which is when this is really old to people like me, you, and BGS. This is old for us, okay? It's old, okay? So that's what I mean, how it's toxic. And maybe that's not the right word to use. You haven't
explained the radicalization part yet. So before you get to the toxic part, explain the radicalization of Kevin part.
Okay, what he did was
we lost BGS. He gone like a motherfucker. You know, made the man drop out. But
I didn't make him drop out, man. Stop it. Here we go.
So explain to me.
He radicalized him. He radicalized him no different than back in the days when you gave somebody who didn't know what was going on 5% knowledge. And then they went super 5% and they got a kufi and a ginger root stick and they just went ham. That's how he radicalized him. Do you get the comparison? Because I know you know the 5%. I know you remember those guys.
So what you're saying is that he said something to Kev, or that he said something about Kev?
Not about Kev. Kev, from what I could gather from the interview, he watched that video and it kind of sent him overboard in what produced.
Oh, so Kev. So you said okay. So just so I get
Kevin
this part
caused
straight.
more problems than he solved. We have to admit that.
So in the interest of time, you're saying that. What's up, Dark Knight? You're saying that Kev watched a video that BGS made and became a radical?
You sound like
you said radicalized. That's what a radical is, motherfucker. No, I'm using your words. You said he radicalized them. Oh, so somehow he became a radical?
Perfect analogy. You remember the 5%. You remember guys who got the knowledge and then they kind of just went like totally left. Like they just, and there's nothing wrong with the 5% necessarily, but they just went totally left. So I gave you a perfect analogy. So what part don't you understand when I say he radicalized Kevin Samuels with his material?
Basically you're saying the way he did that was Kevin watched this video and of him saying this. That's what you're saying?
In the video,
okay, so Kevin Samuels watched the video of BGS Idmore saying that black women, he was talking about the video with James Earl Jones saying that black women don't want to relinquish power. I say that black women don't want to relinquish power. The Green Gorilla says this. Ronald Neal says this. A lot of us say this, right? Are we all speaking some toxic shit, or are we seeking to radicalize people? Or is this a radical point of view? I'm just, according to you, I'm just trying to say, yeah, you got to give me the dissertation, or you going to give me a yes or no?
What is your question? Please clarify, because you dragged it out.
I said all of us have these talking points. Are those talking points toxic, and are we seeking to radicalize people with these talking points?
No, they're not toxic. It was BGS's execution. That's why I said I need to change the word.
Execution.
Execution was problematic, and I would like to interject and say, as a response to what BGS clarified in his analysis, was like he said they wouldn't relinquish power, or so, that's what he said, and that's what you guys said. And I would say, hey, you guys are kind of right. Who would want to give up ultimate power? Okay. But just like other group of men, we need to placate them to a degree, because we can make them believe they have power. We can make them believe they have power. We can even know they have power.
We are not the system, bro. But all that aside,
let me finish my point, though.
You're all over the place like a
it's not following along, but he.
No, I am.
I'm saying is
if I follow you along, I travel the world, bro. You in a lot of places. You're everything and everywhere at once.
everywhere and everywhere at once. If you follow along, what I am saying is this: yes, they won't relinquish power. Yes, they have some undue power. Yes, they do. But we could also play possum with them and act like their power means something.
I'm still trying to understand why stating this is toxic. You just said it. So are you repeating a toxic talking point? I thought you said it was.
No, I'm not repeating toxic.
But you said it was outdated. But you just also agreed with BGS's statement. You can't agree with some shit and say it's outdated and toxic.
I just told you his execution, and I said let's change the word from toxic to problematic. His execution was problematic.
You mean like the tone of his voice when he said it?
Go listen.
Did he make a face? Like I'm trying to understand. You said his execution.
Go rewatch the video.
We ain't gotta do that now. What I'm asking you is for you to tell me
after you get off this live. Go rewatch it,
bro. Fuck me going rewatch it. Tell me the story.
Hey yo, Marcus, no disrespect, bro. I got 20% battery life, man. You mind if I jump in here real quick?
Absolutely.
I appreciate you, bro. Hey man, I wasn't trying to be disrespectful in the comments when I said what I said earlier about you not being here. It's just I was speaking to exactly when BGS was talking about I don't know if you can hear me well, man. I might be low. I'm at work.
No, you coming through loud and clear.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. I'm real sorry. But what I was saying is I was coming in, man, basically trying to explain that during the time when these conversations were happening, it took place within a particular frame of time that you weren't actually involved in those particular conversations. That's all I was saying. I'm not saying that you may not have been on, having these conversations somewhere else or maybe on Facebook, because I'm not sure, but I think that's where I heard you came from Ed. But me, BGS, Ed, Charles, Angry Man, hell, there were other Kevin. A whole lot of names were involved in these conversations, and that's where these conversations took place. So parts that you may be missing about what took place during that time period. So what I was saying and trying to speak to the point of was that yes, during that time period, I was agreeing with BGS. What guys did majorly want was essentially to, quote unquote, as Obsidian would put it, get women back to the table. That was unfortunately a consensus amongst the majority of black men at that particular time period.
Okay,
that isn't what I wanted. That isn't something that I liked, but that was what it was nonetheless.
Okay, so
that was a part of the agenda on the docket.
So I hear that. Right. So let me respond by saying this: it was never the original intent of the Manosphere or even the Black Manosphere to come to the table and talk to women. Right.
So
now,
I actually. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad.
No, he's saying, BGS said, the first 1.0 was the clapback. But while 1.0 was going on, I remember listening to, understand that when you say wasn't here, the reason why I responded to that is because I wasn't a creator at the time, but I was consuming this content. Understand that during that time period, there was no like pervasive consensus, like, and I'm talking about 1.0 of let's unify with the women and this and that. Actually, the sentiment was the actual opposite. Okay. I used to listen to guys who used to basically say that, like, yo, fuck these chicks, let's do what we do. There was a lot of, we need to do this and do that as black men, blah, 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 blah. But there was no, in that time space, not that I remember anybody saying, yo, let's bring the women back to the table and negotiate. Now, if motherfucker said, okay, years later, after everybody gets flagged off, we get some newcomers in here, and then they say, hey, you know what we should do? Let's get the women in. Then say that's what they wanted to do, but don't tie that to the origin objective of the space, because it wasn't that, right? Their shit got remixed into some let's negotiate with bitches. Okay,
is it okay for me to interject at that point so we can address one thing at a time? So the thing is that, as you mentioned a moment ago, 1.0, now I'm out of MGTOW originally. I don't know if you're aware of this, but I'll make it very clear. I got here around the circa 2011, 2012, sometime around then, okay? I wasn't a part of 1.0. I didn't start having these conversations until around 2014 and 2015 actively on the quote-unquote Black Manosphere as it was done. All right? But prior to that, I was MGTOW. That's what I was. So what you're saying is accurate. But around that time period, one thing that changed and shifted a lot of these discussions and the rhetoric surrounding them was not only the destruction of 1.0, but also the implementation of women in general into these dialogues, okay? You can thank me on behalf of your O'Shea's, et cetera, there's a list of people to thank for that. A lot of your pro-blacks, et cetera. Your Cynthia G's ended up coming in and surfing around and sniffing around the place, and we all know how that happened. At least the people that know about 1.0 and the history involving that. So at that point in time, 2.0 had essentially picked up the mantle where 1.0 was having conversations in the same vein, and also extending the conversations out to include more content and more, had a broader depth to said content. Because prior to that, as you said a moment ago, the beginning and end of the conversation was essentially male advocacy, and that was the full all, be all, end all, nothing more, nothing less. There was no more agenda behind that. In fact, the conversations that we're having right now at 1.0, really 1.0 has been gone, been dead. There is no 1.0 anymore. In fact, 2.0 is really what we would consider to be the birth of what we would consider the modern day Manosphere. Black
I mean,
Manosphere anyway.
yeah, but it was start under the auspices of the original space. It didn't start in a vacuum, right? This is, let's bring it back. What I'm saying is this, bro. There were women in 1.0, correct? Can you hear me?
No, you broke up for a second there. Say that beginning part again.
There were female content creators during the 1.0, correct?
That's correct.
Right, because the argument was there were no women talking to us, but there were women on YouTube having these conversations about the relationships between black men and women in 1.0. Right? One of them was what? Cynthia, right?
That's correct.
Right. How did that go? We know how that went. What I'm trying to understand from niggas in the manosphere sometimes is, why do you keep doing the same thing expecting a different result? We bring women into these conversations and they'll agree until some shit happens that'll expose them or their true intention. And then dudes will start looking at them like this shit happens over and over and over. This idea of negotiating with women is something that we do. How often does the white manosphere negotiate with white feminists?
Is that a question or a? Are you asking me?
No, yeah.
In these days or just in general?
I mean, historically.
Historically, not often, but recently, a lot. A lot.
Historically, too. Let me give you an example. Tom Likas, legend. He's actually the origins of this stuff you guys are talking about. The white man got him off the air and made him like they segmented him to a corner and let him have his show. Okay, so yes, they have made concessions with white women. White men have done that traditionally, and that's why I said like other group of men have done the whole playing possum game, like make them believe they have power. When
okay, let me address something real quick, Ray. Ray doesn't speak for me on this. Okay, I'm my own voice here. Okay, what he's saying. He is not my spokesperson. I do not agree with what he just said, period.
All right,
no,
so
that isn't the case.
Okay, so let's talk about Tom Likas. I'm very familiar with Tom Likas. Again, now, during that time period, I was playing his shit too. Understand this. Tom Likas is not negotiating with these women. What Tom Likas was doing is he had callers and women would call in. Tom Likas would pretty much do what Kevin ended up doing. Like he would have these girls call in, they would say all of this crazy shit, how they felt, and he would break their ass down on the radio. And white boys called into that, or they listened to that shit to hear that shit, right? So and then what, you know, white boys would call in and tell Tom Likas, hey, you know, I love what you're talking about. You taught me this, you taught me that. It's not an equivalent, bro. Like this is not something. Hold on, Tom Likas didn't bring white feminists to the table to negotiate with them. Is niggas always want to negotiate with black women, trying to reach some sort of common ground, and the shit years and years and years and years ain't been fucking working. Okay, right? So understand. I got fucking shit. Understand this, right? Because we started this stream on some other shit, but understand this is Marcus talking now. There's no more devil's advocate bullshit. What I'm saying to you at the end of the day, right? All of this negotiating and trying to meet in the middle and let's protect them before they get kicked out the space. None of this shit is working, because at the end of the day, our objectives don't fully align with theirs. There's always going to be a place where men will go where women are not willing to go. Okay, meaning, and this is not necessarily just for you. I mean, BGS is not here anymore, but this is kind of even touching on some of what he said when he was here. What I want black men to understand is there will always be a talking point that you're going to arrive to, that the women are going to differ, and then that's when their sisterhood chip. We talk about the winter soldier chip. These chicks have a sisterhood chip, and that shit is going to kick in, and they can't roll with some of the shit that we're talking. It's not going to happen. So this idea of this men are going to negotiate and come to the table and all this other stupid shit, man, I used to listen to Thugtician. Thugtician wasn't with none of that shit. Okay, he wasn't with none of that shit, and we talking about original Manosphere. So okay, I was asked some time ago, how did I feel about Manosphere 2.0, and I said it was the remix. It was the P Diddy remix. Now you took something that was like it's like Black Panther in Civil War versus Black Panther in Black Panther.
Okay, can I?
You understand what I'm saying?
I get where you're going, because you went a long ways off course.
Let's bring it back. I'll keep it short and concise. I just want to end the point with this. 1.0 was Black Panther bearing his claws, and then part 2 was the remix where he was softler, gentler, T'Challa and shit. Bro, at the end of the day, this shit was not meant to negotiate. And tell me, how are the negotiations going? Oh, we talking about we having the same conversations that we've been having since the 60s about how women wanted to be and niggas need to be like this. And now here you are saying niggas need to make more scratch to get bitches to bow down. Come on, bro.
You're misinterpreting
everything. You did say that, bro. You to the tune of 300 grand and 500 grand. These got to be half a millionaires to get shit. Drake's a billionaire. This bitch left him.
Marcus.
So here's the thing.
No, brother, you're not gonna cut me off. Look here, Tom.
Oh, I didn't hear you talking. You got it, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, when I brought up the Tom Likas example, I didn't say Tom Likas negotiated with anybody. I said his white handlers, his higher ups, because he's just a personality. I'm talking about the owners of the radio station. I'm talking about the shareholders in that radio station. Set him on his way to where he could be segmented in his own little atmosphere where he doesn't have like a huge platform. People could still listen to him. No one said Tom Likas himself negotiated. I am saying that the white men over him who are part of the white male community negotiated a way for him to have his space, but still keep him at bay. Because
we talk about the women, bro. No,
that's what I'm saying. They did that to satisfy the woman. That's my point.
We're moving around the board on this, man.
Staying on course. Y'all just want to ramble.
Nah, bro. We trying to get to the point. Actually, PK, let me ask you a question.
The point is, you have to negotiate. You
have to. You ain't got to do shit.
Life is about trade-offs. Okay.
No, you can trade off. You trade off some money, get a ticket, and leave. Like at the end of the day, if you don't have to negotiate with a motherfucker that's holding shit.
If you think that is sustainable, then go ahead. Go overseas, have your fun. I got you, baby. I got an uncle who does that regularly. Okay. What I am saying
it ain't just about having fun. It's about abandoning shit.
I'm not talking about just that sex tourism shit that they try to
but
falsely label the passport bros. I'm talking about my uncle has like a family. Like
I hear you. I'm proud of your uncle. I don't want to go too deep into that. What I'm saying to you is what I'm trying to understand is to what level, and I want somebody to tell me, and to what end do white men negotiate?
I just gave you a perfect
example. With white women.
With white women,
that's not a conversation I'm willing to even entertain, man. That's his argument. I'm not having that conversation. That's a different discussion.
I'm not speaking
understood.
For you, I'm not speaking for you, brother. I excuse me if you felt like I'm speaking for you, but I want to give an example to where white men did negotiate. And I just said they sent Tom Likas into a corner where he could still have his little talking points, but they didn't give him a bullhorn. The same could be said for Morton Downey Jr. Okay, the same could be said for who else? Michael Savage. All of those guys were talking shit, but they didn't they negotiate with white women to say, hey, put Morton Downey Jr. on at Morton Downey Jr. on at 1 a.m. instead of 10 p.m. to when the kids are still up and they can still hear his shit. You get what I'm saying? So there's always a trade-off in life. That's just a part of life.
So what are you asking black men to trade off to negotiate with black women? What's the trade-off? I'm interested.
My trade-off is
concisely, please. No, not your trade-off. Black men. What are you asking black men to trade off for this negotiation? And what are they going to get? So you say basically the negotiation is, bitch, I'm gonna make 300 to 500K, and you gonna do what the fuck I say? Like, is that the negotiation?
No,
oh, Ed is in the game. Ed, I want Ed. The link is right there, man. So. Is that the negotiate? Because that's what you presented. Yo, niggas should get together and make 300 to 5 grand and create a network. We got all this money and bitches are listening to us.
You're grandstanding. I got you, man. What I am saying,
I'm saying what you said.
Okay, I didn't say that. I'll play this back. I will play this back and show you how I said, hey, I started off with a number, but I said you could build up to that. No one's saying you have to make $200,000, $500,000 necessarily out the gate, but you could build up to it to where you could be that old nigga with the fucked up car in the front yard, but they know all these old young bitches around the way know you're paid. Okay. But let me go to what you just said. Okay. The trade-off for me, what I would trade off is,
no, what do black men need to trade off? Stop changing the context of my question, man.
I am saying what we could trade off. What we could trade off is stop talking about these bitches. Ignore them.
So you saying black men shut up, leave black women alone?
Not shut up, but be more strategic in your commentary.
Strategic in your commentary. Okay, so what strategy? Yo, bro, you losing me. All right, BGS. BGS back in the room.
That's what I'm saying. That's why the PK and 2.0 wanted to bring black women back to the table. For that, what you're listening to right now.
No. I didn't want to bring them back.
I'm talking.
I never said I want to bring them back.
I'm talking. Okay,
that's all you do.
Thank you.
Hey, real quick, BGS. That wasn't something I advocated for. Remember?
I'm not saying that you. I'm saying, but most of the guys did. Most of the guys did. I didn't advocate for it either, but most of the guys did. But this is why. Exactly what you're hearing right now.
I agree with that. And I like you said, BGS earlier, I still think that a good portion of them are still trying to negotiate while pretending to be red pill.
Yes.
I've called that out. The videos are there. If you think I'm bullshitting, okay? Yeah. Not you, but I'm just saying it for the mic. But what I'm saying is,
in fact, Kevin did a whole stream about whether black men should date other women and go outside the black community instead of hanging around for women they're not willing to get on board. He did a whole stream about that. Guess what, man? Man after man after man after man after man said we're not ready to give up on it.
So let me ask you, Reyes, are you like black love or some shit?
Hey, you're funny, man. Did you just
it's a fair question. I'm not even trying to be.
Is it okay?
I'll be laughing and smiling about it.
Okay, I'll be concise and direct. I am not diehard black love, but I always believe in hope. I'm an optimistic person. Okay, I believe in optimism. Excuse me. Okay, so yes, to some degree, I am about black love because the solutions you guys offer are not sustainable. They're just not. I know this for a fact.
So what do the bitches need to do? Because you said there's always a trade-off, there's a negotiation happening, right? So what do the bitches need to do?
The bitches will eventually shut up after they realize what they say means nothing.
Because we're gonna put a stack of money in their mouth.
Did I just say that, Mark?
Okay, so tell me what you're saying. So what do eventually shut up that
they will shut the fuck up. Most people shut the fuck up if they realize you're not paying attention to them. Most people.
Okay, so
the sane ones, and that's how we could filter out the good ones from the bad ones. The ones who are good are sane. So for the sane ones, they'll realize me talking shit's not working.
It's not working.
You got me up at 5 a.m, man. Now I'm really annoyed, man. For real. No, not you.
Oh, okay.
Like, yo, like, nigga. Like fucking damn near 24 hours of content bitching about what this space ain't doing between multiple channels. This shit is absolutely insane. So I'm gonna start here first. Yeah, I'm moving in since I gotta get up and do this. Dude, what's his name? Reyes. I got a question for you. How do you advocate how do you advocate for something without speaking? Give me some other ways of advocating.
Okay, one of the ways you can advocate is through artwork. That's actually.
Hold on, my phone. I got this pixel. Did you just say artwork?
Yes.
No, I just want to be clear.
My point. I could tell you one of these grandstanders, so let me up the ante.
No, I didn't hear you.
At one time, 80% of Americans were illiterate. So how did they get the word out in politics and economics? They put it in fucking pictures, nigga. That's how you could work. That's one way you get your point across. Another way is through the music. And I'm not talking about these hoes ain't loyal and all this other shit. I'm talking about taking it back to J. Rue with these bitches, getting analytical with these motherfuckers. Yeah, you can't fuck with me because y'all don't want to be solution oriented. You just want to bicker all day. So
no.
We had we had J. Rue the Damager. What did he
vocal? You could be vocal. You could be vocal in very strategic ways besides getting on YouTube.
Let me know when you're done grandstanding.
I'm not grandstanding. I upped the ante since I see your grandstanding.
Keep your responses short. I'm sure you can do it. You're a grown man, dog. Come on, man.
I said artwork, and your ass just went off the rails. Like, oh,
no, I asked if I can fucking hear you. That's what I asked.
Oh, say, here we go. Now you want to yell at a nigga.
No, because you're annoying. No. First of all, hey, dude, let me know when you're done.
I've heard your voice before. What's your name? Excuse me.
Are you done?
What is your name? And then I'm
done. My name. Like, oh, that's your fault. Keep it 100. Not having the name.
I'm looking for that shit right now to put the names up.
We need to factor in regionalism too. Some of you niggas are in areas.
Oh my god,
nigga! Let's not do that. Get back to the topic. Hey,
like, dude, you like as soon as I got on,
nigga, shut
wow,
your name and go on with the fucking point, nigga.
Bro, let him respond to you. I want to now.
What's
Ed.
your name, nigga?
His name is Ed, bro. Continue.
Okay. I've heard his voice before, so I want to familiarize myself with the nigga before.
Right, but this is not as important that you holding the whole conversation up. Continue. I'm looking for the names to pop up on the screen. Continue what you're saying, bro.
All right, the first thing he said was artwork. Do you know what a meme is?
Yes.
Okay. So where do you think these viral memes started?
I don't even know what memes you're.
They start a meme. It's communicating a point. Like they're having them fly around here with Pearl, all day with niggas worshiping Pearl. That's the most recent ones. But as far as communicating ideas, shout out to a couple of Instagram channels. But a lot of the memes started from 1.0. So yeah, the artwork shit is covered.
That's not
that's already been done.
Definitely is artwork.
That's artwork. That's some
no, it's definitely
no, so, it's not.
Hold on. Are you trying to Reyes? Pardon me, Ed. Are you trying to dictate to motherfuckers how they need to express their issues or their gripes? No, you sound like white people telling niggas not to kneel or something. Like, you know, not at the game, not with a hat, not with a fox, not with an ox.
Okay,
go
to the LA Times editorials section and look up the little cartoon to see if you see a meme there. Go do that shit,
bro. I don't want to debate.
The point of
go ahead.
The point, the difference between a political cartoon is those.
Art. That's real art. Now you talking about a meme niggas just throw up on Twitter? That's not effective. That's just a nigga making some shit on Photoshop. That's not official.
Bruh. The political cartoon ain't effective.
I mean, dude, I need you to, dude. I typically don't play video games on easy mode. Like you making it too easy. No, like, dude. Means the purpose. Number one, what is the purpose? Okay, what is the purpose of your artwork?
I said music.
Dude, I'm talking to you like really. You. I don't know where this fucking nigga energy is coming from, dude.
10 when
Ray, chill, man. You gotta.
Chill. You know, some went off. Come on.
Yeah, but you get into all of this extra shit that's not the conversation. So let him.
So what is the point? What is the purpose of the artwork that you brought up? This is what you brought up. Remember that. And I'm piggybacking on what you're saying.
I'm answering the question. Here we go. I said at one point, 80% of the population was illiterate. So how did they disseminate information? Through artwork, through official editorial pictures. That's artwork. I'm not
But that was
talking
then.
about
This is now. We can read now.
Yes, we can read now.
But
Okay, so let's not talk about what we did
so
years ago.
the purpose of artwork today is to highlight a point, and a lot of times people can't put. Oh my God,
Bro,
dude!
you can't
Right.
listen and talk at the same time, Ray, bro.
Right,
Like, no disrespect, bro, but you can't listen and talk at the same time. You've been doing that the entire time, bro.
I mean,
You gotta
nigga, we
let somebody else speak and communicate with you, bro.
So
like you actually proven like.
Trying to say I'm about to shut up, but you're still talking. Okay, I'm shutting up. Go ahead.
The purpose of a artwork is to communicate an idea. The reason why a viral meme works is because a viral meme, it's actually based on the same thing as a political cartoon, actually. It's just dumbed down so it can reach the effective amount of people to get maximum push. For example, when Colin Kaepernick did that thing about just do it, and Nike literally made a lot of money advertising off of the just do it symbol, where they brought up all these funny ideas of like Kobe, shoot the ball even when you ain't open, and different things that communicated stuff. This is what the purpose is. Before YouTube and before people started making videos, and that became very common because of things like Google Hangouts and StreamYard, when people had just pictures to share, they shared viral memes. This is where a lot of these urban memes came from that communicated a lot of these ideas that spoke to a lot of men's frustrations, even when they could not put them into words. The memes, like, for instance, when they did the Circle of Life, when it communicated the idea of Black women getting ran through, then turning around, ran through liquor in their 20s, getting kids in their 30s. Now all of a sudden they want to settle down. These things communicate ideas multi-generationally. And they paved the way for when we started having these conversations and putting them into words, what we have today. So you're saying artwork. I'm saying that's already going on. The stuff you talk about political cartoons, how is that effective if people can't resonate with it? I mean, it sounds good, but we're about actually moving the needle. And also another thing that people fail to understand is our primary there's a lot of purposes that we try to do. But one of the long-term purposes is to actually bring as many Black men into a conversation as possible, no matter what they want to have their opinions on, because there's certain truths that they're going to have to acknowledge. This conversation, I'm going to say this and I'm done. There's a difference between us talking about this in 2016 and 17, where it was pretty much our word versus, these women, versus now, post Kevin, where these women have pretty much snitched in courts. They have said who they are. They've demonstrated who they are. And somehow in 2023, we still got dudes in denial. Why are we still talking? It's not about the women. It's about getting Black men out of denial. And generally, none of these naysaying, hating ass Legion of Doom niggas have a better idea other than stop talking and be quiet. I know this niggas never tell the women to do that, by the way.
Facts.
So are you gonna let me respond, man?
I hate when motherfuckers do that shit. The man, he said he was about to be done. Then he,
he wasn't about to be done. He was about to keep going. He was about to keep going. Don't join.
No,
this,
he
guys.
wasn't.
I know this is a little,
Ray. He's not even talking now while you're talking shit. God. I'm talking.
Why even interject with what you hate? Let me respond to the man and keep it moving.
No, because I hate when motherfuckers do that shit, bro.
Because you ramble too. Here we go.
No, because the motherfuckers stop talking. Stop acting like somebody not letting you speak, man.
Okay,
it was his turn to talk. Now it's
speak.
yours.
You have let me speak. Thank you, brother. You have let me speak. Okay, but you know how this works on YouTube. But here we go. Okay, granted, you have your memes. You have things floating around online. But the best way to handle any situations is centralize and condense your power. this throwing stuff around on the internet doesn't work. So why not create an official space? Like, let's throw Tierson Johnson into the mix. He has a website. So if you want to put your meme up and make something official, have an official place where you can express that thought and then disseminate it. This random throwing stuff online just causes more problems. It's just a bunch of little kids sitting back like, look what I put online. I got 50,000 likes. It got shared this many times. It doesn't do anything.
Yo, bro, you basically.
I got it. The reason why that the reason why that doesn't work is because of Andrew Tate. It doesn't work because when you sit, I mean, shit, we have history of centralizing our shit and then fucking our shit up. Versus when you become I'm a quote fucking Black Batman Begins. When you become an idea, they can't deal with that shit. That's why when Kevin died and he brought a fucking video back, the people behind his channel, you got motherfuckers making 8-hour streams about a goddamn long form trailer. See, they can't target people. This is why people didn't show their faces, because when people did show their faces, motherfuckers called their job. Now, as far as Dr. Tierson Johnson goes, Dr. Tierson Johnson was brought in by BGS Igmore, who's on here right now. All of them PAs, you would not have them over here if it wasn't for him. All of them are centralized through him. You know, so my point is, and by the way, a lot of his subscribership, because he is a PhD, they're not as likely to shadow ban him because he's certified. So in their minds, they think he'll only go so far, which is partly true. So the point is, yeah, he gets supported. Should he get more? Sure. But you notice that all of the haters, they be hating, don't never share Dr. Tierson Johnson. They don't never share Green Gorilla. They don't even share Tommy Curry. They just talk about what we doing versus actually pitching in. But to answer your question, if you centralize shit, that gives them an easy target to murk that shit.
Ed,
okay,
I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth real quick, and I'm gonna say this real quick. Ed, what you're saying makes sense if what he was saying to you came from a genuine place. It's not that he's asking you this to give you a better option.
You don't understand that, but my point is for the audience, for people that might be naysayers in the audience, that there are answers to these questions.
But I mean, Ray, and this is the first time I've probably been in this sort of discussion with you about, I don't know, women or anything like that, because I like these points of view these points that you're making sound to me like gynocracy shit. To be honest, like you pretty much want motherfuckers. You pretty much want motherfuckers to shut the fuck up about women and hope everything works itself out. Because you're saying that what we're doing is ineffective. You're not giving us no like real effective alternative. But you're saying somehow that the women will just fall in line if we shut up talking about it, and that's bullshit.
Okay,
I gotta say this because I gotta slide out.
I'm not.
I gotta slide out, bro.
Let him talk. Let him talk so he can go.
So listen, man. There's been a lot said here, man. Ed done knocked it out of the park pretty much, man. Look, the thing is, Ray, if you had a better idea, you'd have done it already, and this shit would be solved, bro. Truth is no one else had a better idea than what 2.0 put forward. And the truth is that if you did, well, then, motherfucker, you would be the one with the influence and leading this conversation. People would be hijacking points from you and not us.
Okay.
So that's just the truth of all this.
You said nobody had a better idea than 2.0. Which idea was this?
The ideas that Ed and all of us brought together here to the floor that is being currently executed. But I mean, as it stands right now, you know, everyone wants to criticize, but they haven't offered a viable alternative. And every time they try, all they have is criticisms and complaints. So that's all I really got to say on it.
Okay. I didn't get the solution out of that, but thank you. Here we go. I'm not even a part of the manosphere, and I admit I didn't come here to save anybody and all that other stuff. I'm here to be objective and offer some points from as a person who watches from a distance. But I do take serious insult to you saying I'm gynocratic or something. I don't even believe in that theory of the gynocracy.
What do you hope to achieve? What do you hope to achieve by shutting us all up?
But dude, that is exactly what a typical gynocracy person would say.
That's not what if you follow along, maybe you'll understand. You're not following along. Here we go. I'm not here to necessarily be anybody's savior, just like BGS is not supposed to be the cleanup man. But what I am saying is this: don't call me gynocratic and all that shit. Because how many of you niggas, how many of you niggas have confronted Terry McMillan in real life? How many of you niggas have done that? That's how far back I go with this shit, huh? How many of y'all done that?
I've never met her. So
I've met her. I've met her, and I question her. And I question her. That
doesn't mean shit.
That doesn't mean shit.
I mean, like the premise. I mean, Jason Black, Jared Taylor allowed Jason Black in his own to question him. That don't mean shit.
My point is this: I'm not gynocratic. I'm not a simp.
It sounds like
any of that shit. I've been in this shit for years. I've been having.
What do you think we mean when we say you're gynocratic?
You niggas is the
you sound gynocratic. You sound like gynocratic.
Y'all are in the 6th grade while I'm in.
Dude. Hold on, BGS. With all due respect, man, dude. With all due respect, if I wanted to, if I wanted to make a video with you.
And I tell you, I can tell like
no,
you're
you
a little
can't. No,
nigga.
you can't.
You're a little nigga. I don't even like argue with little niggas. No more than I like arguing with this old nigga.
And you a dumb motherfucker. So what? Big deal. You're a dumb motherfucker. So what?
I mean, for real. I mean, this shit, like, dude, like YouTube Shorts, nigga.
He's gone.
Like, nigga. Yeah, it's funny. Like, it's. Oh man, it's just crazy. Hold on. So yeah, I only argue with 6'5", dude.
Yeah,
Marcus.
Shame, guilt, and need to be right.
I mean, and the thing is, it's kind of like, and I'm half-ass sleep. It's like y'all gonna make it this easy? Like this nigga literally sounded like he was shadow boxing and having a battle rap with himself. I'm sitting there. I clicked on that and1 shit. And nigga, my phone fucking almost broke with Fantastic and Solo doing some kind of fucking Negro buck fight. I don't know what the fuck. Like, what in the fuck?
Yeah.
And it's like, I'm gonna tell you something, and this is gonna piss people off. I don't give a fuck. The reality is, you know why niggas are so mad? Because they can't do shit about what the fuck we do.
So
this is frustration out of powerlessness. Think about it. 7 hours, not your channel, and you was on there for a little bit. I saw 7 hours talking about what other men are doing that you don't like. A lot of motherfuckers. Look, I'm 36. A lot of them, and I think that dude is in his 40s too that just hopped off. A lot of these niggas y'all ain't got time to be doing this shit. Niggas be in their mid-40s and shit. Like, it's just social media. It's not that serious. And here's another thing too. A lot of us are not getting paid a lot of money to do this. Like, I don't get paid enough money to put my. So the reality is, don't nobody have no leverage. This ain't no MTR where people raise the roof up enough. And by the way, one thing that's different between us and I'm gonna start calling it the pro gynocracy, not even calling pro blacks, is a lot of what they do is based on money. They believe in what they do, but they need money from that bitch. Right. I don't need money from that bitch or these niggas, which is why I tell my audience once a week they can go fuck themselves. So you dealing with a lot of dudes that don't give a fuck. So and it's kind of like, and we ain't big enough where we Andrew Tate where we can be locked the fuck up. Anyway.
So Ed, hold on, let me put this camera back on. I was munching.
I'll say that is argument. I mean, I just got on that bitch, and you see how that dude just had. I mean, that nigga didn't even know who I was, and he heard the sound of my voice and started fucking shitting.
But that is the reason that the purple pill was actually created for guys like that. That's
Ed,
what they
I
want.
think it's so BGS. I think it's only fair for me to ask Ed what I asked you, and I know it's going to open up a can of worms. Ed, don't bite my head off.
Bite it off.
Okay, right? So yeah, it's only fair because again, it wasn't like I said, BGS. It wasn't about you per se, but you were the only one here for me to discuss that with. Now Ed is in the building, so I'm going to ask you something, Ed. Over the past couple of weeks, we've been doing this whole JPT thing, right? That's what a lot of guys have been making videos about.
The Wendy's logo, yes, great advertising.
Right, I did one video addressing her. That was Kappa Phi Kappa, which she was part of the video, but she wasn't the main topic because, again, I chose to opt out of that discussion. But me, you, BGS, it's been maybe a couple of times where we've been on panels and we've discussed, that situation. And I think we're all in agreement when we say that Pearl is not a product of the Black Manosphere. Not too long ago, I was listening to a video. I don't know if it was on your stream or you was on somebody else's stream, where you are, I can kind of paraphrase you as saying, anybody who is connecting Pearl to the space is not mistaken. They are a liar.
Yes.
You remember this statement?
I've made it multiple times. On Shay Shardays, that's probably where it's gotten the most push, but I've said it on my stuff to let them know, to get the word out, because the main people pushing that. I mean, look, man, you got FD Signifier in here talking about, now this is FD Signifier.
Right.
FD Signifier said that he didn't believe, because I asked him on Bernard's stuff. I said, so you said the algorithm, so why are you even asking like some of the questions he asked? And then he said straight up, like, I didn't believe, I just want to know what y'all knew, that bullshit. I didn't believe that Pearl came from here and blah, 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 blah. And this is somebody, he'll throw the whole bus if he can at us. But the people he look at, that's what he heard, what they were saying. So
right,
he was somebody that's an outsider. So my point is, that's on purpose.
So let me ask you this. Who are the insiders doing this?
I mean, well, let's start with Jason Black.
No, he's not. He's not Black
insiders. You said insiders.
Yeah,
well, Jason Black is who I was referring to when I said that. Because he's the one that started it, and he's the one that everybody is really pulling that off of.
I understand that, but there are people who are pushing this narrative who are on the inside. What are their names?
You're talking about Dennis, man.
Oh, of course he's talking about Dennis.
So, but why? Dennis
also said that he's not in the Black Manosphere.
Right, until the next.
And hold on, and that's when he's not in the Black Manosphere, and that's when all this bullshit started happening about Black Manospheres, drug addicts, and blah 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 blah. Also, BGS has a theory that Dennis didn't get picked to go to the camping trip in London, and that's why he's attacking it. But
right, but he didn't get invited. What I don't understand about that theory is Dennis didn't get invited to a London meetup between people who are not Black Manosphere, so then he attacked the Black Manosphere.
That's what everybody does. Auburn Preach has done it. Charleston White is in the Black Manosphere, apparently. DJ Academics.
What I'm saying is, and again, BGS said earlier that y'all had this conversation and I didn't miss, and I missed it. I wasn't there for it. But again, earlier you mentioned Jason Black, who is not Black Manosphere, but then when I say Dennis, you said, well, he's not Black Manosphere, but he is in fact someone who is not only Manosphere. Okay,
so let me hold on. Because this, I'm about to address this. Number one, do I agree with Dennis doing that? No, I do not. But understand something, and I told you this. Like, I'm gonna lay it all the way out since you want to put me out here like this. I've been in wars. Hold on. I'm about to talk.
Personal, because I asked BGS.
But hold on. I've been in wars, in between wars, where Angry Man has Angry Man is literally like 15 miles away from me, and I've literally been in situations but because of the situation with O'Shea and him and all this other bullshit. See, this is the type of shit niggas don't think about when they have this thing where it's like, niggas, I be like, fuck that nigga it is. Dudes be having people choose sides and they don't understand the actual consequences of certain things. Hold on. I called out. Time out. I called out. I know, because I'm not being cornered in the shit. I called out what Dennis was saying on my own shit. But at the end of the day, here's the thing that's got to be understood. You could say, like when he said, nigga, the black manosphere is full of a bunch of drug addicts. Well, I know he's not talking about Dr. Tia Johnson. So the reality is niggas will have issues with certain niggas in the space. Look at what happened with that whole list, in the space. And then all of a sudden it will be everybody. Now, do I agree with that? No, I do not agree with that. I don't. And I said it and I put that shit out there. But understand Dennis ain't the only one that be saying whole shit that I don't go in on.
Okay.
So it's like because my thing is, and I'm gonna say it right now straight up, I've always been this way. I don't give a fuck about people's individual issues with certain people. I don't. Bro, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of dudes don't like me.
Ed, you're making this about something that it ain't about.
No, I'm not, because then speak direct. Don't speak around it like you trying to corner me or flank me.
Ain't nobody cornering me.
Well, I'm letting you know that's what I think is going on. So
okay, so then let me clarify.
That's what my mind's eye is on.
No, that's
fine. So be direct. If it's about Dennis, say that.
Okay, you said
I was right. What you saying? Blah blah blah.
You said it twice now. So now, let me say this, right? Earlier, before you got on here, I asked BGS the same question. Okay. So again, like I had to tell him, I'm gonna tell you, this is not about you, right? Because
I didn't say it was.
No. Let me, bro. Let's not do the Ray S thing. What I'm saying is this, right? I asked him the same question in reference to Dennis, right? Because I listened to, both of you, talk about people putting Pearl on the space. Now, he said he addressed that as far as, in reference to Dennis. And now you're saying that you addressed it in reference to Dennis. This ain't about my issues with nobody. This is about, in this particular case, a person saying something, putting something on the space, which is a lie, right? And we call people out for that when they lie on us. When black women lie on us, we call that shit out. When that motherfucker lies on us, it should be called out. Now, you're saying you did that, and I believe you. If you're saying, again, just like BGS said, I addressed that. I'm not going to be like, no, you didn't, BGS. Send me the link. I'm not going to say that to you. You said you addressed it. I believe you.
Yeah, but there's a difference between addressing it and going scorched earth, nigga. Like damn near every last one of them motherfuckers over there. Hold on. Every last one of them motherfuckers on AN1 shit have lobbied direct attacks, not just at the space, but at me and BGS. Understood. Now you don't know though. Hold on. Ty City, Ramil literally tried to use Cynthia G's ass to try to dismantle a cornerstone of what we talk about, which is the Monahan report. He still ain't came up with the stuff that we were talking about and read it. Is that my point is that nigga, you need to understand that I am not on this I would literally be opening up fronts with like probably a rotating 9 or 10 content creators. Literally, I'm talking about people that directly come at me and BGS alone. Just us two. I want you to understand that, because that's the thing that's not good. I kind of think you don't really understand that. You think that I got this loyalty to like Dennis or somebody like that. I don't know because light skin. I don't know. But nigga, it's a whole bunch of people. What I'm telling you, it's a whole bunch of people I don't speak on.
Ed, now you're kind of throwing shit in the pot that don't belong there.
What I'm saying is,
I heard you. I got to respond to you, fam.
Get to the point, Marcus. Get to the point. Stop beating around the bush. Get to the point.
Get to the point, nigga. I ain't say shit yet. Are you serious?
No, because you doing what Ray Ass was doing. You talking around it. It's like 9 or 10 of it. Like, you make it like Dennis does not occupy this special place.
Let him get to the point. Let him clarify.
How the fuck can I get to the point if I can't speak?
Bullet points. Okay.
Y'all need to knock this shit off.
Because
I'm starting to feel away. And when I say feel away, this is what I mean, right? Because he took it to light skin.
I was joking, but I was joking. I think, yeah, but you bid on it.
Okay, get to the point.
You bid on the bait.
Now it took me an hour to actually get to the bottom of what you really were talking about, right?
No, it doesn't have to take an hour.
I know what I'm saying. I'm saying. In other words, I let you talk, right? I let you talk for a long time. I said,
yeah, we're not having it. Like the thing is,
hold on.
No,
I would say, Marcus, get to the point. What's the question?
What point is there? I made the point earlier.
Really is what it.
But we don't tell them a story to set it up.
What it is, we went on the women, Shay Sade and the women, right? But he's saying that we didn't equally going on like people like Dennis,
bro. I could have
like me to forward you a list of dudes.
You're gonna get to the point for me.
I'm shortening it up for you. Okay.
No, you don't have to do that for me.
Oh, well, the thing is,
we're not taking 30 minutes for this season, man. Because we both know. Bro, because the argument is just everybody knows.
Hold on.
They want me to get to the point, y'all. I ain't getting to the point fast enough.
Do it the way you want to do it, man. Okay, go ahead.
Fam, y'all haven't stopped talking yet. The chat can hear you. You know this, right?
Dude, I'm telling you, I'm not in the mood for you trying to set it up the way you right.
Ain't nobody set nothing up, bro. You're anticipating
something. No, I'm not. This is a pattern of behavior.
They want me to get to the point.
Let him do it.
Oh my God. Bro, it ain't no point really to be made. You said that you addressed it, and I said I believed you. What else the fuck do I need to say?
So,
fine.
So here's my point too.
I wasn't done talking, my nigga.
Like,
God damn.
You believe it, so that's it.
No. Come on, bro.
It should be it, right?
And now,
dude, I'm telling you, I didn't come up here for all of that. Because my thing is, hold on, I'm gonna say fuck this. I'm saying this and I am done. Like I said, do you not go Google put my fucking name in YouTube. I dare anybody do that. There's a lot of people that attack me.
You said that already.
Fuck. Oh yeah, no. Fuck the
state. You're interrupting.
Okay. No, because that's not clear. So I'm not gonna put people in line just because you don't like them.
No, but nobody asked you to do that.
Okay, all right. Ed, let him
you're inferring something that I didn't even say. But I asked you, at what point did anybody in the chat hear
let him do it, Ed. Let him do it. Okay.
Don't do that. Like y'all keep thinking y'all can sneak this shit in. Who the fuck y'all think y'all talking
to? Ed,
I don't know what he's talking about.
Ed, let him do it. Okay. Let him get it out. Okay. You're gonna go round and round and round. Let him do it.
My point is this, right? Now, look, listen, and guys are saying, yo, this is your channel. No, I listen, I know how this game is played. Okay. So I'm gonna let them get it off their chest. At the end of the day, Ed, the shit you're talking about is that's not me, that's you. Like, you have this idea that I need you or anyone to fight my battles for me. When I went at Dennis, I didn't call nobody to my fucking aid. I made those videos. I didn't ask anybody to get on any panels with me or any of that shit. I did that by myself. And everybody was like, oh my God, cause nobody want to fuck with the fucking Blizzard King. Okay? For what? And if you want to hear my opinion on it, the nigga's too big to be fucked with, to be honest. In my opinion, niggas are scared of Dennis. To be honest, since we're being honest, so this ain't about me trying to.
Why do you think niggas are scared?
Hold on. So let me now let me talk.
Okay.
Right. So understand this. This ain't about me trying to rally anybody for some battle cry against Dennis Sperling. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I took a month off this shit to go shoot movies. I don't give a fuck about this shit. To be honest, I'm here for conversations. What I ask niggas for is consistency. If you're gonna call bitches out, call niggas out too.
Exactly. That's what I was saying.
If you're gonna hold on, if you're gonna call it now, you said you did it, and I believe I said that like 5 times. So all this extra shit behind the shit don't even make sense when you trying to call me
So
out.
what's the purpose of you repeating calling niggas out?
No, that's your Ed, you're my man. Don't get it twisted. But that's your feelings talking. I never hollered at you or BGS to say, yo, man, why don't you get on the stream with me so we can call this out? I didn't ask you to do that. What I'm saying is, nigga, if you got the chest hairs to call out a Shay Sade or Sister George or any Jason Black or anybody else, call out your fucking boy.
Okay, what I'm saying. This ain't really my boy like that, dude. And hold on, no, your argument stands on this idea that Dennis has this.
Bro, come on. Let me finish what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, we'll finish.
At the end of the day, that's all this is about. It ain't about me having a problem. Nigga, hold on. Nigga, listen. Y'all said this and that about Pearly all week. I wasn't even in the discussion. Because I don't give a fuck about that shit. But at the end of the day, if a motherfucker is lying on us, put that shit in the air. You said you did it. I wasn't aware. My fucking bad. But me saying it is not me asking you to fight no battle for me because I have an issue, this and that. My issue ain't about him. It's about what I've said it is about. Is if a woman calls this space, if they say that JPT is the product of the Black Manosphere, I'm gonna call that shit out like I would call out if no matter who said it. And if it was one of y'all, I wouldn't call it out like I would call out Dennis because I have a relationship with you guys. It's nothing for me to hop on your shit, Ed. BGS shit.
Because people call me out all the time. I mean, my point is, no. You keep making this argument that Dennis, like, truth be told, like, I got a question. Who do you think is bigger on YouTube, Dennis Furling or Ron Wills?
I don't watch Rom. I don't know.
You don't watch Rom. Okay, Rom is much bigger than Dennis. Rom is about 80,000 subs. Rom left the space because MOT literally created a and I don't give a fuck if MOT know because he know what he did. A prolonged campaign of doing kind of the stuff that you were doing off of shit that was bullshit, and you had a lot more credibility on what you was doing with Dennis, but then way more than what MOT had on Rom. And Rom was a much better asset to this space than Dennis. And you can look at the numbers, look at what he talked about come through, and that's not even shitting on Dennis. That's just a credit to who Rom is.
And a lot of times, what will happen is that the guys will do this so that you will beef with them. It will cause more controversy.
So even and I fuck with Rom. So my point is, this is not when it's convenient that I do that shit. The other thing too is, again,
no,
I will call out a lot of people that attack me directly. And so this argument, you keep trying to front like certain people are protected. That's not true. Like, even the fact that like nobody really told you not to talk about Dennis. What people said is, if you gonna do it, like I don't rally people if I'm gonna talk shit about Jason Black or whoever. Even with Shay, I didn't look for that. I stand on it, and I don't even ask, and I don't even have these feelings. And I'm gonna tell you, I got issues. There's niggas that got issues with me right now because, and whether it's you or whether it's other people, that I know they got problems with me because I didn't jump in on shit the way they thought I should. And what happens with what you dudes usually do is they won't ask. They'll assume it should have happened. And then this is where a lot of these Cold Wars start happening. The reality is Dennis, the same things that people are saying about Dennis is actually the same stuff that we're saying about Pearl. Dennis says stupid shit. It will get called out. Pearl said stupid shit. it will get called out. But ultimately, and I still stand by this, Dennis, when it comes to male and black male advocacy, it's still an asset. Now I ain't afraid of calling Dennis out. But this thing about niggas have their what's it called? What's their fucking Moby Dicks? And every nigga has one. Tommy is mine. But I don't sit here and be a lot of niggas fuck with Tommy. But I don't be up here holding that against dudes. It's shit, nigga. You got niggas fuck with Taz. Like, so my point is, I don't give a damn about who somebody's Moby Dick is. All of that calling out shit, people have their reasons for doing shit. Just because one person does not get called out every fucking day, because the same shit you saying about Dennis is literally the same shit that niggas saying about Pearl. Why the fuck are you not calling this white bitch out? Why the fuck have you not gotten rid of her channel? Why the fuck have you not removed her from YouTube? Why the fuck have you not done this? Clearly somebody called this nigga out if he calling the whole space drug addicts. Why would he say that? You know what I heard? I heard a whole bunch of niggas calling him a fucking Mexican. Nobody called that out that they were doing that.
Ed, can I jump in here? Let me read some of these comments and then I'm gonna respond a little bit to some of you saying. So I don't know how you I don't want to pronounce your name.
I'm here for 10 more minutes just to let you know.
That's fine. I don't want to pronounce this man's name wrong. I think it's Jedi.
Yeah.
Jedi. Oh, Jedi. So he said, why didn't you ask both BGS and Ed privately? Why put them on the spot now? Gotcha move, dude. Right? Do y'all feel like BGS? I will ask you separately. BGS, do you think that I tried to catch you in a gotcha moment?
No, I came up on my own. So he didn't. But
BGS, I mean, but we touched on these things before, and me and Ed have spoken about this privately. Now, aside from that, where somebody, I think earlier you said, Ed, that nobody told me not to speak on Dennis. While I'm not going to say names, of course they did, and more than one person told me or advised me to leave. Don't mention Dennis. I'm just gonna say that. But so
we knew the beef was gonna start.
You know why? Because people gonna fucking bite your head off, and then niggas get mad when they get like for real. Like, dude,
Ed, I just said I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not scared of.
Well, then you did what you did, and nobody
understand. Yeah. But so understand, Ed. If you're gonna say that, well, don't do that, or he's gonna bite your head off. Then basically,
that's not what I'm talking about, dude. Like because what happened.
Bring it down a little bit, just a little bit.
What did I not hear? Because and there's other things that you said that I have to.
Because the problem, like, let me explain in 10 seconds. When I say bite your head off, what happens is dudes start shit, and then when they can't finish it, what they do is they look for help. And when it don't come, then niggas you niggas. Niggas, we literally have damn near a quarter of the space. Niggas had what do you think that 8-hour hangout on Fuck the Space comes from? That doesn't come from nowhere.
Ed, I wasn't finished making my point. Understand this, and I have to keep reiterating this point. When have I ever asked any no, understand? Hold on. Let's go down the line of motherfuckers I've beefed with. You know their names. Okay. I've had issues with Emoti. I've had issues with Amiri. Okay. Who else? I've had motherfuckers jump into my shit trolling and shit, all type of crazy shit. Y'all know how I deal with trolls, and y'all know how I deal with assholes. I light up a fucking cigar and I smoke while they talk shit. This shit does not fucking phase me, bro.
In other words,
I just want to put that out there.
What we're saying is, if Dennis didn't come at you directly,
no,
I know.
What I'm saying is we're talking about the space, right? So then I shouldn't. Then I'm gonna make this shit clear now. I'm gonna stop giving a fuck to the level that I do, because if that's the case, right? If that's what everybody, if everybody else, gives a fuck when it's cool to give a fuck, well then, You know, just like I didn't give a fuck about this Pearl shit to the point where I would debate any of y'all, because again, like I said earlier, you guys had different opinions of that than me. So what I chose to do was opt out of the conversation to not bang on y'all, right? Because I don't agree with a lot of things that were said, and I respect y'all guys. What I'm saying is,
listen to
no.
Listen to me. Listen
y'all
to me.
let me
Listen
finish
to
a point, because I listen to y'all long. Y'all go long.
No, you're
with
not
the
hearing.
football.
You're not hearing us. You're not hearing us. Okay. What we're saying is, unless it's really bad, okay,
okay,
it's really bad, and nobody calls your name out directly, you can speak on it, but not go on a campaign. Okay.
No, but who went on a campaign? Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
You did go on a campaign.
No, the nigga shot at me, bro. You can go to this fucking video and see the nigga shot at me by name. So understand, there wasn't no fucking campaign before he shot. I'm on a plane going out of the country, and he's live talking about Marcus Keep It 100. So it wasn't a campaign. I said what I said as far as Dennis simping, or I said, you know, I responded to him on Facebook. The screenshots, he put them in his video. So when I responded, when he made his video about me hating on him or whatever, he said I'm the new Manosphere leader or whatever troll shit he was on, I responded to that.
Okay.
So this idea, see, this kind of lets me know where how you guys view the situation, where even you saying I went on some sort of campaign, like no, hold on, like I got 4 or 5 videos about Dennis Sperling trying to air him out. Understand this, bro. Understand this. At the end of the day, if someone is lying on the space and and you call, it's like, if you're gonna pick and choose, I don't pick and choose. I'm cool. Understand? Because Ed is making it about him being my Moby Dick. Sister George is someone who I am super cool with, and when she talks out of turn, I address it not only on her channel but in my own videos.
Yeah, but the problem,
Ed, come on,
Sister
bro.
Sister George started a channel off of my Be Just for Women's channel. Okay, that's where I know her from. Okay,
right.
I helped promote their channel when it was small.
I understand that, but that's not part of what my point is. My point is, if we are going to address lies told on not only the space but black men, then we have to address it all. And that's my point. Again, you guys said, okay, so then you come across not only as inconsistent, but also because to me is picking and choosing, but also, and that's just my opinion, like you have yours, but also, if you're going to let motherfuckers shit on the space, then you got to live with the results of that, right?
Sometimes we do.
Okay, but then you can't.
But who else didn't we call out? Because there's more people.
No,
but
again,
we don't call out the niggas you care about. That's what it sounds like to me.
Also, it's about the niggas I care about. Again, I called out. I called out.
No, who else have we not called out?
Who else?
I called out, bro. Chill, easy, bro. You know what I'm saying? No, I called out Sister George when she on her shit when she.
That's not the question. Who else have we not called out?
Bro, you said that.
Did you call them all out? Did you call them all out? Did you call them all out?
Bro, I called out the people. Whenever you're done talking, I can answer your question.
All right. Okay.
I called out whoever I was aware of was saying it. So now it ain't about who I want to pick and choose. It's about, if I'm aware that they said it, I'm going to call them out. I was aware of Sister George when she did it on her channel because I watch her shit.
First, okay. So,
are y'all like,
did you call out O'Shea?
Hold on. Do y'all like to like interrupt motherfuckers when y'all think y'all done hearing them?
Yeah, when you monologuing. And you're not, you're
you
trying
got
to
a lot of nerve. Hold on, you got a lot of nerve to call somebody.
Yes, but the thing is, I can move the conversation along.
But Ed, you ask the question, then you step on the answer. You can't do that.
Okay, finish.
No, but again, the answer is right. Anybody that I felt like needed addressing, if I didn't address O'Shea,
did you?
I didn't address O'Shea. I addressed O'Shea. if you seen the, you know, I made it was a spoof video, but I did that Black Manosphere shit when again, everybody that I felt should have been called out, I called out. Anybody that I was aware of, that's the answer to the question. So if I didn't know somebody was making the talking point, I can't call them out for some shit I didn't know they said.
So the thing is, this argument, here's where this gets tricky. Because there's niggas that want to call out the PhDs. You do realize that, right? Like, incredible niggas are bullshit. So I get, yes. So niggas will feel and they will focus on what they feel should happen, and then they want to rally everybody to this space.
There you go with this rally.
I know I've said it before, and I'm gonna say it again. We are all independent operators.
You're creating a narrative now.
No, I'm not creating a narrative. The reality, no, because what I asked you just now, who else have we not called out other than Dennis? Because Dennis the only nigga you talking about on this. We gotta call everybody out shit.
No, what I'm pointing to a specific argument that I've made before, where I feel like people pick and choose. Again, BGS addressed Shay Sade, and when she, I guess, line step according to how he feels, and I called out Sister George when she line stepped, right? My point has always been, and I don't know how much O'Shea is Black Manosphere anymore. I don't understand. I don't.
But he still digs in. The point is he digs into it.
Again, you're done hearing my voice, so you just jump in and interrupt. What I'm saying to you is, so the voices who are on these topics every day, right? The ones I'm aware of. I asked you about Dennis because he's someone who I know that you're aware of. I don't know. Now, you might tell me about calling out this one and this one and this one. You might have called out some people that I wasn't even knowing they was in the conversation. Right? Cool. You said you mentioned Dennis.
All right, hold on. Here's my thing, man. Because honestly, man, this call out shit is like a never-ending loop of bullshit. It really is. And this is why a lot of dudes don't like me. Because I can't tell you how many big creators. No, you got dudes like for instance, and you know, like dude. No, you got dudes that hate other dudes, and I don't give a fuck about how you feel about Dennis. I'm not even saying you hate Dennis. I'm just talking about dude. Because BGS knows this more than a lot of people. Dude, I literally call out more niggas than you do. So for you to come at me about calling people out, I dedicate a lot more time to fucking this bullshit than a lot. So when people want to come at one person that they got an issue with, the reality is I call out more motherfuckers than most of you niggas.
You got to call out 3. We call out. We have 30 to deal with. Okay.
No, including people that I actually work with. So really, other than Dennis, it's like that's the only nigga you bringing up.
So
there's a whole bunch of other motherfuckers that do a lot more worse shit than Dennis.
And are these people that we listen to?
Yes.
I mean, substantially, because I mean, Dennis he's not a small channel, right? But
you
gotta let me respond.
The things we did call him out, okay? Ed, did we not call him out?
I didn't say you didn't. I said for the umpteenth time, you said you called him out, and I believe you.
So why are we still talking about it?
No, we still talking about it because I asked you. Ed is here, and now I asked Ed to be fair to you because it was again something that
because you wanted to ask me. I don't believe. I'm gonna tell you right now, Mark. I don't believe.
Ed, I got your number.
The way you sell it.
That's you because I asked him before you.
MOT does too, and that didn't stop him from turning to the dark side.
Okay, you either want to hear what I got to say or you don't. To be honest,
I've already heard it. I mean, it's not at this point.
Okay, all right. Okay,
you making me asking you the question more of a personal thing, but I didn't even ask you first. So what you say? Oh, you asked because you wanted to ask me.
What did he tell you?
No, again, for the umpteenth time, I accepted his answer, but
why are we still talking about it?
Because he's making me asking him the question about something that has nothing to do with my intention.
Okay, all right.
So that's why. No, so we ain't talking about his
answer. The issue. No, you want to really get real about what the issue I have, Marcus. No. The issue is
nigga, I ain't got a lot of nobody.
When we was on Art New Styles, you basically locked me into an hour and a half conversation because you wanted to play the Muhammad Ali shadow box game.
Really? I don't give a fuck for it to be
everybody knew you were talking about Dennis. Literally, people were contacting me. Why didn't you just say his name? I didn't say his name out of respect. So what you did was you put me in a chokehold. And by the way, Ty City tried that too because you don't like him. If I don't like somebody, I'm going to say, fuck that nigga, bitch. Here's why. And I'm going to say his name.
First, I went from being the nigga that went on a Dennis campaign to a nigga that's scared to say Dennis's name.
I got video on Art New Styles channels. If you want to get specific,
bro,
you was trying to trap everybody with a fucking trap card. Everybody saw it. Like, dude, you gotta remember, all the dudes on Art New Styles shit was in a coliseum. We have talked to each other for hours upon hours upon hours, and I'm telling you. Everybody, niggas will email, nigga. I'm telling you now, and I didn't tell you that on the phone,
bro. You're talking about shit that I don't care about. Understand this, Ed. Understand this, Ed. I have a channel. You have a channel, right?
All right, man. Like, dude, I really don't have. It's fucking.
I haven't even made. Again, you're already.
Make your point. What's your point?
This is why I only stay on certain shit.
Let him make his point. Get to your point. So don't keep going around and around and around. Point, please.
Ed, I asked you the question from a genuine place. Now, whether that changes your mind, me saying it, just like you said, I addressed Dennis and I believed you.
Nigga, I'm not even subscribed.
Okay, so now what? He said he did. I said
no. We're not there with it. I'm making a different point, BGS. What I'm saying to no, I don't have to get. I was getting to my point until I was interrupted.
I'm up in the middle of the night, man. Come on, make the point.
No, we're all up in the middle of the night, but y'all are interrupting me, telling me to get to my point.
Because we detected a story.
No, Ed, let him get to the point. Please make it short if you can.
Now you want me?
Yes, I do.
Short. Yo,
please,
bro.
I'm asking you for me.
No, bro, y'all interrupting. Y'all making this shit longer than it needed to be. Check this out, bro.
Okay,
nigga, it's a 6-hour stream.
No, come on, man. Come on.
Check this out, bro. No, it was long before you walked in the room, bro. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, if you could tell me something and I believe you, and I don't have to, and I'm talking to Ed, and but you also, BGS. I don't need a link. I don't need proof. I don't need receipts. If you say what you said and I believe you, cool. I rocks with that. But I'm not getting the same energy if I say, well, this is the reason why I asked the question, right? If I'm saying that and you're saying, no, that's not why you asked because of this. And all these niggas over here see what you're doing because you're playing this sort of game. Bro, no. I'm talking to Ed. Let me express what people who know me in real life understand about me.
Oh my God, this dude! No. I said I had 10 minutes. Like this, dude. I only like dude. Oh my God, man! And this is like this shit. Like, dude,
I can't express.
No, because like when we say make the point, what you're doing is you're monologuing. Like for real. Like to the point where you're locking me into this shit. Like, dude. Like you, oh man, like dude, man.
We're trying to get to a consensus, man, because we've been on here 6 hours and I still don't really understand where it's
what it is. Like, oh man,
because what I said, what I got from it was what I actually expressed to you. Okay, he said that's not the case. Okay, what is the case? Okay,
you talking to me?
Yes.
No, we're not even talking about that part of it. You keep going back to that.
Okay.
Just like when Bay
All
was on
right,
there.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Like I said, our number, I gotta go. I gotta go.
No doubt,
my issue, like I said, it's not gonna be sunrise on this bullshit. Y'all niggas had fucking goddamn 18, 20 hours of fucking streams on getting shit off. It ain't, the shit y'all talking about ain't that important. These like internal beefs that y'all have with other motherfuckers. Like, nigga, I can tell you right now, that nigga didn't do shit to you that other niggas have done to me that I've completely let go. Like, for real.
Hey, bro.
I'm not even subscribed to Dennis. That's the thing that makes me fucking mad. There's niggas that be mad. Nigga, you know how many, like, I ain't gonna say it ain't that many, but there's dudes that literally be on me about shit you did. And it's like, it don't matter. Like, it really don't. Like, these little internal bullshit that y'all be having. Like, this, man, Jada Black had it right, yo. He really did. Anyway, I'm out. Jada Black had the right idea. So did Darius. Yeah, anyway.
No doubt. And my man, Edward Anderson. So I'm going to now say what I didn't get to say. Because y'all keep asking me a question that I'm not even addressing. You keep making it about that. My thing was, I was telling Ed, I'm not playing any gotcha game, trap your game, none of that shit. He thinks for some reason I need to rally motherfuckers against Dennis because I got this much beef with Dennis. Like, y'all niggas need to support Marcus against Dennis Sperling. No, what I'm saying is, it would seem to me, right, that there are people that nobody addresses. It would seem to me. Now, whether that's correct, if I'm correct in my assumption or not, is already something that we've addressed. What I'm saying to you and him is, when I asked these questions, it was from a genuine place, not to see if BGS Ibmore and Edward Anderson would join my uphill battle against the Blizzard King. I don't give a fuck about that. What I'm saying, I made these points quite clear about why I'm addressing this, because from the jump I said that if we're gonna have, a certain image, right, or a certain, I guess, how can I say, message or a mission statement, for lack of a better word, it has to be something that the most prominent people in the space is saying and agreeing upon. And you're gonna have a bunch of little motherfuckers that ain't gonna be saying what you're saying. I mean, there's a lot of quote unquote red pill motherfuckers in that got little YouTube channels that we don't know about, we don't give a fuck about, but the name's associated immediately with the space, right? They have to denounce the fuck shit. That was the first point that I made. The second point that I was making when I asked you about this thing that we just finished talking about before Ed came on, I asked you that because I wanted to know if there was consistency in checking not just the people outside attacking the space on that particular topic, but the people inside of it, and not even just the women. I've addressed this on my channel where I'm like, yo, there should be some consistency. And this is in Kappa Phi Kappa. And some consistency in, yo, everybody should be held accountable. If I jump on this motherfucker and say some shit you disagree with, you gonna say, hey, Marcus, I don't agree with that shit. And I'm not gonna be over here in my feelings like, oh, BGS is coming at me, or he's trying to set me up, or this, that. All of, me accusing you of either like trying to play a gotcha game with me or anything like that. Again, like, we're all men here. We can agree, we can disagree, we can have a discussion. This video is called Disagreement Day, and it's like, yo, like, can we disagree without like?
And what was the answer that I gave you, if you remember?
No, you said you addressed it for the gazillionth time.
But why did I?
And I said I believed you.
Why do you say don't always go into it and actually confront people all the time? Why did I say that?
Oh, me and Ed is good. I don't, but see,
No,
this is the thing.
I'm talking about, no, that had nothing to do with Ed, but anybody, right? Certain people, right? Or certain
Right.
things, right?
No problem.
Because
I hear you.
You're going to give more energy to the topic than necessary. It's going to make it worse instead of better.
Well, me asking Ed, and me and Ed have had.
I'm talking about going at not about Ed, about what you're saying about holding people accountable, right? Of calling people out, right? We used to do that.
Again,
no, we used to do that all the time, right? Cause way more damage than necessary. Okay.
Okay, so then the damage that you're trying to avoid is you trade that damage off into the damage that comes with.
You take the lesser of two evils, right? Well, yeah. Well,
is it?
It's the lesser two evils, right? We're having a dialogue. You do this to me all the time.
Depends on it depends on your point of view.
Yeah, you do this to me all the time. Okay. The thing is, you wasn't done. I wasn't done. Okay, but it's okay.
No,
okay?
I interrupted your interruption.
Okay, all right, man.
No, look, you said what you said.
I'm trying to get to the baseline of the point that we keep going over, right? There's a reason that you don't do certain things, right? Even Ed, we get 30 people. We got 30 people right now, right? 30 fires we have to put out. Okay, 30 fires. You have to pick one. What's the most important on our list? We do that one. What's the next most important we do on the list? We do that one. Can't get to everybody. Mm-hmm. Okay.
No, Dennis, I didn't ask. Okay, no, hold on. 1 minute, I'm asking for everybody. Next minute is why is it about Dennis?
No. I'm not saying why is it about Dennis. I'm saying
I'm not saying you're saying that.
Okay, I'm talking about we're using Dennis as an example. I told you certain people have to let themselves burn out. Right? Dennis is that person. Okay. Rather than making it a bigger flame war than it needs to be, let him stay in his little bubble.
It doesn't have to be a flame war. Understand? You guys again.
It doesn't have to, but we've seen this happen before.
Let me know when I can interject.
Go ahead, interject, man. Okay.
Even me asking you guys the question. We're not about to be in a flame war, right? Like I told Gigi, even when we disagreed on the Pearly thing on his channel, I said, we shouting at each other, and I'm like, I ain't about to go make a green gorilla video. Right. So like when you have a rapport, like I have with you and I have with Ed, I have with Gigi, there's no flame war to be had. The thing is you and
when Dennis started, Dennis, what's up with you? Okay. I texted him. I got his number. What's going on with you? Okay. He didn't respond. What's going on with this in Pearly? He didn't respond. Okay.
Right.
Okay. What's up with you? What's this about? Okay. He didn't respond. Okay, he's going to do what he's going to do. Okay, if you want to, if I pull his name onto my platform, what does that do?
We're doing it now. But what I'm saying is,
I got 45,000 subs. I put it onto my platform. What happens?
You don't have me answer you, and then you
go ahead
start talking. What I'm saying to you is, bro. Again. It don't have to be a flame war if you're not attacking a person. Again, to be honest, it sounds better coming from you than it sounds better than coming from me. But it has to be addressed, even if it's addressed in whatever dressing you want to put on it, right? Okay. But in the same, again, I'm not saying you got to be on some this motherfuckers saying some bullshit about the space. Like it doesn't even have to be approached that way.
Okay, if I point people to this stuff on my platform, what's going to happen with it? It's going to spread.
I understand that, but the point again, the point that I'm making is listen, if you guys don't address it, I'll address it. But no. But I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna at this point, right? And this is why, like even before the thing with Pearl. This is why, like, even like a month before that, I kind of fell back because I'm like, yo, like this shit didn't feel real to me, man. Right. And what I mean by that is if I'm going to
it didn't feel real to you. What does that mean?
No, in other words, see, that'll open up a new can of worms. To me, it feels like I've been saying, people pick and choose. People do, and I'm not saying this is you, but people do content strategy. People avoid, like I said earlier. I feel like in some instances, people don't want to say Dennis's name because you kind of implied it earlier. You don't want this fight or whatever. And
No,
even
no, that's
Ed,
not what I,
no,
that's
no,
not
no,
what I
no, let me
said.
finish.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Quote me directly. What did I say?
What I'm paraphrasing you.
No. What? No, that wasn't even a paraphrase. What did I say?
So then you tell me, because that's what I remember.
Okay,
you imply.
That's what I'm talking about. If I bring that on my channel, it's spread out to other sectors. Okay, it will affect other sectors. That's why.
Like, what do you mean? How so?
In other words,
like what is the
people that I'm connected to that he's not connected to? Okay. If I point people to what he's saying, they will go there, right? They will go there, find out what is he saying. Whether they disagree or agree, it's gonna spread.
All right, bro. So this is what I'm gonna say, right?
Okay.
From here on out,
mm-hmm.
If y'all don't give a fuck about it, I don't give a fuck about it.
Okay.
But if you're going to complain about the outcomes or the effects of things that you don't want to deal with, and I said this earlier, I'll say it again. You got to take the L on that.
We do.
And you said, well, we're willing to take the L. So then you got to take the L. You know, at the end of the day, what my position is just clear on it, right?
Okay.
Ed is saying that he feels like me asking, him the question means that I need him to rally against Dennis.
Guess how you take L's on all the time.
Look, he also bro. I have to be able to get a thought out, like a complete thought at some point, because I'm listening to you.
Okay.
But understand this. Ed said, well, you say this and he'll bite your head off. So then this is the monster that'll bite niggas' heads off, and niggas should be I keep emphasizing I don't give a fuck about that. I'm flying. No, let me finish the point. I'm flying.
I'm not stopping you from talking.
I'm flying to Japan, and he does the video.
Okay.
I go there, I do Japan shit, and then when I get back to America, that's when I decide, okay, I'm going to respond to Dennis. I made my response, and that was it, right? Right?
Yeah.
Everybody's talking about, oh, you coming at this one, and that one, right? You coming at him for this and this and this, and now you hating on Dennis.
We stayed out of it.
And then
we stayed
a few weeks. Then a few weeks later, the motherfucker starts launching missiles at the space that is protecting him, right? He's in the house, like my man said, he's in the house that he's trying to. So it's like guys in the Manosphere are dealing with Dennis on some shit like this motherfucker is kicking up dust in the same manner of other people who they would prefer to address than address him, and he's supposed to be.
He's not the first one to go. He's not the first one to go left. He's not the first one to go left.
I don't listen. It's not about who's first. Who's last. That's irrelevant. What I'm saying.
Well, go ahead.
What I'm saying is,
and stick to one point that I can actually address instead of 5. Okay, get to 1.
So address something.
No, because give me 1 instead of 5. Which one?
In PK, nobody asked that you attack Dennis Sperling. Nobody got to get on a platforms and curse him out or anything like that. I simply said that nobody is addressing the fact, like they addressed everybody else. Nobody is addressing
except him. Okay, that's what you're saying.
No,
is that what you're saying? I'm asking.
I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't have to ask me.
No, I'm asking you. Because we keep saying that, you said, but no, that's not it. Okay, is that it?
What's not it?
We're addressing everybody else except him. Is that what you're saying?
I listen to you guys. You just said, "Oh, we gotta."
No. Is that
bro?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes
or no?
Bro,
you say no. That's not what you're saying.
I'm saying something that you're not letting me say.
Okay,
if you're asking me about him, right, or calling people out, you guys made the point. Now I'm gonna keep talking. You guys made the point. You guys made the point that you got a lot of people that you call out.
Okay.
Somehow, I guess the list runs out of paper right? Conveniently, when it comes to this guy, and he's
Okay,
one of the
that's what
larger
you're saying. That's
figures
what you're saying.
in the
Okay.
space. Now, again, that was my approach when I initially asked the question. So I'm not going to ask it in the context that you said you did, like you didn't say already that you did address it. So my question is, you said you did address it, right?
Okay.
Did he bite your head off?
Huh?
Did
No,
he
he
attack
didn't.
anybody? Did he attack back? Did he
It has
roast
nothing
you?
to do
Did
with
he
it.
do a
It has nothing to do.
BGS clapback
It
video?
has nothing
So
to do with it.
if
Okay.
none of these things happen, right? After
Uh-huh.
you addressed it, that
Okay.
kind of debunks the idea that you don't want to address, because that's what you said before, that you didn't want to deal with it because we don't know if he might clap back.
No, in the manner that you're talking about.
No,
We
I'm
did it.
not
Okay,
putting
all
that.
right.
No, see, okay,
Okay.
y'all inferring shit
No,
that I didn't say.
in other words,
Yeah,
I asked
y'all
you,
are you're
what you,
you're doing what Ed was doing.
I'm trying to clarify what you're saying because you're not being clear with me, right? What you're
Being
saying
crystal
is
clear.
we addressed everybody else except him, right? It ran out when it came to him. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're inferring?
No, you already
No.
said that you
Well,
did.
you said no. Okay, okay, no. The one I'm saying no. I'm asking what
If you don't
you're
understand what I'm saying, then let me speak. You
I
already.
asked you this 4 times. Clear it up for me.
What are you lost on?
In other words, you're saying in a roundabout way. The paper runs out when it comes to him, right? We're afraid to address him.
That was my thought process before I asked you.
Thank you.
But I said that already.
Okay.
I keep saying you said it, and I believe.
And
how
we
many
said
times?
no.
How many? Hold on.
Why we
how
keep
many
talking
times do
about
I
it?
gotta add that context in?
Why do we keep talking about
because
it?
because you keep asking why do I keep talking about it, because you keep inferring things that I didn't imply, like how I asked you to, or the method in which I am asking you to address it, or the reason why I'm asking you in the first place, which was pretty much Ed's argument. I'm clear on where I am with it. I said I already believed when you said you addressed it, that part of it, but then you'll turn around after that and say,
hold on a second. But you felt that we weren't being fair or we were being scared, right?
You're going back to that.
I'm asking,
and then you'll ask me why we still talking about this.
I want clarity.
Keep taking us back, and then ask us why we're there.
I want clarity on it, okay? Because I don't understand what you
again. That was my approach before I asked the question. So obviously, if I'm saying I believe you when you say you addressed it, that adds the context to that's how I felt about it before you said, "Oh, we addressed it, nigga. You missed it, right?"
So now how did it go to a wider argument?
Because you asked.
No.
You
asked
on,
us.
bro.
We didn't bring it up, okay?
Bro, no. You asked after that was already addressed. The conversation continued with you asking or you inferring certain things that I never implied. I never asked you to bark on this motherfucker, but you again, however you did address it, and this is after you inform me, this however you did address it. Obviously, the thing that you're saying, well, I don't want to deal with that because it causes this. That thing didn't happen, did it? So you kind of debunk your own argument in a way.
Marcus, you're right. Okay, you're right.
Okay,
you're right. Okay,
like the thing that you were worried about that would happen if you addressed Dennis.
Marcus, you're right.
Didn't happen.
Marcus, you're right. You're right. Okay, you're right.
Well, I was wrong that you didn't address.
Marcus, it's over.
No. I want to be clear on that.
No, it's okay. Okay.
Now, don't make this about me wanting to be right.
You're right.
Don't do that.
Marcus,
don't do that.
You keep going around with this.
It's patronizing a little bit, but what I'm saying to you is,
I'm trying to get you. Is there a wider point to this? Okay.
No, all the points have been addressed. What I'm telling you is, now that we're at the end of it, I'm addressing that you were right. I was wrong that you didn't address it.
Okay.
And I'm man enough to say that. So let me say it, right? Okay. You said you didn't address it. I asked you in the context of why haven't you addressed it? you said you did, and I believe you. But as far as that other thing, yeah, you're right. I am right about that.
Okay.
Because right, yeah. But don't do the thing where, okay, you're right, Mark. It's like
now we're trying to get to the end of it, right? If I said that, we're gonna get to the end of it instead of going around and around and around and around. Okay.
Now we're going around because you want to do that.
No, Marcus, stop. What's the wider point? Because I know there's a wider point. It's not just about Dennis.
All of,
not just about
there's nothing else, sir. There's nothing else.
You sure?
Because you're asking about a wider point. If you're asking for a wider point, that means you still haven't grasped my points.
Okay.
If you're still asking,
I'm trying to understand you, right? Are you saying that
you haven't understand what's been said?
Okay. All right. Okay. No, I haven't.
Because y'all been talking over me for the past hour.
Because you've been we asked you to be direct.
Is anybody in the chat lost on where I'm getting?
Can I finish right in mid sentence? Right? Okay.
No, because you keep saying you're not understanding me.
Right in mid sentence. Right in mid sentence. Right.
You're not making a point. You're saying that you.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Still lost.
I'm not making a point. Okay. Fine. Mid sentence.
You're still lost.
Mid sentence. Okay. I'm lost.
What part are you lost on?
In other words, I think I know what you're saying, right? What you're saying is we're being unfair. We're picking and choosing between who we're actually going to respond to versus who we're not, right? Is that what you're saying? Yes, no, maybe.
All that's been discussed.
No, yes, no, maybe.
You said that I'm saying that you're being picky and choosy.
Picky and choosy
before you said that you addressed him already. Before that, no, because this context is important. You said BGS, please. You said you addressed him. So why would I still, after you said you addressed him, be on some picky choosy shit when Marcus, you obviously again I was incorrect, right? Because you did address him, so that means I was incorrect.
Marcus, I'm trying to understand.
You don't want your answer.
No.
You're not trying to understand.
Marcus, I'm trying to understand the point you were trying to make because I didn't get it. Maybe it's valid. Okay.
This is the answer. The answer is before you told me that you actually did address him. Yes. Now, if you hear the whole sentence, it's understandable. Yes. That's where I was sitting at before you told me different. Now, do you get it?
Yeah, you gave me a yes. Okay.
No, I was allowed to give you a yes because I was allowed to put a period on my sentence.
I mean,
you can't watch the movie if you keep interrupting this shit.
No, what I'm saying is it's a simple yes or no answer, not a.
No, it's really not because
yes, yes, it is,
bro. Everything I
say no, you can say no, but thing is just yes, but okay. Thing is, in the middle of that there was a yes. Okay, I caught the yes. Okay, I caught the yes.
No, there was a context added to the yes. It's not a simple yes. I don't care that you don't care about the context because we're not the only ones in the room. The men, especially some of those who have not been here for the bulk of the conversation, need to get the context. We're not on the phone alone.
I'm asking you. Okay, I'm asking. You said that you thought we were being unfair or being
so you want me to answer the question again? So then you.
All right. Okay. You're good. We're good. No, we're not going.
So then you're not.
We're good.
So
we're good.
Do you need me to answer the question again?
No. We're good.
So let me address some of these comments here. He said, if it's not about addressing Dennis, why bring it up? I didn't say it wasn't about addressing Dennis. I didn't say it wasn't about addressing Dennis. Initially, when I asked BGS the question, I was under the impression that he didn't address Dennis. He later told me that he did. And for those asking why are we addressing Dennis, is because he's one of the people who put just pearly things on the Black Manosphere as a product. We built her into the thing that she is now. He's one of those people. He said that in multiple videos. She's the leader of the Black Manosphere. The Black Manosphere is run by a white woman. These are things he said in his videos. You don't believe me? Go check it. Right? My issue was with the leaders or the prominent men in this space is that I didn't hear anyone address that in the manner that they address others for saying the same thing. Right? So these are my guys. I asked them. BGS told me he addressed it. I didn't question him saying that he addressed it. I asked Ed the same question. He said he touched on it. I didn't question him either. I took their answers face value. I didn't deny, oh, I don't believe these niggas. No, I took what they said face value. Right? What I'm asking both of these gentlemen to do was take my intentions on asking for face value. If you're going to ask me, well, why? And I tell you why, then you can't discard that and tell me, no, that ain't why. This is why you asked, right? Which is unfair because I don't need to cap about anything. I don't need to cap. I don't care about, you know, how motherfuckers accept or receive the shit that I'm saying if it's real to me. And I think a lot of guys can relate to that. At the end of the day, it's a lot of things we say here in the Black Manosphere that make a lot of people uncomfortable, but it's our truth, right? So my truth is I felt that there were special provisions being made in his case because he is an outspoken person who a lot of people in this space actually listen to, right? That they actually listen to. Again, I said in BGS, you remember in the video that we were on, I said that I never called for people to cancel Pearl, to not watch her content, to do this, and this, even though I had my stance on it. So let me say this. I never called for anybody to cancel Dennis or blacklist Dennis or this and that and the other. My thing is, if we're going to say, yo, we're addressing everybody who was putting that lie out there, connecting Pearl to the Black Manosphere, then address everybody who's saying it and leave nobody the fuck out. That's all I was saying.
Well, we didn't
right?
say
So
that,
no, hold on, because then I don't want nobody to tell me that they still lost on the point that I'm making.
Okay.
This wasn't a sneak attack on BGS or on Edward Anderson, right?
Okay.
It was just a fair question for me to ask because these are BGS is, you know, always on my channel. His name is in my motherfucking credits and shit.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the guy I rock with.
I consider you a friend. So.
Right. So this ain't about it, you know, nobody firing off shots. And you know, Ed is Ed. I don't take that shit personal. That's his tone of voice that he normally speaks in.
If we didn't fuck with you, we wouldn't have shown up to your channel.
Right. So my thing is, at the end of the day, this is like when people see this happening, they're like, oh, you know, they think it's some rabble row shit. But at the end of the day, it ain't about that. It's about it. I'll have this conversation with my brother. Right. I'm direct about it. Like this. I don't think that, you know, I'm saying anything confusing. I said that before they both told me that, yo, Marcus, we called him out. You didn't see the video. I accept that. But before I heard that, everything as far as, oh, so are you implying that we are playing favorites or picking and choosing? Absolutely. That's where I was sitting. Yeah, and I'm not afraid. But I said that more than once. And again, you can listen to the playback. I'm not scared to say that. Especially if I'm saying it to my people. I'm not going to lie. I don't, you know, bite my tongue and shit. Like, y'all know this. Or at least I hope y'all do. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, the motherfuckers hit the shit out of my channel. When I initially said what I said about, well, I didn't say anything. What happened was Amiri took some screenshots and sent them to Dennis in an email. I'm going to say names, right? He sent them to Dennis in an email and he titled this shit. He made up some pseudonym. I'm my Ali Mustafa, some stupid shit like that. So Dennis responded to what he was sent. Yo, the leaders of the Manosphere want you out the Manosphere and all that stupid shit. Y'all remember he made the video. Oh, the Manosphere is throwing you out and all that shit. And he's like, keep it 100, Marcus Aurelius. So I responded to that. There was no campaign. Dennis was on my friends list on Facebook. He'll post and I'll comment. I'll respond to him in the comment section of Facebook. Like, who the fuck doesn't do that? Right? So there was no campaign, right? Lucario, he's another one. He was on my friends list. He say some wild shit. I respond to him in the comments. I made a video about him dying after he said that shit about he swapping his wife.
Content creators stayed out of it.
And nobody came at my head for it. Nobody came at my head when I went at Lucario after talking about, you know, he tell his wife take a bath and brush her teeth. Nobody came at my head for that because nobody fucks with Lucario, right? Oh, okay. PK is down there, but my thing is, and you know, PK, we towards the end of this. My thing is at the end of the day. At the end of the day,
right?
At the end of the day, if I can call out certain people for they bullshit and get no backlash because those guys are, you know, it's open season, but then certain guys are off limits, but they're doing the same fuck shit. Okay. I'm calling foul.
Well, then you can call foul, okay?
Right, but that's what I'm doing. But motherfuckers is like, oh, you try to get us to fight your battles. No, nigga, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
you asking us why? You asking why we didn't? That's what.
There's checks and balances and everything, right? If you're gonna, again, like I said, I'm gonna start not giving a fuck about the things that niggas are not giving a fuck about. Because I've been rocking with the Manosphere since 1.0, and I'm probably more invested in the message than some others, right?
Okay.
So to me, it's like, yo, when you lie on niggas, I'm gonna address it, right?
Okay.
I don't care if you friend or foe, and I'm trying to understand what is the problem with that. Not only that, but if I'm looking around me. And my perception, I want to use that term right now.
Mm-hmm.
If my perception is that nobody else is doing it, I'm gonna ask. Especially if I have a direct.
The first thing we try to do is diffuse the whole thing because there's so many fires to put out, right? Try to diffuse it.
We don't have to put out all the fires.
Well, you don't. We do.
So that's the issue in this whole entire discussion that you may not be aware or even care to know about is unfortunately throughout this entire Manosphere 2.0 run, I know that you want to go back to 1.0 and start the conversation there.
That's not what I'm saying either. But go ahead, continue.
Okay, I understand your argument based on what you said so far. I've been listening the entire time after I dropped off or whatever on the car back home to my house.
Yeah, my bad for the delay, but go ahead, continue.
Oh, it's all good, bro. No problem, man. I know you probably, like I said, I know a lot of people here don't know me, and that's fine. I'm happy with that. Man, that's real good. You know, I don't have a channel. I don't speak often. I usually only come up on people's panels, you know, but I go back a long time. BGS can tell you.
Yeah.
I've been here a while, man. And so what I'm seeing here is, unfortunately, you may be taking umbrage with the idea that there are clear people who are quote unquote protected or were once a part of this space. Now, there are people here who do rabble rouse and are problematic. I don't necessarily disagree with you on that fact. In fact, they may have thrown stones your way. That's true. What I'm saying,
I throw them motherfuckers right back, and niggas know.
And that's fine, man. No, there's no problem with that.
I ain't run the BGS or Ed.
Okay,
and I'm not saying BGS.
He's making a point. He's making a point.
Right. What I think the issue that you may not be seeing here is that they're like, as BGS and I think that Ed tried to point out to you, man, is that unfortunately there are a lot of those folks, and unfortunately you're not seeing the bigger, wider mission here, and you want to focus on the targets who are responsible. when in fact we need to focus on the mission at hand and play and shoot and pick our targets at this point. Because if we go out and we try to put out all these files individually, there are too many to count. I know that you're not saying that. That's what I'm saying. These are two different discussions, and unfortunately,
no. But he said
no. Wait. I'm almost done. I'm almost done. You guys are unfortunately at this point talking past each other because your missions are different. You want to do something different than what BGS is doing, dude. You do. That's what you're focused on. Now, BGS and Ed are focused on something different.
So
I'm not saying that you're fundamentally wrong. I'm not saying
I want you to know. I want you to outline what you think those things are.
So the way that I see it is that, as far as you're concerned, if that's what you're focused on, is if that's okay, let me know. That's a question.
Listening.
Okay, so what you seem to be focused on, moreover, is the broader scope of people throwing stones, including what's the guy's name? I forget his name. You said his name. Dennis. As well as the people that you called out as well that you're aware of. You're focused on whoever throws a rock. As long as you can see that rock coming and it hits you or anywhere close to the sphere, you decide to take action. That is no longer the point that we're in anymore. That's not the moment that we're in as far as BGS is concerned.
Just understand that that's not my position. But continue. I don't want to cut you off.
Okay. If that's the case, then I think that, like I said, unfortunately, I don't know. Maybe you should take some time to reframe your points overall. But based on what I've heard, that seems to be the overarching argument.
No, I mean, what you've heard is me try to make some points, and some points got through, and some didn't. But
I'll take the time to listen to you. We can work through it, man. I'm not going to interrupt you.
No. I mean, we almost done here. This will be my first damn near 7-hour live. But understand this, right? I said earlier,
yeah.
Not everybody that's throwing rocks matters. You understand what I'm saying? Not everyone that's throwing rocks matters. Y'all, I heard O'Shea, his name mentioned here, and I don't think people see O'Shea in the same light that they see Dennis.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Say that one more time.
I said I don't think that people see O'Shea in the same light as they see Dennis. And what I mean by that is I think Dennis is past Black Manosphere. He doesn't these videos that BGS or the doctors make when it comes to Black advocacy, right? That's what O'Shea is doing on a regular.
No, he's not.
In 2023. So thank you. So my point is I don't think that O'Shea is still selling the Black male advocacy card, right? Dennis is definitely selling Black male advocacy. Okay. He's definitely selling that, right?
Okay.
But and that's what makes him more Black Manosphere adjacent than somebody like you. All right, bro?
I think he's having connection problems.
Right. So I don't really do the Trojan horse shit.
Go ahead and drop him down until he gets set. Yeah, okay.
Right. So the way let me drop. Hey, Bay, you there, man?
I think he's asleep.
All right, so I'm gonna drop him down to
yeah.
So the way I view shit like this, bro, is like some Trojan horse shit. You got people that are outside of the space throwing rocks at the space, saying what we expect them to say. Right? But then you got people in the space that are waving the Black male advocate flag. Right?
Yeah.
But then also saying shit like that. You don't have to curse the man out or disrespect them to address it. Right? You addressed it. We're past that part.
Okay.
Right? Again, what I'm saying is he's there. Let me add him up.
He's still having the same problem.
I'll just hear me.
That's why he keeps blinking on and off.
You going in and out, bro.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Got connection
so,
problems.
Yeah, so we're gonna start closing this out, man. Yo, shout out to
And
everybody up in here for
hopefully this is
pulling
the
this.
last fire. Okay, hopefully this is the
For
last
pulling
fire.
this, right? For pulling this long shit with us, for whoever's up in here. But at the end of the day, my thing is, you know, again, these are, you know, people feel like they're being put on the spot. When if I ask people how they felt about Lucario, nobody would be put on the spot, because I think we all pretty much agree how we feel about certain people.
Yeah.
If I ask anybody about Sin G, and you know, we call it, if you're gonna say that O'Shea is Black Manosphere, but then he's giving credit to Sin G, I would disagree.
He's not Black Manosphere. He's been out a long time.
Right.
But,
So then,
yeah.
but earlier his
But
name was mentioned as somebody that needed to be called out, that was inside the space.
But he still has huge influence inside this space, unfortunately.
Yeah, but again, if you're gonna say that, you can't then turn around and say, well, Dennis said he ain't part of the space, because it's the same argument. So understand this, right?
Okay, all right.
Again, Dennis does more Black male, like his content is closer to what we do than what O'Shea does.
That
Agreed?
Yes.
Right. So at the end of the day, what I'm saying is addressing it is a good thing. Nobody's saying you got to throw rocks at the man, but addressing it is a good thing. Because the thing is, you know, a guy like me, again, I'm not you guys. So if I address it, and I did, right? Not only will Dennis throw rocks, he will instruct, you know, his snowflakes to throw rocks. I'm saying snowflakes because he's the Blizzard King, and these are snowflakes. You get, we get it, right? Yeah, haha. So anyway, so what I'm bummed. Yeah, right. So I'm just saying, you know, the D hive came for me.
Okay.
Which Ed would describe as that nigga bit your head off, and then I get a bunch of motherfuckers in my community talk about, yeah, that's what happens when you fuck with the big dog, and I'm like, nigga, I don't give a fuck about that, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, we can't shut their channels down, motherfucker. You can't shut my shit down, nigga. I'm still here.
Yeah.
Right.
Jason Black's supposed to be worse, but yeah.
My position on that situation, it wasn't really about Dennis. It was about how the space reacted to me.
To Dennis. Yeah.
No. Reacted to me.
Okay. All right.
Addressing it.
Okay.
You know, because I got this wild idea that, you know, how we say men are logical. If you show them the proof, they'll say, oh shit, the proof is right there. Wow, I didn't know that, right?
They're supposed to be logical.
It's supposed to be like this. What we say the women are, but in the women, you'll show them stats and you show them charts and you show them data and peer review studies, and they be like, no, niggas ain't shit. No, niggas ain't shit, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And that's what that's what happened. It was like, yo, no matter what you show us, no matter what proof you have, is like, fuck what you talking about. We like this nigga. All right, cool.
Okay.
I had the wrong impression.
Okay.
Right. All so that was then. But at the end of the day, this ain't about me telling motherfuckers to put out 1 million fires, because there ain't 1 million to put out. Because 1 million, all the fires ain't important fires. So even when you mention O'Shea's name, he's irrelevant because he is not speaking to Black male advocacy.
He's not irrelevant to people inside my sphere. Okay, because I get O'Shea shit all the time.
Okay, so you addressed him, right?
Are you going to address O'Shea? We did address.
Okay, you did address
like months ago. Yeah, months ago about this.
Okay, I addressed, like you said, you can't put out all the fires, right? I addressed not only the people who I was aware was saying it, but again, I wasn't really a big part of this Pearl conversation. I listened to you guys' channels discuss it. Right? I played the background, the super background on this. I didn't jump on that bandwagon like a lot of niggas did, like, yo, Pearl, and get these numbers up. I didn't play that game. I played the background.
I lost about at least 150 subs behind.
So what I'm sitting in the background in the cut, listening and waiting for, while I'm hearing other people's names get mentioned and discussed, it's like, okay, nobody's gonna, okay, no doubt, right? So I'm listening for it, listen for it, listening, and when it didn't happen, I'm like, oh, word, okay, right.
That's what
So
it is. Okay.
right. So
Mm-hmm.
again, whatever stream you did do that on, I didn't get the memo, right? That ain't your fault. It's my fault.
Okay.
Right. Again, for the 6th or 7th time, that ain't your fault. It's my fault. That's why earlier I said you were right. I was wrong that you didn't address it. You said you addressed it. I'm willing to believe you without going to check your resume. Because if you said it is there. I ain't about to debate you. You ain't saying BGS, you lie. Prove it to me. I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do it to Ed.
Because Ed said the exact same thing that I said.
What's up, Red Lion? Yeah, I ain't gonna do that to you. I ain't gonna do it to Ed. I ain't gonna question. I ain't gonna call you a liar. But at the same time,
Ed said the exact same thing that I said. What we all said in this group on the stream.
What's that?
About Dennis not getting picked.
He not getting what?
Not getting picked out of that group. Because when it first happened, I said, why is he doing this shit with Pearlie after about a week? What the fuck's wrong with him? And then I looked, and he actually talked about MTR and Melanie King. I said, oh,
so I got you. So
that's what's wrong. Okay, and then we went on the stream. They asked about it. I said, this is what's going on with him, right? I said, this is just pure jealousy, right? He's acting out because he got cut out of the herd. Okay, his group didn't include him.
Right. So understand that's you giving context
my
to
context
why he did
opinion,
that.
Why he did this, yeah.
Right. But again, that the why he did that is a separate topic from me saying why nobody's speaking on it. As far as my perception at tonight, right?
We didn't know this was that important to you, but until I got up here.
No, it's not about what's important to me is addressing, because I've addressed when people. You got to let me finish the sentence.
Okay.
So that the people hear me. No, the people got to hear me.
I understand. Well, thing is, when I do it, it's okay, man. We're not going.
No, I didn't interrupt you, bro. No, don't do that. I didn't interrupt you.
All right.
I didn't interrupt you.
All right. Okay.
I didn't interrupt you.
Okay.
You said you said you didn't know it was that important to me, and I said it's not that this was important to me. What's important to me, and I'm consistent when I say this, is that when motherfuckers lie on us or lie on the space, I call the shit out. And I've called the shit out when it came to Sister George. I call the shit out anytime I'm aware of it.
Okay.
So this is bigger than Dennis. This is any time that motherfuckers are saying, yo, y'all niggas is this. I was on that stream earlier defending the space. Okay. I'm telling them, no, we talk about more than who not getting pussy, this and that. Right?
Yeah.
I went there and did that. Again, my consistency in defending the talking points and what's being spoken about here is across the board. For anybody who was in that Manosphere list podcast when I was on there, the brief time that I was on there, I said, hey, no, that ain't all we talk about.
They know that.
So I'm over there playing defense for the space, right? I'm playing defense for the space when it comes to what's her name, to Sister George. And not only that, I didn't make a video about Shay, but I responded to her in the comments of some of her videos, and I did it respectfully, like I would address you, like I would address Ed, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, it's addressed, right?
And Shay actually put me in she actually added me when she actually put that up. She actually added me. And actually
when I put it up.
No, when she put up that thing about picking Karen over Keisha, she added me.
Okay. But what I'm saying is, again, you can't respond to what you're not aware of. But what I'm saying to you is, if people want to say, oh, this is about Dennis and you got an issue.
Okay.
Understand, I'm giving you other examples of me defending the conversation that's taking place here. And the people in the conversation, right? I say, no, it ain't a but like this thing ain't full of incels, but understand that the incels are associated with the space. So if I address that, then mother, you can't put out all the fires. No, I'm addressing what I think is important. I mean,
let's speak on the so-called the Manosphere rejects, right? The Black Manosphere rejects, right?
You talking about the video,
the stream they did, right? All those guys have been in this space for like 4 or 5 years. Okay, they know. When I talk about COVID, politics, automation, all this kind of shit, they've been here. Okay, they know better, but they want their narrative to actually stay the narrative about pussy. Okay, that's what they want. You can't talk to them; they already know. AM1, right? Argued with Nicole over COVID and what it was for like a whole year. Okay, I'm one of the few people that actually did that in this space. Okay. They know better. They've argued with the PhDs, okay? They know better. That's the narrative that they want to spin, even though they know better. They've been here. Part of us. If they've been here, they've heard it, they've seen what we've done, they still want to accept it, go start your own space. This a whole lot of haters will actually gang them together and start your own space. There's enough of you. Go do it. Leave us alone. I don't have to talk about we just rejects and the Manosphere not doing it. Man, go start your own space.
No,
you got like 100 of you people, content creators. Go start your own space.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, if we can say that, we can say this. And that's the point that I'm leaning on, right? Where everybody's telling me, you can't fight all the fires, and this and that, and this and that, and this and that, and this and that, and they're making it about who I think should be called out. When if you're calling people out to begin with, and I'm seeing a pattern across different people where they're missing the same blind spot, then it becomes like, okay, what's that about? Now, Maul says Dennis may be having a pity party, but that's psychoanalyzing him, and I agree with that. We don't know. What we do know is that people are spreading his lie, and he should have known better. And to be honest, I think that me personally, I do agree with the idea that he might be saying this for controversy, because controversy gets views. But then again, that's content strategy at the expense of the message here. And if nobody speaks on that, then it's allowed to fester, right? You said you did, so we're there. But I said if nobody addresses that, then it's allowed to fester under whatever premise that people don't speak on it under.
Okay, you can address. I'm gonna tell you this, Marcus. After 8 years of doing this shit, man, you can speak on it. It will still fester. Just like the rejects, they know better. It's been festering for like 4 years. It has not stopped, not abated. Same shit.
I understand. What I'm telling you is,
we spoke on it, gone to war with it. It still stays the same. It's still festers.
Right. But just like the whole space came in to give their position on Pearl, and me, for the most part, I think there's, like I said, there's one video on my channel where I addressed it briefly and I kept it moving. Right.
Yeah.
Everybody else spoke on that for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And some are still speaking on that, right? Hold on. What I'm saying is, if the argument is, well, ain't no point in talking about it because shit is gonna continue to be blase, blase, blah. Okay, that wasn't the energy there, right? I'm just saying.
Is that a question? When you say right, is that a question?
I didn't ask you. I mean, you can respond to what I said, but I didn't ask you.
Okay, that's not a question. When you say right, I think that's a question. No, it's a question. But go ahead.
It's rhetorical. But I mean, you can respond however you like.
Okay, continue.
No, I said you can respond however you like. I was done with the statement.
Okay.
You can respond how. I mean, if you take it as a question. You know, you can answer that, or you can just give me feedback on what I just said. Why?
Okay.
There's a lot of loss of translation shit happening here.
In other words, okay. Okay, you got Telegram, you got Twitter, you got emails, you got comment section, you get all these people coming at you. Were you going to address this? Somebody said this about Pearl. This person said that about Pearl. Can you address this? Can you address that? No, I'll get to it. When it's all positive, okay, I'll do a video on it. Let's get rid of this. Okay, let's put this fire out. Okay, you address it. Okay, think it's done. Guess what? It's not done. It keeps going. Okay. 2 days later, same pops back up. Somebody else. Oh my God, her too, them too, really? Are you guys actually gonna let this go? 3 weeks, we're still into this. Okay, and a good friend of mine has been on a rant for the whole week.
I mean, aside from my position, that I think. Like I did say earlier, I said,
I got a text about a good friend of mine in the video he did about the Manosphere just yesterday. And I said, I don't know what he's on. Okay.
Right. So
you know what I'm talking about?
No.
I got a text from like 2 people, a PhD text me. What have you seen this video? No, I haven't. Okay. What is it about? Did you see the title? I said, okay, I said, we'll address it somewhere down the line. That's why I'm up here, because of that. Because of this. It keeps going. I thought it's going to burn itself out. They're going to say what they got to say, address what they got to address, and going to let it go. Evidently not. And this is my day, okay? I get a text at 8 o'clock in the morning. Have you seen the video? But you seen that video? You know what he said? I said, I haven't even looked at it, okay? There's like 10 videos with the same shit. Okay, I can't get to them all. What did they say? What's wrong with it? Are you going to address this? I said, I'll think about it. Okay. I said, I got other shit to do. I can't do this every day, all day. Okay. So this is my day. This is what goes on with me, with my 45,000 subs. Okay. From all these people emailing me, Twittering me, texting me, all this kind of shit. Okay. It's like, can you guys pause this stuff and stop for a second and let it go? Okay. Let the white girl do what she's going to do. Okay. You spoke on it. You atomized every scintilla of anything she's ever did. A new video pops out about her. The round starts all over again. Okay. And this is why I have to address it instead of doing one video, giving my viewpoint and what I think about it and letting it go. It's my day. Okay.
Understood. I don't think. I mean, I don't have a problem. I think it should be addressed. The thing is, again, my position was different, right? Mm-hmm. I've been on a couple panels with y'all. Again, I said this earlier, and we at 7, so we gonna cut this short soon. But
And BGS tax, man, go donate to the brother, man. He's done yeoman's work. So Cash App, Super Chat, whatever, man. Don't let the brother do all this for nothing. So appreciate the brother. He's done a yeoman's job. Agree or disagree, okay? If you're here, sound of my voice, the brother got a Cash App. Go ahead and hit him up, okay? Give him something, lunch money, something.
Before they ask. So what I'm saying is this, man. I didn't. I mean, you had part of the, me and Gigi's back and forth was he felt like the whole Pearl thing shouldn't have been addressed. I disagree with him. I think that it should be addressed. You addressed it. I think, to be honest, I think most things, especially things like that, should be addressed, especially when it's about the image and like, these, again, they use Pearl to try to drag niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. You addressed it. Others addressed it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still, in the same place I was about it, but I wasn't against people addressing it. Either way, like whether they agreed with my position on it or not. So that when I said that, I wasn't saying that to say it shouldn't have been addressed. What I'm saying is, okay, if it's cool to address that, then why do we draw the line here, right? So that's all I was asking, right? Because it's like, oh, we can't put out all these fires. Well, we tried to put out the Jason Black fire, the O'Shea fire, the this one fire, that one fire. Like that shit went on for weeks. Not only with people tossing they hat in it, like, you know, you got all these panels. You even had your boy Mary Brown jump on the panel. Like everybody wanted a piece of the pearly pie, right? Right. So I could say whatever I had to say about that, but I'm not against motherfuckers doing what they doing, speaking on it, because that's what we here for. We here to speak on shit.
Yeah, but the thing is that guy was not at the top of our list, you know. Really,
no, but
really wasn't.
I'm not. See, again, when it comes to like this, the way y'all word certain things, top of the list, or
anyway,
everybody, or this and that and the other.
According to what was coming to me, he wasn't at the top, not even close. Okay.
What I'm saying is, at the time, again, I got to contextualize it time wise. Before tonight's conversation, it would have seemed to me that y'all were giving Dennis an exception, because a lot of people think Dennis is important because he's a lawyer, he dresses like this, and you know, a lot of times we give passes to people who we think their optics in the space look good because of their profession or whatever the case may be, when in fact some of the talking points and some of the things that they might be saying might actually be
But the thing is, how do we decide what's important and what's not important, who to address first and whatnot, right?
Because
I'm trying to explain it to you, right? I'm trying to explain it to you in mid-sentence, right? I'm trying to explain it to you, right? What comes to us, Twitter, email, comment section, right? All this stuff comes to us, right? What's important? Where do we start? Start with people that are actually most important on that list. That's how the list actually gets formed. Not by
you saying Dennis is not important on the list?
No, he wasn't.
People who are speaking negatively about the space with his platform being the size that it is.
According to what comes into us, he was not close to the top of the list.
So we're saying that if what comes in from Twitter and this and that, from our followers, okay, right, from your followers. So because to be honest, like, and again, you don't have to do what I do. I mean, if dudes want me to speak on something, or if they ask me a question, I'll speak on it, but I don't necessarily decide what to and what not to speak on this platform based on who, I mean, in this much is obvious who wants me to or does not want me to speak on it, right? Right. So you know, my thing is to say, well, we're gonna let him rock as far as him throwing rocks at this space because nobody on Twitter is asking us to.
No, in other words, and not let him rock. The thing is, where do you start, right? Where do you start? Where exactly you start? You start at the top of your list or the middle of your list? Where you start? Where do you start? If it's
listen,
where you start?
How are you saying you had a 30-person list or something? Like, again,
pretty close, but yeah.
At the end of the day, bro, this is what I'm saying. Listen, it's your own discretion at the end of the day. So I can't tell you where to start, where to stop. I'm only saying what I've observed. At the end of the day, hold on. As
far as the women, I did one video,
bro. Let me say this. At the end of the day, I could say whatever I'm gonna say on here about dudes saying or not saying whatever they want or whatever they don't want to say or want to say, and y'all can reply to that with, well, we ain't got to talk about it, motherfucker. This is our channel. And we ain't got to talk about the shit that you want us. Like Ed pretty much said that, but at the end of the day, I'm addressing that.
Okay, fine.
Right. So again, just like everybody has the right to speak or not speak, I have the right to speak on not speaking. So
we respond because we fuck with you. Otherwise, you say, fuck.
Understand? Listen, you could jump on my, again, just scrolling on the bottom, disagreement day, which I'm probably going to do this as a regular thing, right? Where if you got an issue, you want to disagree in the comment section or on the video, you can do that. But my point is at the end of the day, it none of this shit really phases me in any major way. I don't, and I've said it a million times, motherfuckers don't believe me. I don't take this shit that serious to the point where I'm worried about whatever backlash is going to come from shit that I might say or whatever. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers that say some real shit like they're gonna do this and I'm gonna destroy your livelihood and shit like that, and I'll bring the shit to their doorstep, right? If that's a thing that has to be done. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is, I'm only speaking on what I perceived at the time, right? You said you did it. It's cool, right?
Yeah.
You don't owe it. Hold on. You don't owe it to me to do it, but it's just my opinion that again, if you let the weeds grow, don't complain about a fucked up lawn.
Weeds all over the place. It's just one spot. He and Pearly is just one little patch. Okay,
right. But if you saying, hey man, Twitter gave me a list of weeds to pull, then you pulling weeds. So it's not like
why you missed that one over there? He's right in the middle of the patch.
Missed the spot, motherfucker.
Missed the spot, motherfucker. Yeah,
right.
And, I ain't got it. I didn't miss the spot, motherfucker.
Okay.
I actually got the one.
So then it's like, oh my God! Well, why, Marcus? Why? Well, you tell us we missed the spot. Why you trying to catch us? Right? And that's the response.
In other words, why him?
Because he's not a small spot.
To you,
but I've said it earlier. This is I want everybody in this chat to understand. Dennis did not steal my lunch money. This is not like I don't like this nigga as a like. Come on, man. What I'm saying is some of this shit like the like I would say Amiri flip flops. He flip flops. I call motherfuckers out when it's time for them to get called out in the space, outside the space. It don't matter. You guys are saying, oh, it's about Dennis. No, motherfucker, I have a pattern of calling people out who lie on this shit.
Okay.
Or try to push false narratives. So he's on the list of those people. He doesn't have to be on your list, but he's on my list because he has my attention when he does it. So what I'm saying is when you ask why him, that is the answer.
Well, the thing is why you want us to do it.
He said, hey, you stole your chick because you guys are the esteemed guys. Mind you. Hold on. No, you asked me a question. I have to answer it, man.
Okay.
You guys are the esteemed.
Go ahead.
You guys are the esteemed guys, right? You guys are the guys who kind of pull rank in this motherfucker.
Okay.
If we gonna pretend, hey, anybody here want to pretend like BGS don't pull rank in this motherfucker? I told Ed on our private conversation because he's like, oh, there's certain guys in this space you don't talk about, right? Or no, he said that we're not saying that there's certain guys you don't talk about. I said, well, I don't think I could make a live and say, well, fuck BGS more and blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying there ain't dudes that do it.
All the time. And they get more stuff by doing it too.
But coming from me, it would be like, yo, what happened?
Yeah.
Yo, what happened? Yo,
BGS ain't shit, I would understand.
Right. So PK would say, he stole your check, you big mad. But at the same time, is what I'm saying is, yo, listen. You know what I'm saying? He said I am deleting them intentionally so that Marcus.
Oh, in other words,
so what I'm saying is, listen, when I ask, I'm not instructing you guys, you'll go with him. I'm making the argument that if someone with that huge of a following, who a lot of them subs are our subs, is lying and spreading false narratives, right?
Yeah.
Then I could say it.
Yeah.
But it would be more, it would mean more if you say it. Now, if you say, no, we don't want to address that, that's cool. You don't have to do what I say. You don't have to do what Twitter say. Right? But what I'm saying, because, What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I'm saying if you choose, I gotta finish the thought.
Okay.
If you choose,
really,
if you make that choice and you consider that the lesser of two evils, and I said it before and I'll say it again, you have to accept what comes with that choice. That's all.
What did I say?
You said that, and that's the point that I've been making. It's not about trying to pull motherfuckers out into the open and demand like you better talk about Dennis, or no, man. I'm saying, look, y'all let it rock.
Kevin was simping, you know, with Nicki Minaj. Why you going to address him? What are you gonna say? He's still in our talking points.
Right, all of that shit. But look, I had dudes come at me on my comment section saying when I brought the females that I brought on here, I didn't. What they said that they mad at Kevin for not doing. What was the term they used? That they're mad that he didn't do what to Nicki Minaj. I forget the term.
He didn't go in on Nicki Minaj.
He didn't go in, but somebody responded in the comments.
In other words, he was simping. He was letting her go.
Yeah, he let off easy or whatever.
He let off easy, kissing up to her. Yeah.
Right. So again, like where is they are trying to
what is Kevin doing on Fresh and Fit, and he shouldn't be on there? What's he doing on the Lapeefs and
right.
Having a Brittany Renner interviewing her with that talk.
So let me make this point. What they're saying is different than what I'm saying. They're asking that he bites this chick's head off.
Yeah.
I'm not asking. I wasn't inferring or implying that.
I'm not saying that with you.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it for the record. I wasn't implying that you, Ed, or anyone else bite Dennis's head off for what he's saying. I'm saying address it. Right now, you addressed it, so I'm late to the party of the addressing. Right. So we're good. I'm gonna give you the last word.
Okay.
And we out of here. Beretta 9, shout out to you. What's good? he was in the shit from the beginning. He woke up and came back in the day and like, y'all motherfuckers still on. This is Jason Black length live here.
Oh, I usually do 13 hours, so it's nothing. The thing is, I came up because I know my good friend, Satan himself was going in for like a week. I wanted to actually get that cleared up. That's why I came up. This Dennis thing kind of caught me off guard. I didn't think this was actually going to be the subject of the whole discussion, because that's a small thing to me. Bay is probably more important to me than Dennis is. Okay, I got more messages about what Bay was doing than Dennis, believe it or not. Dennis and Bay has a tiny channel. Because they've been, what are you gonna do about him? Ain't that your friend? Well, listen, you know what? He's got to do his thing. Okay. Whatever it is, he got to make his decision. So I got way more stuff about him than I did about Dennis. I got only a small little blurb about Dennis. Okay. I had to actually scroll up and actually see, oh, he really been going in.
Now y'all know, and Bay is my guy.
Yeah.
Right.
I
got a video on Bay where he did the video about remember the girl that the white dude kidnapped or the girl that died or whatever, and I basically called Bay out for his comments about what is it, Stefan? It was a kid that got killed by Stefan Clark, right?
Yeah.
Remember Stefan Clark got killed by the police, and then they went and checked his internet, his social media. He's like, oh, he's against black women, so we don't give a fuck. He got killed by the police.
Yeah.
But then this girl that died mysteriously in the company of a white woman.
Yeah. Right.
Bay was like, oh, we need to get to the bottom of this and blah blah blah. But then when you look at her social media, she's like, oh, I'm done with you coloreds, right?
Yeah.
You colored niggas, right?
Yeah, you ninjas, yeah.
So I drew a parallel. I drew a parallel. And me and Bay, I called Bay out on that. Right? I'm consistent with and Ed's talking about the call outs. No, some shit. You make videos where you'll put somebody name in the shit, go live and just Bring your ass in here.
Yeah.
Right.
Those are my subs.
So,
yeah, those are my subs.
right. So, but I just want to be clear
Mm-hmm.
that I'm not the only person on here calling motherfuckers out. I'm just feeling like it got to the point where I was feeling like, yo, like this dude is really throwing firebombs at the space and nobody's talking about it, right? So it's not about him personally.
Those call outs actually different than general stuff. Those are my
I got you, but just understand that if it was anybody else,
okay,
I would say the same thing. Imagine if Gigi, right? Which shout out to Gigi, he would never do. Hey man, y'all motherfuckers created Pearly, man.
Yeah, well, I would call him directly. Well, what you doing? Like you haven't seen any.
I would too, because
you haven't seen anything with Bay's name on it, right?
You say what?
You haven't seen any video with Bay's name on it. He's actually done like 2 weeks on this stuff.
Okay, what I'm saying is
I handle him.
I addressed Dennis on Facebook about this stuff. Right? Because that's the contact. If I had an issue with something you said, it would be in a form like this because you hit me up and I asked. Yeah. Or it'd be on your channel, on the panel. I would ask.
Yeah.
Me and Gigi talk on Facebook all the time. So a lot of me and Green Gorilla's discussions happen there. And there's a lot of shit that we talk about that I don't say in the video. There's a lot of things that me and Sister George talk about that I don't say in the video.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things me and Bay talk about that I don't say in the video.
Yeah. With Sister George in Concrete Rose, this is the second time with them. Okay.
Yeah, right. So again, the first time they did it, I was on their panel. Then I made a video, a response. I got a couple of video responses to Sister George, and I addressed her in Kappa Phi Kappa.
Yeah.
My last video before this one. So I am not
which is why they got
addressing motherfuckers.
That's why they got a special one this time. Second time this has popped up. Okay. With the same results.
You talking about with her?
With Pearly and the women.
Right. So
that's why I made it. That's why I did a special one this time.
I understand that. I could take the approach like, you know what, I ain't even going to address them because they're going to do what they do. But no, that's not who I am. I'm going to address the shit.
Okay.
Hey, what the fuck is y'all talking about over there? You lying.
It depends on where they are on the list. Sometimes it's more important. Sometimes
understood. So in your list might not necessarily look like my list, but what I'm saying is this guy ain't this on the list. And again, I don't want to do the we going around in circles thing, but I'm just saying like, when there's people who are that have large numbers, because the whole argument with me saying anything about Dennis is like Bay said, subscriber supremacy or whatever that shit is. Like
sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
You only got 8,000 subs, Marcus. This motherfucker is bigger channel than yours, so you shut the fuck up and have a seat and let this man do his thing. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm telling you what was said.
You got more than Ed. Ed's only got 6. Okay, you got more than Ed.
No, I understand that, but I don't give a fuck about subs, right? So Ed at one point had more than me. I jumped up. That doesn't make my viewpoint more valid than his. I have more subs than Ed, but Ed gets more views than me. And that motherfucker be in the car with the shit or in the dark, and niggas fuck with Ed.
Yeah, he's been around longer. Yeah,
right. Motherfucker could point the camera at his brake pedal and they'll watch it.
Yeah.
Right. So just understand that, none of all that shit is inconsequential to me if what you're saying is of merit. And and I fuck with you. All that shit is irrelevant. Like people, the subscribers, the views, and all that. That shit is whack. It's clout. And I don't look at shit from a clout perspective. Right. I look at shit from, if your shit is making sense and is respectful and this and that. And Ed, that ain't Ed's first time barking at me like that. You know what I'm saying? Ed Ed is Ed, right?
And
So
he's tired. He's tired of hearing it too, because this has been like 3 weeks
I mean,
nonstop.
understood. I mean, you know, Ed and just like me and Bay, like it's same shit.
I mean, nonstop. Okay, Bay, the women, O'Shea, other people in this space, they're actually going completely out the window behind this shit. It's been nonstop.
Yeah, but I mean, for me, it's bigger than that, like that particular incident. But for me, it's about if people are throwing daggers, I throw them back. I've been saying this from the beginning.
And sometimes, okay, the thing is there's so many daggers all the time. You can't throw them all back. You got to.
Well, I throw back the ones that I can.
Well, the thing is, we used to do that. So what you're saying is gone on. We've gone through that, divided the space and all.
But I'm gonna do that. You know what? Just you might have to send me a Twitter list. So I should know what not to give a fuck about, versus what I should give a fuck about. You know what I'm saying? So okay, BGS hands out the Twitter list. All right, things that we are allowed to speak on.
Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, Donovan Sharp. They're trying to. There's a new white girl they're trying to throw on us. All kind of shitments going on.
Right. So, yeah. So, at the end of the day, I mean, it is what it is. But, I'm going to just, like I said, I'm going to just do what I do. Right. At this point, and just like when you asked me that I think maybe a week or some ago, what you got next? I don't know. I just like these sorts of things. I mean, don't get it twisted. It is as exhausting for me as it is for everybody else. But at the end of the day, like I'm looking at it from a standpoint of, these motherfuckers is saying this and that, and then the world, because everybody's like, we don't care what this person thinks, that person thinks, and you should if you want shit to be effective. If this thing that we're doing is to be effective, it is important how this shit is perceived.
Yeah.
Because if on a larger scale, understand, right? I don't give a fuck if it's the white girl and this and that. No, she's gonna, in my belief, and I stand on it from before, she's gonna go and be something else.
Yeah, she is,
right.
Yeah.
I said that from the beginning, and I said she's not even speaking on our particular issues. So why would our issues be affected by her presence?
Because she's white.
No, but she's not talking about black male issues.
But the black people in front of her, that's the optics is all they see.
That again, that's UK shit.
Yeah.
So
we'll tell them that, because we've been saying that.
I'm not going to touch this part of it.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to say is this. I'm going to say this, right? If we are acting like, if we're going to pretend like we want these conversations to have an effect, right? And while I'm not saying shit can be controlled or is perfect, but the optics matters, just like Kevin's optics mattered, and that's why he got as far as he did. And if he didn't pass, his whole presentation was important, and that's why I got that far. And it's a huge loss. Actually, I'm not saying that is gonna stop anything, but it was a huge loss because that was a that was an anomaly.
Yeah,
right.
But it was luck.
Right. But his presentation, right? They didn't look at him as an incel or a school shooter or any of those things usually associated, or that they try to labels that they try to dismiss us with. Understand that these things that they
most content creators are not incels.
I'm not saying that they are. I'm gonna say it again. There's a context to this that I'm putting there.
Okay.
The labels that they try to dismiss us with.
Yeah.
And then they give, it's like the news camera that asked the crackhead what happened instead of the business guy in the business suit.
Yeah.
Because you want to put forth a certain image. It's a thing. My thing is, this is something I expect the ops to do, not motherfuckers who are adjacent to us.
Okay. Let me tell you how we got this far, as far as it is, right? This is why I was telling this to Dr. T. Okay, can you get in touch with the people that matter, in positions that can actually do things, right? Doesn't matter about the vast majority of people. It really doesn't. Can you find the people that actually can get things done and get things moved? Okay, that's what's important. That's how we got this far. Kevin was just one little piece in the puzzle. Okay, as far as outlook, there's other things that it has to be done. I actually spotted Kevin back in 2016. You're the guy, okay, for this mission, right? We got educated lanes to high value men. Okay, I spotted him in 2016. Okay, I
So
put him on this mission.
right.
Okay, he was the guy in this spot. He has paid off dividends, right? There's other guys in other spots will actually pay off. Okay, Pearly, whether you think so or not, will actually pay off. I'll guarantee within a year, whether you like her or not, because the place they're trying to put her at. Okay?
Like I told you on the other stream, that remains to be seen.
Yeah,
I've
been right. I've been right so far.
Well, I'm gonna say this, right? And what was Disagreement Day? We can revisit this. So I'm gonna say this with you here, right? And I said it before. I'll say it again on my channel. Like I said, it remains to be seen.
Okay.
I don't think, me personally, intentionally or unintentionally, that Pearl's presence or her presence in the discussion is going to affect anything particular to Black men. Okay. That's I mean, I'm not saying you need to agree with me. I just want to say that now.
Okay.
Because what I want the space to understand, again, when I say take L's, if this is the horse that we're going to invest in, and then we invest in it, and then this chick goes and does, what's that right wing shit, like what the Blaze or Prager U or whatever the other shit is called. If she goes that route with it,
okay, the
space is gonna have to wear that L.
Oh, well, they have wear. The thing is, 80% of what we want is tied up in general Manosphere stuff. That's what she's carrying. Okay, that's what she's gonna carry.
80%.
80%. Yeah. If you look at the list, 80% of what's on that list, white men want to.
So
if you go back and look at the Black Manosphere talking points or political agenda, 80%.
Right. So just so people before I end this stream, right? I just I need to rehash my position in general, just in case it's confused, because I said some things earlier about if we pretend that we want effective and this and that. Understand, Marcus is SYSBM. I still take that position. I'm not here to save shit. I don't expect a white girl, a Black girl, or any other motherfucker to save Black men. I don't expect it.
She's not saving anybody. She's a tool.
No, I understand tool, but what I'm saying is this tool, I don't expect it to affect anything that is happening here. Like I don't, like we have men's rights advocates, and for years they couldn't get laws changed, and they're white men.
Yeah.
So I think that even if, like you said, these 80% of things that you're saying, should be affected, the things that are particular to us will be left as is. And to be honest, right? A lot of those things are important. I don't even think that a lot of this shit will be adjudicated the same. Even if she gets some shit pushed in the areas where white men live, the areas where we live, will be the way that they are.
Well, there might be a thing where we have a starting point. Okay, instead of
we got to move to.
We have to do our work. We can't just rely on her. Okay.
I'm not saying that, but I've said it. I put it out there.
Yeah.
But not. Is there anything else you want to say before we get out of here?
That's it, man. Basically, I heard certain people told me that most people won't understand it because it's not time for them to actually understand it. A lot of things I've said like 4 years ago is actually happening right now. When 2019 is get right or get left, you're seeing it now. Okay. People didn't know what I was talking about. It's actually happening right now. So just wait. It'll show up. I know what they're trying to do, where they're headed with this, and what they're trying to do with her. It's pretty obvious. They're trying to replace her with Andrew Tate because they have to. They don't need a radical. They need somebody a little bit softer than her. Okay, that's why they're trying to put her in the place. That's trying to put her in that juxtaposition place where Richard Reeves is and the Brookings Institute is. That's softer. You know, we're going to change some things, but not as radically as like Andrew Tate would. Andrew Tate, they had to basically silence him. He's just going to tear up the whole system, like Angel Smith. So they need a neo. They think she's a neo. Somebody in the middle.
Who's that?
They decide, huh?
What, the white manosphere?
The white manosphere, the Asian manosphere, the broader manosphere. It's not just her. It's not just white people. It's Asians, it's Latinos, it's black, it's whites, all over the world. Same thing. So it's a worldwide problem. It's not just a local problem anymore. I
got you. Well, time will tell.
Yeah. All right. All I got to say, bro, is just read the tea leaves. It's already out there. They publish this stuff every day.
All right. I appreciate you.
All right.
I appreciate.
Mark, still ain't shit though. It's all right.
PK and crazy ass Reyes, who looks like he might be backstage. Yeah, is that him? Oh, he dropped out. So shout out to BGS. Shout out to all you motherfuckers in here, Janfar, and all my members. I'm monetized again. So yeah, man. 8-hour stream, bro. Damn near 8 hour, man. I promise to never do this shit again. This motherfucker said make a part 2. No, nigga. That's it. Man, motherfuckers getting up in the morning on the East Coast. Y'all waking up to a nigga. Nah, it's a wrap. But yo, man, I'm out of here, man. I appreciate you. Everything I said here is real. Okay? I'm not here to play these games. So hit like on the video. Hit the thumbs up. All the YouTube shit. All right, man. 100.